Yo, 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 yo. What is up, my Rangers? Let me go ahead and let me get a chat window open. Sorry about that. I was watching something. I forgot to shut my speakers off. Alright. So I'm really excited about today. I could be completely wrong, but it looks really, really interesting. Alright, so look at what happened over here. Okay, we got support just under the 200. Came up. Somebody bought the entire order book right there. That's what that basically means. Okay. Like when you see like a huge line like that, that means basically somebody cleared out the order book. And then it got bullish. We had a crossover here. We had a 13 over the 24, over the 48, over the VWAP. Now we are sitting on the 13, on a previous resistance line, with all EMAs in line above the VWAP. Even for a minute there, we started ignoring the RSI, and I know it's only pre-market, but like that was interesting. We also I just noticed we did make the red-green move here on GameStop. So we are moving upwards as well on that with those EMAs above the 200. Looks good, guys. Looks good. I want to talk about MULN for a second. We're barcoding, of course. We are under the 200 right now. These are key levels. No, don't pay attention to these. These are the pre-drawn ones. I mean, you could pay attention, but like, I'm talking about my drawn ones. At 135, it has done some meaningful moves in that like area in the past. And then 107, 97, 95. Now, if it gets down this low, I don't know what I would sell, but I would, if it gets anywhere like in that ballpark, if it gets driven down that far, not only will I be shocked, but I will be doing something, most likely. I mean, I can't tell you yes, like what I'm doing, because that would be manipulation, and I'm not about that life. But chances are I would be doing something. Do I think it's going to go that low? No, I don't. Could it? Anything could happen, you know? Now look at the volume on this. Just BBIG. Oh, you know, I forgot to tell my friends that I was going live already. Usually I start at 9. I just got excited because of AMC. Okay. But we know how much these can become just gamma launch pads. So watch out for that. SPY, very comfortable level. If we rip, watch 449. I don't like TLT being up, but honestly, if Bitcoin keeps ripping, then I mean that kind of will offset it. Now watch how Tesla moves because of earnings, but watch it move. Watch how Bitcoin moves with it almost. I feel like Bitcoin and Tesla will pretty much control how today goes. Now that's not financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. That is just simply my speculation. Who the heck just messaged me? Hold on a second. Just people talking smack. I mean, honestly, I've gotten so many bots about MULN, it's ridiculous. And usually, if you're getting like, all right, so I don't have that many followers. Okay, I don't have that many subscribers. For me to get a bot attack, somebody's paying some serious like smear money, in my opinion. That's the way I see it. I mean, and that was right after the what's it called got debunked. That was right after the Hindenburg report got debunked. Like they're gonna come and smear on my channel, and I just found that really, really odd. Like, how are you gonna go ahead and how are you gonna talk smack on MULN, even though they have an order from a Fortune 500 company that they haven't announced it yet? Because honestly, it might be because of like the quiet period. But I don't know. I never saw so many bots in my life in my chat. And I thought that was really weird. Now, usually when I see bots, I mean, we all know what happened with like AMC and GME and stuff. Usually when I see bots, I think like, oh, well, that makes me kind of want to do the opposite. So, yeah, I just kind of, I don't know. They say MULN goes to $1. I say, I think it goes the other way. I mean, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. That's fine. I'm down with that. Just don't like come on my channel and keep saying the same thing over and over again, or don't try to like pump something nonstop. Like somebody was just like, yeah, I want AMC to do great. Don't get me wrong. I'm absolutely a proponent of AMC and GameStop. Just want to throw that out there, right? But somebody's in here saying, "Oh, we hit 20 and it's nuclear MOASS." Like they were like basically trying to get me to like go ahead and like I don't know, post it on like all social medias and try to get it to go viral and stuff. And it's like the DD has been done. Like I'm good with just kind of letting it play out and sniping my shots when I see them. That's how I trade. To each their own. But guys, this looks really strong right now. AMC. It's like it made that crossover. I even called it out in my one chat that I'm in. It's like watch it come down to hit the EMAs, it grab support, and look at her go. Now, a lot of that is gonna be cognizant of. Oh yeah, here we go. A lot of that is gonna be reliant on Bitcoin today. With the way the futures are looking, I'm gonna have to let one dog in a second. With the way futures are looking, everything's up. Nasdaq's up 2.1%. Nasdaq 100's up 0.4%. Oil's up 1% flat even. All right, let me let the dog in real quick, and then I'll get like Vortex numbers and stuff. Sorry about that. I'm just going to do Ortex on my other screen just because it's a lot faster for me. And I already have them all pulled up. I just need to hit refresh. BBIG. Whoo! Okay. BBIG 17.34% of the free float is shorted. They already have a net bar of 1% on the day. Cost to borrow average is 52.66%, but the cost to borrow max is now up to 260%. The max is now where, or the average is what the max was, I believe, yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. I don't think I am, but I figured I'd mention that. AMC, net borrow of 0.06. 19.44% of the free float is estimated short interest. Average cost to borrow is just under 3%. Cost to borrow max is 3.38%. Let's see what up. Somebody just said that AMC was up in my not that far. Okay. Holy. I gotta send this to my I gotta send this to my friends here. All right, so the average cost to borrow on GameStop right now is 246%. It's been a minute since I've seen it that high. That's very cool. Okay. Wow. All right. MULN has a cost to borrow on it of 38.88 is the average. The max is 63.2%. They have a borrow of 2.05% on the day. It's still on the threshold list. 11.2% is the estimated short interest of the float right now, and obviously the utilization is 100. ATER, if anybody's paying attention, they have a net borrow on the day already of 1%. Short interest of float is 40.23%. Cost to borrow average 130. Cost to borrow max 260. Now I'm gonna look at SST because SST has a 2-day. They had that dilution, I believe, because I know that a lot of stuff was locked up. They had the dilution. Utilization on it is now 98.44%. Estimated short interest on SST is 86.73%. And they have a lot of failed to delivers. Like a lot of failed to delivers. Just saying, it's something that could be worth watching today. I don't know. Look at IDEX. I saw this posted online somewhere, and I've been on IDEX for a while. Look at Bitcoin. Oh yeah. We need to break that intraday high. Well, I guess morning high. I don't know. I got on like around like 7:30ish. I don't know what it's been at since, or if it went over that. IDEX cost to borrow is now 260% at their max. Only 12.72% is of the float. That could get very interesting very quick. CEI. This has garnered a lot of attention lately, obviously because of the movement upwards. But 8% of the float is short interest. They have a net borrow of 0.35% on the day. Cost to borrow average is 30, just under, well, actually about 34.5%. Cost bar max is 75%. I think that we might have a really nice day, guys. Like I'm shocked that I pulled up that GME Costa Barra, to be quite honest with you. Right now it's at, I just refreshed it. It's at 222%. 222.33% with a net borrow. That's interesting to me. I don't know if that's interesting to anybody else, but that's interesting to me. Oh, an 8K on, what is it? Apparently CEI 8K just got released. Alright, so with CEI has been moving a lot recently. Got really hit yesterday. We are down below, yeah, we're actually at $1 now. The thing about CEI is they're actually going to go ahead and pretty much do a merger with Viking Energy. I pull them up for a 1-to-1 stock. Like that's basically how they're paying them. It's a 1-to-1. Okay, like so for every share of Viking that you own, you get 1 share of CEI. So the way I see it is if this is trading at 79 cents, right? And CEI is at $1, okay? Chances are they're going to meet in the middle. So what I did was I took half my CEI position when it was up the other day, and I got into Viking Energy, and then I just used the extra money. So like I had this like the same amount of shares, but then I used the extra money in order to go ahead and put leverage on, like I think I used leverage on MULN, through like via options. This is looking dangerous as well. We are 13 over the 200, 24 over the 200. Now we're just waiting on the 48. I know a lot of people will say, oh yeah, you like technicals really don't matter, pre-market, etc., etc. My response to that is like at the open, you'll see crazy orders that might affect the technicals, but then like following that, after things kind of like cool off, I think it's important just to see kind of like what the trend of like just gauging what the trend is. That's my idea. I mean, everyone has their own though, so follow your trading plan. That's like the most important part, is that you are satisfied with your trading plan. I don't have to be happy with your trading plan. You don't have to be happy with my trading plan. But yeah, I mean, as long as everybody stays informed, calls out plays if they see them. That way, you know, obviously we could do more DD, and you know, obviously sharing DD is important. I mean, like the stock company, like they're like the large like investment like banks and institutions, they have supercomputers that do this stuff for them. Okay. Now as an average retail investor, we don't have that like luxury. Well, what we do have is we do have a brain, and we could go ahead and look in the Edgar. We could look at, you know, other like documents. I always like to make sure that everything's sourced. So if you're going to say something on my channel, please make sure that you can source it. Because if you can't source it, I can't trust it. And I don't mean like a crappy source either. Like, it needs to be sourced. One day, like it was like the other day, my friend like he like sent me something like so speculative. I said it on my channel because I was just amped over what he said. If it was true, like if it was true, it would have been enormous. I mean, I probably would have been like a freaking millionaire if it was accurate. Sorry about the dog, but it wasn't. It was just like a hype thing that like a bunch of YouTubers were saying. And just it wasn't properly sourced, and I ended up saying it on my live stream, and I had to, you know, obviously correct myself. But just make sure that you like make sure you back like you source everything. Because if you're making decisions off unsourced or like untrue info, then like what kind of trading plan is that? This is like a cup and handle right here on ETH. Things look so bullish today. Like that's the line where it has fought a lot. Just like other lines that I have. Red usually means like, hey, it's pretty heavy here. Okay, especially if it's dotted. If it's solid, it means, you know, obviously a lot of support, resistance. Usually that means like it made big moves off that, whether it be to the upside or the downside. But I have those on GameStop here. I've solid ones here, like where like it's been kind of like range bound ish. We're getting to the upper side of that range bound, and EMAs are pointed in the right direction, so that's a bonus. But I mean, you'll see that on my charts. All like look at the on AMC. Okay, so you see the range right here. You see big heavy resistances right there that we've had levels at. Right now we're at like a point where we haven't had too much BS to deal with. I mean, we've had some, but nothing worth, you know, worthy of a big like line, big thick line. MOLN looks so good right now. I was really hoping that it would bounce. I honestly, like, I'm really bullish on MULN. I saw it. I saw the two like creeping up to the 200 and like the VWAP and stuff. I was really hoping it came down more so I could load into it more. But maybe that's telling like the universe telling me that I should hold on to what I was going to sell. I don't know. Because I already have a good chunk of MULN. Wow. That and that made my list at the same time. Just because they were being highly talked about. Yesterday that was up like 9%. That's up pre-market, and this has been ripping since I put it on my list. I just never bought it, unfortunately. My dog's crying. What's up, Bo? Come here. Let's see. IWM's up pre-market. SPY's up pre-market. TLT is up pre-market, but I mean, lately that really hasn't mattered. As crazy as it is, it's been more relative to, like, the SPY has moved more relatively to Bitcoin. Typically, if Bitcoin rips, usually the NASDAQ will go with it too. And let's pull up Bitcoin for a second. What's up, Belle? What's up, girlfriend? Okay, what are we doing here? Alright, so I'm gonna condense this for a second. I'm seeing a bull channel. I'm seeing bang, bull channel, it's like a flat parallel. And then it steps up again, flat, flat, which would be like another bull channel. And then this is kind of like a cup and handle. It might go boom again and then, go ahead and wedge itself out, I'm thinking. MACD looks like it could twist up. RSI's at 46 on it. I'm expecting a push. Let me see what my dog wants now. Again. One second. I tell her not to bark at people. What is the first thing she does? She does barks. ETH is creeping up to my red dotted line, which is intriguing, and it looks like it's forming a cup and handle right here. MACD looks like it's twisting up on it. Now, you may disagree with me. You may agree with me. Because of the price tag, ETH moves percentage wise. It moves usually much faster than Bitcoin on average. Okay. I personally like utility over store value, so I do favor ETH. Okay. Remember the IMF is meeting this week. I don't even think I showed you guys this. I usually look at this every day before I start trading. Hold on. My dad he just want to make sure I was up for work. 1 second. Okay, sorry. Let's see. So today's 420. Happy 420 to everybody who participates. I do not. Okay, so these I actually haven't even. I knew that these were coming up. I just didn't look at them until now. So I'm actually processing this with you. Let's see. That's a big beat on the producer price index. Looks like a big beat on the Italian trade balance. Europe industrial production. Slight miss. I'd say that that's a relatively large miss on the trade balance. CPI. I'd say that that's actually a pretty big win there. On the common CPI year over year, I mean, not much better than forecasted. Median, I'd say that's a decent win. Trim CPI, I'd say that's a decent win as well. Let's see here, we won't have existing home sales until 10. We are on day 3 of the IMF meetings, though. That's what brought me to this page. the Japanese currency right now, is very, very weak. Okay. Like pretty dang weak, in my opinion. Okay. Everybody's like, how do I say this? It seems like every country is like talking about a stablecoin. Okay. Don't be surprised if the World Bank, they come out of the World Bank meeting and they announce a stablecoin. Just don't. I wouldn't be surprised about that at all. And if I were to guess, I would say Ripple, personally. I might have a bias, but it makes the most sense. Most countries, besides everybody except us, pretty much accepts it. I might be biased, like I said, but technically, then any ISO compliant coin would be able to be used on the ledger, and it's a ledger too, so it's not like a like you could put debt on there, essentially. Just something to think about, guys. Like that. Like, we're talking about stocks that are going crazy and like, things of that nature, but just like keep in mind like that the World Bank is having what I say, it's third day of a meeting. That is worth noting, in my humble opinion. So I just don't feel like that's worthy of like a complete horizontal, but I still wanted to draw a wedge there. Let's go down here. Let's see what's good. MULN's moving up. Slightly, slowly but surely. So is AMC. I have a whole lot of calls on AMC right now. So I'm really happy to see that. I have a whole lot of calls on MULN as well, so I'm happy to see that we're moving up rather than getting beat down again. I mean, we don't really know until the market opens, though, right? I want to see I wonder if anything is said about the 8K. Hold on a second. I didn't look at my friends that are probably talking about it in chat. Probably should. They probably have all of the answers already. I'm sitting here like trying to figure it out. 1 second. I'm gonna leave the GameStop chart open just because I see that nice candle. Let's see. Maybe we might get some follow through. Let's see if they found out anything. One second. I'm gonna let the dog in too. I'm trying to read the paperwork that was required to be filed by CEI today. I was hoping that it would have something to do with Viking Energy, but I'm trying to understand this. Reserve 500 million shares. If I'm reading this correctly, they're locking 500 million shares. What's the free float of CEI right now? They don't even have 500 million shares. I'm trying to get some answers here. Yeah, okay, so, but in it says that they have to reserve 500 million shares. The float isn't that big. Do you remember if there was a dilution with the Viking acquisition? Like, are we adding shares? Let's see. This dog, I'm telling you, I love her so much, but she just, I don't know, she loves to hang out. Which logo for shirts? My friend's asking because I mean, like, prior to this, I was running my own businesses. He's asking me for like my opinion on what he should wear for shirt, like, yeah, what he should have for shirts. I'm gonna say, oh man, it's so hard. All right, so second pick, second column, top left. Let's see, what's AMC doing? We're swinging on the MACD. It can't be sold. They have to do an offering. There must be an offering with the Viking energy thing, because in order to reserve 500 million shares and they have 368 million outstanding, I mean that's a big dilution. But then, like, even if they dilute, then they're locking up the entire float, unless they're diluting to acquire, and then they just unlock the float after the acquisition is done. That makes me want to put more money on Viking. Just not financial advice at all. That just very, very clear. I like that though a lot. CEI. This might go absolutely parabolic. But so could this, which is at a lower percentage because it's going to do the 1-to-1. This doesn't have options though right now. Yeah, this could go absolutely insane. If what I just read is what I believe that it is, then they're pretty much saying that there's a share lockup until the Viking merger is complete, which should vacuum the price in theory of Viking up to $1. Or they would meet in the middle somewhere. But I see so much power behind CEI, I don't see it stopping. There's so many calls on it and so much gamma pressure. MULN's flat on the day now. It's showing some strength. Okay, so it moves the middle. Okay. I'm struggling to understand, Tim, how they can lock shares or reserve 500 million shares if their float is here. I'll get the actual float off Vortex, but I believe on here it says 368. Also, IDEX has a really high cost to borrow max. Just keep an eye on that, bro. I've been telling you about it. Let's see what we got here. So they're free float. Now this is a free float, okay? And then I'll also give you these shares outstanding. The free float is 337.49 million. The shares outstanding are 360 million. So how the hell are they going to go ahead and how can they hold on to 500 million? That doesn't make any sense. I know they are doing the 1-to-1, which would make sense with Viking if they are issuing that many to Viking. I forget the exact numbers on Viking on that acquisition. Nonetheless, that makes the float on that would make the float on CEI extremely. No, you can't acquire more from it. You can do a share offering, but they would have to issue that beforehand. So it's got to be related to the Viking merger. Like we probably skipped over when we were reading because we wanted to see what the we wanted to see basically how they were acquiring them, like if they were acquiring them at a certain price or what it was, but it was a 1-to-1. So for a 1-to-1, it does make sense for them to dilute, at which point I believe that they would meet in the middle. However, with the gamma pressure on CEI, it's hard to say that it's going to go down. In all honesty, Viking legit might just get sucked up to CEI levels, which would be absolutely insane. It'd make me feel really happy that I did what I did. BBIG is slightly down. Where are we on? We're slightly under 200. We're bouncing in between the. Oh wow, this is great. So pretty much just range bound in between the VWAP and the 200, with the EMAs, the 13, the 24, and the 48, all right smack dab in the middle of that range. So what does that say? That says I could break up or it could break down in a very, very rapid manner. With a bullish earnings call the other day, I'm gonna guess that it breaks upward, but I'm not a financial advisor. What level's this? Is this 40? That's over the line. If that comes down anymore, look for it to get support off this. Like, I think that it's getting support in here right now. We might just go up from here without even coming down that far. Oh, sorry, Bill. Notice how like they do like the same things, but ETH will typically do more pronounced moves, like in one direction. Like if say Bitcoin's going one way, typically ETH will do the same, but like it'll go in a more pronounced way, just because it's a lower dollar figure, so it moves at a higher percentage pace. That's why, like, if I'm trading, say I'm trading like ETH futures, I'll go and look at a Bitcoin chart sometimes. It's strange, but like I'll keep a Bitcoin chart to my side. That way, I could see what that's doing too, and sometimes ETH will follow it. They filed too. Can you dig into that for me, dude? What is Vikings float? Hold on a second, because that might account for the 200. No, that still doesn't. It still doesn't account for their thing. Because their float is 93.36. So we're still off by like 50 million shares, unless Viking filed that, and that's what you're like within that 8K that you're talking about. I don't know if it would be in the 8K. My dog wants to go outside again for like the 4th time, I think. 1 second, guys. Come on. I don't understand it. Ugh. Well, the CEI CEO posted that something. I mean, you're the one that shared it, Tim. He posted something about like good things ahead for CEI and Viking. I just wasn't expecting for them to say that they're gonna What was the phrase that he used in this filing? Irrevocably reserve 500 million shares of common stock. How do you irrevocably reserve 500 million shares if there aren't 500 million? It's I don't know, it's just illogical. We're getting close to market open. Let's see, 912. AMC's sitting right now on the EMAs, above the 200, but it's sitting on like the VWAP. Oh, now it's in between like the. Nah, it just got stuck back up. Sitting on the 48, 24, 13, and VWAP, and on a support line that I have a previous resistance support line. The MACD does look like it wants to spin up though on it. I'm chilling with that. I'm really intrigued between the CEI news. Viking Energy Edgar filings. Viking Energy Group. Here we go. Let's see. All right, so they file 3 different things: annual report, current report file. This is a lot for me to try to do on stream. Here we go. They're talking numbers here. Assets, liabilities, stockholders' equity. I want to know amount of shares, basically. Like, I don't even care about the revenue, which is weird. Usually that's what I'm looking for. Now this is unaudited as well. I don't know, like, I don't know if they screwed up anywhere, but I just want to say that for the record. Come on, just give me the total out some. Oh man. But which one will run the most is my thought. Will CEI run more or will Viking run more? Because Vikings have a much lower price tag. If CEI catches gamma pressure, right, and there's a share lockup, and then then they have to be 1-to-1, then in theory Viking would have a better percentage gain if it has to jump up. Now if they meet in the middle, obviously, we know which one the winner would be. But to me, that, I don't know, knowing that would be, it's good. That's huge to me. Hold on, my friend and his business logo, I'm telling you. Not too much gold, you definitely want. Okay. I'm not getting a share count here, unfortunately. Was that the top one or the bottom one? Okay, so now I'm on a different one. This is actually extremely bullish, I think, what Viking filed. But they didn't really file the, what's it called on me? They didn't file the shares. Let's see. Okay, wait, what is this? Okay, hold on a second. The number of shares of the registrant's common stock outstanding as of April 15th, 2022 was just under 115 million. That's what their report says that I'm looking at, their annual report. So if CEI's outstanding share, hold on a second, let me just do math real quick. They're still off a couple million. 115. So the float would be, if we added this to that, it would be 100 or 474 million in change, and like 0.8. It's like, so 474.8. So where are the other 25 million shares? This is interesting. I don't know what the other 25 million shares are that are supposed to be withheld. And that would be if they lock the entire float. Where if they lock the entire float, how the hell is it even trading? That doesn't make any sense to me. Let me let Bella in real quick. She's okay. All right, so we're getting an uptick on AMC. I'm done in that chat. If you could, because they're like talking about doing like different plays and stuff, and like I want to like kind of like explain, but I can't because I'm live. I agree that I think the better buy might be Viking at this price point. Um, but just remember, when you make a purchase on an OTC stock, there's like a one-time fee per transaction of like $5, give or take. So, like, it's smarter to do one bulk transaction if you're going to do a transaction rather than a bunch of small ones, because if you do a bunch of small ones, then obviously you're going to get hit with the fee over and over and over and over again. It's 5 minutes to open. Okay, sorry. I'm done now, I promise. Okay, MULN. We are above the EMAs. I like that look. Now remember, when this opens right here, okay, there might be a lot of fear of missing out. Might go berserk in either direction. We don't know, okay? We know which way we want them to go, right? But let's not trade with their feelings here. That's not how I trade. I don't trade with my feelings. I am a freaking ice block. Cool, calm, collected, ice cold, and that's when I make my best decisions. What has the most volume right now? MULN does, so I'll watch MULN. Tim, your friend Tracy's kind of like, no offense, Tracy, but like, I don't know if you're picking up what we're putting down in the chat sometimes. Let's see. MACD is twisting up on MULN as well. We might be getting support from the 13 touching the 24. 3 minutes into open. If my dog cries again right now, I'm really, really upset. I'll pet you, honey. Do you want a toy? Do you want to go get a toy? Like, what are you whining about? You just tried to go inside. Come here. Let's see. 2 minutes till open. SPY is up pre-market. We are above 42,000 on Bitcoin. I love that, above 42. Obviously, the higher the better. What's up, dogs? AMC and GME both green pre-market. I'd love to see some strength here. I'm sorry, this is weird, but I really like to have the advancing versus declining over anything else on the side. I don't know why. I just do. I know sometimes it seems irrelevant, but it shows if like sitting orders are like like if somebody has like a fill me at this price, fill me at this price, fill me at this price, like it'll show you there. So then you see, then if something runs up and then that drops, you could see that like maybe they might be stop loss hunting or doing like just hunting for like iceberg bids. I think that's definitely worth noting. We have 30 seconds still open. Let's see what we got here, guys. 46 on the RSI. It is like literally on top of the 13 and 24. It was range bound right there between the 48 as well. Let's see how we open, guys. Let's see what grown up candles. All right, we're opening. On cue that pops up. All right. So shot down. Look at that. That's a gap down. So chances are that's going to get filled. In theory, not financial advice, but in theory, gaps get filled. Statistically, AMC still green. CEI green. If this goes down heavy, I'm telling you guys I'm buying more. I don't know at what price point, but I will be. Oh, here we go. Getting some strength now. We're probably gonna fill this gap, I'm thinking. Getting support off the 200. We already did, let's see, close to 5 million in the first minute. 4.75 million in the first minute. CEI is up 2%. Is that a buck? Bella, you have food, water, and you were just outside 4 times. I don't know what you want, babe. MULN is chilling at the 200 right now. We need that twist up on that MACD. RSI is 33. SPY is up to 447. Watch 449. After 440, like 449 is bullish late, like as of late. The Qs, in theory, should run if Bitcoin keeps going, and Bitcoin has been, rolling pretty nice. The bottom could fall out at any point in time, though. I mean, we know how how volatile crypto is, and how they've been scalping people. All right, nice. All right, so that's nice. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's go. All right, let's go. That was a nice candle. Stop though. Let's see. Shot above the EMAs, looks like. That's a lot of power, guys. This is a lot of power. It's a lot of power. CEI is up 3%. What's Viking doing real quick? Didn't open yet. I don't know. Did they open late? I gotta see what she wants. I can't listen to this. Sorry, guys. She's whining in my ear, and I don't know why. Let's see. We are at the 200 on MULN. I'm also watching AMC and GME. I know that they're down 2% each. Trust me, my P&L's telling me. BBIG is down 4 cents or 1.5%, I believe, or whatever. Now we know that on this basket right here, okay. Commonly, I say this every day. Commonly, they go ahead and they I like how there's a range bound between the two EMAs and sitting on the VWAP. They commonly get slapped or they shoot up in price tag and then they revert and go the opposite direction. That happens all the time. So just be aware of that. I'm not saying that's what's happening right this second, but it very well could be. Like these are on key levels right now, AMC and GME. Like it could be getting supply right now at 18, and that could be getting supply at like 148. BBIG could be getting supply at 250, for all we know. MULN could have had to come down and get supply around 160. But the cost to borrow on GME is just absolutely insane. I don't want to come. Straddle on it. Hold on one second. I gotta see what's going on with this. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna cut that right now. Alright, hopefully I don't get screwed on that. Do I have straddle on this? I just really don't think that we go down today. What's Bitcoin at? We're getting on Bitcoin reverse, I think. I think it's starting to reverse. Okay. Spy the 446. We were climbing back on Bitcoin a little bit. ETH is still chilling there. BBIG is just hanging. That's a consolidating at open. I don't know. That looks really strong to me as well. I might do something stupid. I do something really stupid, guys. I just bought two. I'm not even gonna say it on here. What is my average now? I don't know what my average is, because that, okay. Still above where I originally had an average, but what's it nonetheless? Okay, which way is the market gonna go? Oh, you know what I should probably do the rest of this money instead? I should probably be responsible. Okay, I feel responsible now. I just did one responsible thing. Stab slightly up. Now they have what's it called? SST's up too. Interesting. You know what? SSTW. It's period W's. I wanted. God dang. Okay. Okay, I felt good. Good. Alright. So I made a video about SSC. Y'all might have caught it, might not have. I lost a lot on the downswing because I caught it before. I invested in it before it dropped, but I feel like it's about to revert due to what I have in my video that I did. Therefore, I just went ahead and I averaged lower on the warrant position that I have in order to lower, like in order to DCA in. I felt like that was the most like efficient thing I could do. Tesla might dominate the market today if it runs in one direction. BBIG is a 36 RSI. AMC, okay, AMC's getting a candle here. Looks like it's trying to find its bottom. Yeah. How much do I make? I have 1 or 2. Yeah, $1 extra. Cancel, please. What's down right now? BBIG's down. Can I get a cheap option there? Maybe. Looks like I could. Oh no, I can't. Jeez. The options for next week are expensive as hell on BBIG. Just so everybody's aware. Okay. 1 second. Actually, no, I know. You know what? I'm gonna let her learn her lesson. For just constantly in and out. CEI is up 6%. That is worth noting. Let's look at Viking real quick. Let's see if they are open yet. Huh. Maybe because of the halt? That's or not the halt, the merger? That'd be very interesting, actually. We're getting some EMA twist ups. $13 is over the VWAP right now. $24 is over the 200. I feel like these are just gamma monsters at this point. Look at the advancing versus declining. I feel like I feel like what the big banks and institutions are doing is they could be loading up on options. Okay, they're really not adding up too many there. Here. Not too many calls there. Note the open interest though at 3. Okay, now we're gonna do the puts. Let's see. Barely any puts are being bought on BBIG right now. Some are being bought for May, but not many. Okay, that's interesting. That tells me that I think it's gonna go up. I think this might be an artificial sell. I mean, the RSI on AMC is 25. I don't see that as realistic. I'd consider that if it stops right here and moves up, I'd consider that a double bottom. So I know CEI is running. CEI is running nice. I'd like to establish a bottom on AMC for how many calls I have, though. I caught my puts too because I thought that was the bottom. Because I run straddles. It's not delta neutral. Actually, I'm delta plus because I have more calls than anything. But I had a put. Basically, I took my my life jacket off. And I because of the price of MULN, I just threw it into MULN. Probably very silly, but I just see, I don't know. I just see this being worth more than what it's priced at. My own opinion. And I thought that these were going to keep moving up. Or I thought they were going to find their bottom and move up. So then I thought that if I cut my loser on the day, then I'd be set. And I still might be set if it comes back here. I would have just cut it a smidge too early. That reminds me, I might have to cut mine on BBIG today. Let's see. Because I do have like a straddle set up here too. Yeah, I'm gonna cut that, I think. Come on, sell. Okay, 114. I feel so bad just like letting my dog sit out there, but like she's gotta learn that you can't just like be annoying as hell. Okay, wait, are we gonna sell off here? Because if we're gonna sell off, I'll just buy more when it's sold. Okay. Yes, okay, just bought 75 more there. It hurts. It hurts that they got like because it's down. But in theory, that could like that. If that's a short and it stops and it turns around, that could be a great snipe. Now, if we get down to these kind of levels, I will just sell something that I don't want to sell in order to buy, I think. Like, I just feel like I just got a clearance deal right there. I think my fill was like it was 156. SPY is coming down to flat. What's Bitcoin at? As long as it stays above 41.5, we should be okay. What's Tesla doing? Tesla's negative on the day. They do have earnings later. Probably going to be. If they announce something with MULN, I'll lose my mind as far as battery goes. Just saying. Because MULN could realistically lease their batteries. And they do have that common connection of the strategic vehicle planner now working for MULN. So I'm just saying, like, I would absolutely lose it. Let's see what AMC is doing. Wow, it is getting the snot knocked out of it. definitely should have held on to my straddle a little bit longer. Look at that RSI, 23. So much excitement behind something. It's just funny how they could do that. And look, they're bringing it down to a level where I have marked out as heavy, like, resistance and support. I just find that hilarious. And this is such a high cost to borrow, GME. All right, they brought it down to the pivot point. Let's see if it pivots up. They brought it just below the pivot point, so that could be like a supply line almost. It's doing a decent amount of volume compared to usual. So that means that the demand must be pretty high. Are we gonna dip more? Because like I'll just keep buying. I will sell stuff that I don't want to sell. Like it's almost like looking at one of your favorite like items being placed on like a clearance rack. That's the way I see MULN or AMC or BBIG or so like GameStop. Well, actually, GameStop I kind of like when GameStop just rips because usually then the other memes will follow it. But I feel like after it rips, then it drops real quick, and people back off of the calls. And the IV drops, and you could actually get really cheap calls for what it trades at, of course. You get relatively cheap calls compared to usual. And there's usually a wide spread on the premium for GME. That's like I just bought more right there. Let's see. We're gonna get some strength. We're gonna turn around right here. We're gonna get I think that Bitcoin's gonna get strength at 41.5. Or at least in that neighborhood. What else? I want to look at futures real quick. Hold on a second. I'll tell you guys. Nasdaq's down 0.2. Nasdaq 100. That's the top 100 companies. Down 0.77%. Oil is up 0.6%. And Dow's up 0.5. S&P is up 0.06. So I mean that's unch essentially. If this dives again, I swear I will sell something that I don't want to sell in order to buy more. If it gets down to like these levels, I'm gonna feel like I have no choice. Okay, now I'm gonna let my dog in super quick. This could either be like a bear channel, which would be bad because then it would keep going down, or it could just be a trap. I'm thinking it's a trap, but no one can really tell for certain. 1 second. What are we doing? IWM's at 202.11. VIX is coming down slightly. SPY is red. And TLT is going up. Bitcoin is getting closer to 41.5 as I mentioned. ETH just came down below 3,100. What's SST at? SST's chilling. Wish I get some more strength actually. Stab at Stabs down. Nah, I'm surprised because they have some gap fills in front of them. And I believe that they're getting acquired as well. That's why, like, I want, like, I have a decent amount of their stock, but I can't get rid of it because I know that they're getting acquired. I know they have gap fills in front. So it's like a future layup, but short-term hurt. CEI is up 7% right now. This might be a track star today. Just saying. Oh, going down on MULN. Oh, wait a minute. We might get a burst here. Wish I had more money on it. Are we going to cup and handle, or are we going to burst right through it? Does the intraday high? I think it's going to burst right through it. Just the way that candle just jumped like that. Our size is low enough. It's only at 62. Resistance is at 109 that I have drawn up. Oh, looks like it's going to chill for a second. I don't think it's going to take long though to bust that. 153. I'm MULN. Sorry, I'm like looking at MULN right now. We are gaining on IWM. Keep that in mind. AMC and GME are down. I gotta look at AMC and GME real quick. I just have too much money on them to not pay attention. I feel like that's gotta be the floor. Just because of that thick line that I have drawn up. Oversold 3 times, 4 times. That could have been a sniping opportunity. Not financial advice at all. Very clear. Because if it starts to roll, it could really roll. Let's see. Hey, look at the amount of calls. How many? Look at the amount of volume it did today. Okay. AMC's getting some strength there, guys. AMC's getting some strength. Okay. Well, with ones that are a little bit further out, close to the money though on AMC. A little bit further out than I usually do, just because I had it set in a straddle, and then I deviated, just because of the price action. And then I saw that candle, saw the amount of calls rolling in. I'm feeling reversion though. See that? Okay, so ETH is trying to reclaim 3,100. This is getting support off 41.5. I don't want to click on it because I don't want to come off this chart. SPY is hanging flat right this second. Let's see, am I right about this? I hope so, because I just spent a decent amount of money on calls. Oh boy. Don't do me dirty. And it is 10:04, so we know that at time, like certain times throughout the day, there will be trend changes. Good morning, he's risen. We know that there are frequently trend changes around certain times. We know that hedge funds go ahead and they kind of, I mean, I think it's a form of stock, manipulation, but hey, I mean, the SEC obviously doesn't care about them colluding. I feel like at certain times, like they like signal to each other to kind of reverse trend. But again, I can't prove that. It's just for me staring at these charts for, a long time that I've kind of picked up on what they like, I guess their track record. Well, Robinhood sucks. I'm sorry. I mean, I know that they have like you can go on the computer and get there. I mean, you trade however you want to, but I think Robinhood sucks. I think their execution sucks. I think that payment for order flow sucks. I don't even like, dude. Like, I don't even look at this. You're gonna laugh. I don't even trade on here. Look, I have 52 cents of buying power on here. Like, I don't trade on webull. I just use it for their charts because I like their charts, and I feel like I like the dark theme. I feel like they're easy to navigate. Like their UI is really good. I feel like it's easy to present to you guys. I'm pretty quick with it. I mean, I'm obviously not the quickest. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I am. But I use a more professional platform because I like to trade derivatives. And like, for instance, like SST warrants, right? Can't get warrants on Robinhood. The fills on options suck. I mean, you go to enter one price and then you're like constantly changing the price tag. At least that's how it used to be when I was on there a long time ago. Tell me I didn't do something so stupid. I did one responsible thing though. ATR is down heavy. Heavy. CEI is up. And that's because of that filing. I don't know. In that filing, it does not make sense to me whatsoever how they're saying that they're like reserving 500 million shares. They don't even have 500 million shares. Now, even if they include the Viking shares, which is a 1-to-1 merger, that's still like 25 million off of the amount that they're supposed to reserve. So, like, even that doesn't make sense. Unless there's 25 million shares that I'm missing out on somewhere. And if there is, and somebody's listening and they know, please inform me. I would really like to know. Yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me. 202.34 on IWM though. SPY it's pretty much flat. It's down 38 cents. Sorry, 39 cents. TLT is up almost a percentage point. Qs are getting hit. As long as Bitcoin stays around 41.5, I'm chilling. ETH is just around 3,100. I mean, I just don't want to see them drop to different tranches. Like, I feel like I have them like leveled, I guess. Like, I have an idea of where something should go if something else goes somewhere else. We are approaching 202.5 on IWM, but AMC is down, and AMC is the largest holding in IWM. So let's think about that for a second. I think that this is going to catch strength. I think we're going to be all right on there. 8% on CEI though, to the upside. 8% to the downside on MULN. I see the red days as opportunity days. PNL might hurt, but I see them as opportunity days. Okay, so again, this is not me telling you to buy, but if you were to open a book, okay, like a trading book, and like you're looking for a trend reversal, right? 3 little soldiers. That's what that is called. Okay. We are at a point of heavy resistance. We get 3 little soldiers through the resistance. And that's if this candle finishes green, which I suspect it will. MACD's curling up. Our side's at 44, so there's plenty of room to go. We are heavy on the advancing versus declining as well on AMC. Like this could be completely just full of option snipers if that's what they were doing. CEI is just going to go on a moon mission though, I think. It's got to get over its intraday high, and then it could just go. GME, let's see, curling on the MACD. It's a bad day to, if you have call options, Joe, it's a bad day to not be able to access your account. Not saying to do anything with them, but like, I mean, like, trade them how you will, but that sucks. 21 million on volume on MULN. Might have found its bottom at 152. Up. Are we going in for a double bottom? I might draw a line right here just to keep that in mind. All right, push down to that line, 152. Now we're on our way up, I think. Let's see. Are we going to dip below it? Sorry, I just have a lot riding on that. I have a lot riding on AMC as well right now. A lot riding on BBIG as well. Let's see. AMC's like really trying to like grab some footing right here at this line here. What's GameStop doing? GameStop's cost to borrow is absolutely through the roof, so I do not expect this to stay down for long, to be quite honest with you. That is just my opinion, though, and I'm not a financial advisor. True. Yeah. 174, or excuse me, 1775 on AMC. CEI is, it's right around 105 and 106. Keeps fighting. Well, MULN's 10% down, so that means it's on SSR. Not like SSR really does much for us nowadays, but I feel like they had good intentions with SSR, but really it doesn't do much. MULN's like flirting with going down, but it's also on a previous resistance line that I have. If it does work as way lower, like way lower, I am going to average down even deeper into it. Not gonna lie, like it, and that's not even like you guys won't know what strike price I get. You know, like you guys don't know when I'll do it. Like, so it's not like I'm like I don't know, leading the way on any kind of play. I'm just saying that like I believe in the stock, and I feel like if it dips down, I'm gonna DCA further. I see it as the smartest move for me. $17.68 on AMC, $17.69, $17.71. It's fighting. Come on, 72. She's climbing her way back to the 200. Or not to 200, to the MACD. Excuse me. Pardon my French. $202.6 on IWM and climbing. SPY is now green. Bitcoin is now up to 41,750. ETH is now above 3,100. And AMC is at 1783. See what I mean about, you know, that controlling the whole market? What's Tesla at? Is Tesla positive yet? Tesla's down $26. It's at 1,001, 1,002. I feel like that's going to dominate the market just because of the earnings today. That's going to dominate the SPY, in my opinion. Come on. GME has been chilling at this level for a little while now. Pretty much while AMC's been fighting tooth and nail at this line. AMC might be trying to pop up here. It's got some strength. It's going towards 48. 13 just crawled up behind it and going towards the 24. It is above the 24. It's in between the 24 and the 48 right now. See, so like if this trend continues and it does go up, then that like out of the book indicator, the three little soldiers right there would have been a smart, like in theory, it would have been a smart entry point. That's why it's important to know like just standard structures. And if you don't know standard structures, then start like study up. It's very easy. Okay, seeing a little bit of weakness, slight weakness in CEI. It's still green. IWM still moving up. AMC's moving up. GME's slowly climbing back, I think. It seemed like at, what time is that? Right around like 10 o'clock is kind of like when things, 10:05, things started to calm down and find their footing. Uh, 202.73, 73, 72 on IWM. She's trying. 10% down on MULN. It is getting beat up. It has a strong community though. Like I'm in a group and everyone seems very bullish on it. The amount of bots that I got in here attacking it the other day was absolutely hilarious. So if they're paying bots to basically come into my room where I only have like 50 subscribers, I'm thinking they're in a really bad spot to have that high level of a smear campaign going on. I mean, that's the logical thought behind it. Come on, baby, let's go. Let's run. Creeping up to the MACD on AMC. BBIG is at 256. GameStop's at 148.27. A WM is coming up to 203. It's at 280. 285. Remember, AMC is the largest holding in the IWM. Where's Bitcoin at? Bitcoin's at 41,750. Almost exact. It just popped up. Let's go, baby. Come on. There's so many more advancing versus declining on this. I'm gonna look at the options right now. All right, there's a lot more options being added right now to the weeklies for AMC, just so everybody knows. I mean, I'm not going to be so bold, but I mean, I have weeklies already. Like, I already have a good amount. I'm not going to add to that. I went with, because I sold like basically my life jacket. I went with like safer plays, I guess, like more timed out plays, but still bullish. On AMC, of course. GME down 2.5%. Again, a little bit higher than where it was. It's like they got slapped, like I said, until about 10:05, and then it's like they just like all started to kind of get somewhere, and maybe that's where CEI actually kind of like slowed down a little bit too. That could be a possibility. I'm not sure. Here, let's see. 10:05. I mean, I'd consider that like a failed cup and handle, personally. It's like triple topped. Right here, it's getting supply. This might form like a bullish thing right here, bullish move. But it seems like they all kind of changed course at 10:05. You know, it's weird how a guy with no degree, like I dropped out because like I could be, like I was wasting money to go to school to party, and I could, you know, be an entrepreneur instead of not having any idea what I wanted to be when I grew up, or the degree I wanted, I'd be paying off the loans for the rest of my life. So I just decided to stop. But anyways, that's besides the point. Like it just like I don't have a degree or anything. Like I'm not an economist, and I could figure this out. but the SEC can't? Like, what? I'm sorry, but there's something wrong with that to me. It's getting supply underneath this, what's it called? Underneath this line. If we hit red line, that's when I'm going to start looking. MULN doing? MULN found, okay, so MULN barcoded at about 152-ish. Yeah, about 152. And now it's looking to get some strength, it looks like. Looks like it wants to turn up. IWM is a 202.35, so we did lose a little bit of esteem there. Let's check out BBIG. BBIG is coming up on the MACD. What up, Khan? Can I call you Khan instead of Hassan? I mean, it's up to you. Like, I'll call you Hassan if you want me to, but Khan just, like, I don't know, comes out easier. Barcoding on BBIG. EMAs are pretty much on top of each other, as well as the pivot point. 200 is above that, but I mean, if we blow through the pivot point and the EMAs roll over, I mean, I would expect that we could clear 200. That's lit, Con. What are you in, man? Like, I don't see you in chat often. Like, what plays are you in? Are you in like your typical MOASS stocks? Is there like any kind of like hot plays you're like, I don't know, that you're into? Because if you're into any kind of like hot plays that like I feel like I should know about, like I'll definitely cover it. Hell, I mean, might even make it my own position if I'm feeling it. Oh, I'm deep in MULN. I'll virtual high five you. I just, what's it called here? Let me pull it up. I mean, I didn't know where the bottom was going to be. I already have a lot of MULN, like a lot. Oh, we're coming back for you, dog. I think. Like I've like I just bought a lot right in here. I didn't know where the bottom was going to be, and then I have a lot of calls too. But I DCA'd in here. My average was 150-ish. And then now I'm at like 160 something because I keep averaging. Like the other day when it was down heavy, it was down like 17%. I forget what price it was, but I bought a good amount then. And then I DCA'd in here after this, like on this candle right here is when I DCA'd. So I bought it at like, no, I think my fill was at 156. But I think we're coming back for you though. Thank you for yeah, thanks. Dude, like, I'm all about trying to catch like runners every now and then, depending on like what's going on in this current situation. But I guess like my like biggest learning curve was to be patient and to be a sniper. I don't know if that like kind of helps you at all, but I mean, I'm just sharing my biggest learning curve. Like I spent money on MULN that I did not want to spend. It had a different home, basically. Like I wanted to do something else with it instead completely. It just didn't pan out that way. I can't tell you what to do. I can't. I did. And it's not advice. I can't give financial advice. I'm not a financial advisor. I can tell you that I averaged. I DCA'd. I DCA'd on this candle right here. Like that's full transparency. I DCA'd right there on that candle. But I can't tell you what to do and what not to do. That's illegal. Sorry. I do plan on what's it called thing. I do plan on getting my I do plan on getting my Series 65, I think. And if I do that, then technically I would be a financial advisor. But until I announce that, if I do decide to go through with it, nothing I say is financial advice. Yeah, I'm feeling. I actually yo. I'm feeling good. I feel very good about like the price levels that things are at. Um, I feel like they brought it down to buy options, and now they're going to drive it up. I think that's the way that I feel. I feel like they shorted it down, bought a bunch of calls, and maybe they're, you know, maybe they would return shorts at that point. Maybe like, or later on they could exercise options depending on if they like make the market maker delta hedge, and then they exercise options, and then use those options to cover the shorts. Because that is like you could technically do that, I believe. I mean, that, as long as you have access of the stock, and if you buy enough calls and then exercise them, each contract is worth 100 shares. So yeah, that's one way of doing it. I don't know if that's the cheapest way to do it, but it might be. The average cost to borrow when I looked earlier on GameStop was like 200 and some, I believe. So like I don't know how the heck that's down. I'll look at it right now, actually. Hold on a second. Let's look at MULN real quick. Look at that borrow, if that's still a borrow. 3.6 borrow. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so the max. All right, so first of all, they borrowed 2%. Okay, a little over. Look at the cost to borrow max now. It hasn't been that high in a minute. The short interest of the float is 20%. It was 19 at the beginning of the day. It was in the 19s. So I'm chilling. I am chilling. I feel like at 10:05 ish we got a trend change, and now it's just kind of like establishing. Let's pull up AMC for a second. Oh, okay. So we are coming up to the MACD. We didn't get across, but we got close, and now it looks like it wants to go for another swing. Hopefully, it's a nice and tight swing and not anything lengthy. I don't like us below 1745. I just don't. I don't think that it keeps there though, just because of like AMC and GME typically move together, and the cost of borrow max on GME is just like out of this world for how much attention that stock gets, especially. Okay, that's up a little bit from the lows. MULN looks like it might be making some moves. Hold on a second. MULN's making some moves. Okay, it's crossing the MACD. We are at the VWAP right now. It's going through the VWAP. 13 over the 24. It needs to clear that VWAP. I think it might struggle at the VWAP. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's going to struggle right here. Yep. We're going to mark that out, actually. Just because it did some volume over here, too. I like to do like levels where it did like decent volume. And the VWAPs are like right on top of it. So it might fight right here, too. It looks like it wants to move, though. What are the options looking like? Not too many are bought today, but in total there are a decent amount. All right, now this is 1 week out. Decent amount, not many. Let's see. Coming up on the 200. 13 is coming up on the 48 on MULN on the 1 minute. And then after we do this, then we'll confirm on later times. 203 on IWM. Now remember, AMC is the largest holding in IWM. Food for thought. Absolute food for thought. Let's click back to AMC real quick. I'm sorry, I just have I have more than I care to admit, especially on these calls. No. Okay, well that's actually cool that that's up, but oh wait a minute. Hold on a second. This new version of webull sucks. This is like the 8th time that this has happened. Okay. All right, now again, not financial advice. Technical buy-in indicator, if you look at a book, would tell you that if this finishes green, then that is it's Three Little Soldiers, which is a technical buy-in. Not financial advice, very clear as can be, but if you were to open up a book, that's what it would tell you. We have a Facebook group. I don't charge to do that. I can't charge. Like I just talk about stuff like that. It's just Wall Street investors on Facebook, and then like it's like a black picture with it's like a black and green background picture. Just join that and say that like you came from my stream, and then one of the guys will probably add you to the chat. But like I don't charge for that. I learn myself. I'm not a financial advisor. I can't teach anybody technically. Like it's just that would be illegal. So, but like I talk about why, because some other people in the group are new to options. I talk about like option Greeks and things like that. I would also recommend going to this. This is one of the ways I learned. I'm gonna type it in for you. I'm gonna let my dog out in 1 second. Okay, go to that website and search like options trading strategies, like different strategies. Search option Greeks, and that'll at least get you started in the right direction as well. Let me let my dog out real quick. And Bar did not finish the cream, by the way. Okay. All right, we're curling up to the MACD now. We are a lot closer than we were. We were getting beat the heck up. MULN's off its lows. CEI is off its highs. GME is off its lows. We had a complete trend change at 105. For sure. Like 100% guaranteed at this point. Like look at that, and it kind of flattened out, and now it starts like that would be like a bull flag in my eyes. That would be like a cup and handle kind of forming. And then we have a big bull flag right here that like once we bust that, I think we should be all right. And then if we say that we like continue sideways here, say this double bottoms, right? Just continue this line like in your head, because I don't feel like moving it. But continue this line in your head going like in the same direction this way. That's all that charting is just like IDing lines and structures that typically happen, knowing trends, and drawing lines. That's literally chart drawing 101. All right, so we are in between the 13 and the 24 EMAs. Getting pushed down on MULN. We're fighting back on it already. SPY is green. TLT is green as well, unfortunately. Qs are red. Bitcoin is above 41.5, so that's important. ETH is at 3,100, like right now. We want that up. Uh, 203.10 on IWM. See, it kind of, I guess, is weird to me that this is that AMC is the largest holding in IWM, and it's down 5%, but IWM is up. It's just atypical. Nice green candle. Let's see. Can we break the bull flag here? We're moving up. Come on. Between the 24 and the 48. Add a bull flag. Let's see. Where can we break it? Suck right up to the 48. Come on. The 48's at a level of resistance, of prior resistance as well, so we are aware. We did close the candle above the bull flag, under the 48, but above the bull flag. MACD still wants to twist up, it looks like. RSI is at 53. Sorry about this, guys. Tesla's down 27 bucks. That sounds worse than it is. It's literally 2.7%. FANG is up. Twitter is slightly up. Wouldn't it be funny if Tesla had something to do with like they had an advertisement deal now with Twitter, now that Elon is the largest shareholder of Twitter? Just saying something that might be on the earnings call later. Just a speculative guess. This is a speculation channel after all. So if you're watching, I speculate more than, that's kind of why I started my own channel. Like, I say this story like once a week, I feel like. I started my own channel because people traded options and derivatives that they didn't understand, and I felt like I could help bring clarity to that. I also like to share information because, I mean, this hedge fund share information. Now, we can't like share like entry prices and like strike prices and stuff like that. But like, we could talk about general information about like a stock that's factual public information. Like that's not doing anything wrong. So I feel like this is like, to have my own platform to do that would be pretty sweet. And like, I don't know, if somebody sees an opportunity and calls it out, then, you know, it might make us do our own DD on that opportunity. It doesn't mean to hop into it. It just means that, you know, they think that it's worth looking at. It's their opinion. We're at the 48 right now on AMC. Just got slapped down. So now we're in between the 24, which is at that heavy resistance line, below it. And then we're in between that there and then the 48, which is slightly above. And we are twisting back up on the MACD. RSI is at 55. GME is just chilling at about like 2.5 down. I think it's kind of waiting on AMC to make a run first. And getting a candle on AMC. Getting a candle. Moving up. Come on. Now we have the VWAP in front of us as well at about 6 cents ish. 7 cents. That looks like a big, like, a little bit of a slanted, but kind of like a double bottom. Slightly moving up on Jimmy. AMC is looking like it's froggy though. And with the amount of calls that are being purchased on it, it certainly could get that way very quickly. Come on, baby, let's go. Let's go. We need to hit 1788 here. At least that's where this kind of peaked out at. We want to hit that level and ideally clear it, but we want to at least hit that level. And then if we have to take a break, then we'll take a break to drive through it, ideally. And it looks like we want to take that break right this second. It's okay. Just slightly below it. We are on the MACD. Oh, getting some strength. Here we go. I would really love to drive through that MACD. And this is on AMC. MULN's coming up off of its lows still. CEI is not at where it was, but it's still up. BBIG is kind of, I mean, I don't have the chart up, but it might be barcoding. Not sure. GME is kind of at 148.50, just chilling in that neighborhood. We are now getting some support off of 48. It came down, tapped the 48, and now we got some green. So let's see what we got. SPY is up. It's only up like $1.50, 0.4% ish. TLT is up. Qs are down. Bitcoin is still above 41.5. Very important level, 41.5 on Bitcoin. 3,100 on ETH is important. IWM is at 203.33, and its largest holding is negative on the day. Very, very peculiar, especially when the advancing versus declining is heavily outweighing the declining. That might have been a short right there, by the way. Just the way that it pushed down. Might have came back down to support to move upwards. Very strong possibility. Could be like a cup and handle type setup. Let's see. And you get sucked back up to that 48 though. Yep, we're going to the 48. Oh, come on. MULN's at 158. 57. They're really trying to grind it. TLT still slightly up. Q's slightly moving up. Okay. It just, if you guys are watching, like, look at that clear trend change. Like, you can see, like, and I am on a 1 minute chart, so like I know like a lot of people use 5 minute charts to confirm, but I like to be in faster than everybody else. So I start on a 1 minute, and it helps me judge structures. It also helps me look at wicks because I like to know about wicks. And then I confirm later on a 5, like depending on how heavy I'm going into a position, realistically. We're crossing the MACD and the 48 right now on AMC. So now we are in between the 48 and the VWAP. 148.40 on GameStop, 253 on BBIG. I wish that'd go up. 157.5 on MULN. Coming back down to a buck on CEI. It's at 101. IWM is still tanking along at 203.26. So it's still going. We are getting another three little soldiers right there. Okay, we get the follow through. We are getting some follow through. We are at the VWAP right now, 1790 on AMC. Let's see if other memes get it too. I mean, we know they move together usually, so let's see if they pop. Okay, so we just poked our head above VWAP. I don't know if we're going to be able to hold it, but we poked our head above it. We're pushing. Decent volume right here too. For those of you that do not know, VWAP is volume weighted average price. And we are above the VWAP, 1795. Very important that we clear this 200 though that we're coming up on. 13 over the 48, EMA. 24 coming up on the 48. We need to get some follow through. Right above that line. GME is at 149.20. Come on, let's go. All right, we finished the candle just above the VWAP. We need to hold that. Push, 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 push. Oh, come on. I feel like I'm talking to a mother delivering a baby again. Push. 24 is coming up to the 48. RSI is 66, 61. We are taking a stall here at the VWAP, it looks like, which is normal. I mean, that's what VWAP is. Heavy, heavy resistance. All right, we just got a nice shove down though. That was a shove. So look and see if we get a nice push up now off that. Here we go. Come on. Up. Up. It could happen in a day if under the right circumstances. So I mean, like you can't guarantee that, you know. But under the right circumstances, I mean, it could happen. Like it could happen in an hour. I mean, look at June 2nd. So like it's hard to. I guess it's hard to say definitively. IMPP, dude. I am not in IMPP. I'm sorry, Tim. I hate looking at things that I'm not in, and then I wish that I was in. It's just not my play. And you know what? Honestly, like I would consider buying the one with personally, if I had faith in the company. Like I don't know if it's just like a squeeze and that's it, or like you believe in like the company itself. But like if I believed in the company itself, I'd be buying the preferreds that offer dividends as well. But that's just me. 203.68 on IWM. I'm gonna take a look at MULN real quick. Are we barcoding under 200? So we have decent volume. Oh no, we're kind of stair stepping. So we got hit until 10:05, like everything else except for CEI. CEI got to run it until 10:05. Now it looks like we're getting some support here, consolidated. Might make a move upward here, actually. I am gonna keep an eye on AMC just because of the calls that I have. $203.5 on IWM. Up a full percentage point. SPY's up. Q's down. What's Tesla doing? Down 25 bucks. That might run at the end of the day though too. What's Viking doing? Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Happy I bought that again. That was like the one responsible decision that I did, was I bought BlackRock. Oh, look at that. 3. Dude, I had so many of these. That makes me want to cry. Oh, I had so much of it. I dumped it early. Oh. Sorry. Oh, it's all right. That sucks though. Yeah, I know it's an oil squeeze stock, but like after what we read today about CEI, about them withholding 500 million shares because of like a situation, but they don't even have 5 million or 500 million shares. But they're getting close to it with the dilution from Viking, it sounds like, from what I was able to understand. I mean, we're still missing 25 million shares from somewhere, but I don't like that. That tells me that I like Viking. I like playing Viking on that, to be quite honest, because chances are Viking's going to get sucked up towards CEI, or they'll meet in the middle somewhere. Like say CEI goes ballistic with like because of gamma, or like say that there's a gamma squeeze on it or short squeeze. Vikings gonna have to catch up to that, and Vikings cheaper than that right now. So yeah, it's an OTC stock. So like if you're gonna transact, you just transact in bulk. You know what I mean? But to me, that made sense to, I guess, divvy up. And then I actually had extra money left over that I was able to use on leverage for MULN. So like I'm okay with that. So like I still have the same amount of exposure to the play, but I was also able to lever up on another play I like. And MULN is getting a candle here too. Headed up towards the VWAP. Let's see what we could do. VWAP and resistance support line. We just hit VWAP. We need to hold that. Good day there, Christ is King. Just because he is risen is in here as well. Well, not just because of that, but I actually had the same talk with him the other day. I just don't talk politics or religion in chat. So just let's just avoid just to avoid pissing anybody else off. Like, I don't know. This is an anti-drama place. It is all about making money and calling out plays and doing TA. That's your buddy? Cool. Glad you guys are friends. I'm glad that we're friends. Let's see. Any plays that you are in that you would like me to look at? I'm gonna have to let my dog in a second as well. But are there any plays that you're in that you would like me to, take a gander at? BBIG, AMC. Okay, so yeah, I'm heavy on AMC options this week. I'm actually heavy on all, like, I'm heavy on, webull. Hold on a second. And then I gotta let my dog in, actually, after I fix those two. Okay, close program. 1 second. All right, let me let my dog in while this is loading. Sorry. Life with two dogs, man. Life with two dogs. So remember T+2, and the earnings call was 2 days ago, right? So these have been like volume starved as well. There was a trend change at about 10:05 that I ID'd. It seems like we caught it here too. There was a trend change, and I noticed a lot of call buying. In AMC is where I did that DD, but you know how they usually follow each other quite often. But like this was running, and it stopped at 10:05, and these were getting hit hard, and then that stopped at 10:05. And AMC, in my eyes, does not make sense going down with IWM going up, just because it's the largest holding in IWM. It just doesn't make sense to me. We are twisting up on the MACD though. That's promising. We need to get over that VWAP. As far as BBIG goes, I am very, very heavily into it. Because I see it like a squeeze inside of a squeeze, just because of the TIE dividend. I wish that they gave a date on the phone, but they said Q2, right? They said Q2, so basically we're waiting for somebody to front run. Because once one large institution starts getting into it, like heavy, then chances are other ones are going to want to follow. So then they're not like the ones like left behind. Sorry, I didn't mean to click that. Oh, one second. I had to message my group chat real quick. Got to keep the morale up. Got to keep the morale up. Red days are they're strenuous, right? But I mean, like I was able to get some, like I was able to DCA a little bit. I was able to snipe some calls. Like, oh my dude, Tide is like to me, Tide is the reason why I'm still in the play. Although, even without Tide, I'm not an economist or a financial advisor, to be very clear. But even without Tide, I would make an argument that that Zash Media, which is BBIG, is undervalued. Like they own a percentage of TikTok. They own Lemotive, like 100%, which is TikTok's largest competitor. So like let's say that TikTok gets banned in the US, because under a Republican that might happen. Then Lemotive could operate using TikTok's algorithm, theoretically. I'm sure that they could strike a deal because they own a percentage of the company to get the algorithm. I mean, it would only make sense. If it makes money, it makes sense. That's the way I look at things. But then they also do other things too. Like that's something to keep in mind. They also do other things. All right, let's see here. I mean, like, yeah, so like, and that's without any kind of. I agree. I agree 100%. But they also do other things as well. So like, I listen to EDM music personally, right? Like this is Peekaboo. He's an EDM artist. But like, they do like more mainstream artists, basically. Like they like go to like EDC and like stuff like that. Judging by like please don't take offense to this. Judging by your guys' names, I don't know if that is really your crowd. But regardless, it's a very big like space to be in front of. And if they're going to go ahead and they're like, they just seem like a disruptor company to me. You know what I mean? And then with Cryptide is like the way I see things with GameStop, for instance. So like the dividend, right? So we're for every 10 BBI shares or BBIG shares, we're going to get one Tide share. There's only 19 million float, so chances are that that might end up getting squeezed at some point. People probably aren't going to paper hands BBIG as much because they're going to want to keep for Tide, which might make the squeeze on that higher, which is why I buy calls on BBIG as well, as having straight stock. And then you like different word. No, I hear you, dude. Yeah, I mean, this channel is accepting of everybody. I think that's one of my favorite things about that community is like it doesn't matter like who you are, what you do, as long as you're a cool person, you've like got a good vibe, like you'll generally fit in no matter what. Like it's pretty cool. And like once you like grow like a rave fam, um, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Just gonna bust that right now. I don't even know why I wasted my time drawing that. I'd like it to. Do I think it's going to? I'm unsure. Like even with cryptocurrency, right? Like I don't. Do you mess with crypto or no? Because like if so, then I have like a little mini spiel. If not, then I don't really want to waste my time on it. I think that'd be a waste. I don't want to waste your time on it either. But if you do mess with cryptocurrency, then I'd like to inform you about something that if the dark pool bothers you, this might bother you as well. $250 on BBIG. IWM is at 203. Dog at the door. I gotta go get it in a minute. I know, I constantly go to my door. It's terrible. Not really. Okay. But I won't. It's not worth me getting into it because I'm heavy into it. So it's like I get a little bit heated just because of the current economic situation. You want to get back in? Okay. Let me let my dog in and then we'll have a conversation. 1 second. Ah, I'm back. All right, so you know how like the U.S. dollar is inflating at record highs? Like I'm sure that you're well aware that it's like at like 40-year highs, right? MULN's at 9% down. I kind of want that to go down a little bit so that I can buy more. I don't know if you're there, so I don't want to just like go on a tangent if you're not there. That's why I'm asking you. Let's see, 250 on BBIG. AMC's okay. Oh, you're there? What's up, dog? You know all about my cryptocurrency rant, though. I'm not paying attention to Netflix or like, cause I see Netflix like I see Facebook. I think that was a like a carefully orchestrated planned like attack in order to go ahead and pad margin. That's the way I see it. Like I might wait until like if it's at the bottom, like when I think it's at the bottom. Here, I'll just actually throw it up on here. When I think it's at the bottom, I might do like a lotto call on it to the upside. Oh, dude, Kramer. Oh, he makes me so mad. Okay, that might be the bottom. If it depends where this wraps. Oh, look how expensive they are, though. Low IVs. Oh, that's so expensive. I can't make money if you don't spend money. Crap. Oh my god, why am I like this? How much were those? What's the all-time high on, or the 52-week high? 52-week high was $700. Jeez. Okay, previous was 3-4. Okay, I might do something a little bit silly here. Sell. Come on. Hold on. Because I like what I'm seeing right this second on the chart. So oh come on, let me buy it. Okay. I just bought one. I bought one call. Now you're gonna have me looking at Netflix all day. God dang it. I don't. I think that was a carefully orchestrated sell-off in order to screw a lot of people. Just like I think Twitter's gonna go up. Because if not, then realistically we could, as long as the stock price is under 54, where Elon offered to buy, then technically we could sue Twitter if you're a holder, because then it would be a fiduciary responsibility to make the share price worth $54. At least that's the way I understand it. And the reason why I bought this was the MACD's twisting up, even though the RSI is low, right? Is a higher low, and that just looks like it's starting to like come back around a little bit on me. I don't know how long I'm going to be in the play. I'm not saying I'm going to be in there long. But if it runs, like I can make a lot of money on it, like a lot of money. I mean, like the only reason it went down, I think, is because of the the pulling out of Russia. Like, okay, other businesses did that too. McDonald's did that. Did McDonald's report earnings yet? Because chances are they might do the same thing. I mean, any business that had business in Russia, they're going to have disappointing earnings if they pulled out, like most of these companies did. And that's not financial advice; it's just common sense. Obviously, if you're losing like a place of business, you know you're going to have less subscribers. Also, if an economy is struggling, you're going to have less subscribers as well. So Russia is definitely struggling economic-wise with all the sanctions, I bet. Baby, come on. I need a green candle here. or I might get out of that position. I'm like, I got in this position like a little bit scared. Like, this is a really risky position that I'm in. I mean, you do you. You trade you trade how you do. Like, I can't control any of that. You know what I mean? I bought a call because I believe that the company is worth more. And look at the 52-week high. Look at the closing price. I think that this was an overreaction to the earnings call. And now that I think that it found its bottom at 10:05, well, in that neighborhood-ish, like everything else, like AMC, GME, it's kind of like the same thing. Like I'm putting my money where my mouth is on that. Did I think that it's going to twist up? What's Bitcoin at? That's important. SPY. Qs are down. That's probably because of Netflix right now. Oh, okay. A little bit down. Looks like it's trying to trend up, though. It's important that this goes up. It'll drag the SPY with it, most likely. Come on. See how, like, and also another reason why I bought this is see this, like, standard support line that comes with the pivot points when you turn pivot points on? See how it's just curling around that and the EMAs? Consolidation. Now run up to this, which would be the VWAP. What up, billionaire? This is such a risky play right now. Jeez, I can't believe you guys talked me into this. I'm blaming you. No, I'm just kidding, but because I hate when people do that crap on my stream. But I mean, I saw an opportunity and I took it. Because I think if this moves, it's going to move very quickly and very violently. And I see a lot more advancing versus declining. And like I said, I see the trend change right there where other things had a trend change. Overreactions. Like this just got like approval over in Asia. I don't know why that's down. Tesla's under a rack right now. I'm just gonna hold it though, I think. Hopefully we twist up on the MACD right here. Sorry, I forgot that I have like two phones here. I gotta charge one. Sorry, I'm not covering any of this stuff right now, but now I'm in a really risky options play here on Netflix. Like a really risky options play. I was not expecting this. Oh, come on. 81.5 in volume. With XRP, I mean, I just compound interest on it. I mean, like, I don't even pay attention to it. Like, sometimes, like, I'll come on here and I'll, like, look at the chart. I can't do that right this second. Like, I would do it after, like, market hours. I'll look at... Other than, like... Sorry. Other than, like... Unless I saw something going parabolic. Other than, like, Bitcoin to judge where, like, this... I believe that the SPY might move. I try to stay away from cryptocurrency during market hours. But I have it charted where like it looks like it should break out pretty soon. I mean, I'm not saying that my charts are accurate, obviously, because who knows. But it's kind of funny that that lines up with the IMF meeting right now. I find that kind of funny. See how that was barely green? Like that just like this is just consolidating so much. And there's so much more advancing than declining right here. Let's see. Look at the volume. Look at the 250s. What do I have? I have 235s. So like to answer your question, I don't know if I made profit on XRP. Like I made XRP by having it compounding interest. As far as it going up or down, I mean it's been like around like the same price level. TLT or SPY is literally flat. Bitcoin is at 41.1. 4,130, but same thing. MULN is at 154. BBIG is at 247. AMC is at 1772. GME is at 147. Pleased with the green candle? Yes, please. Oh, I hope this busts up. Bust up. Like that just looks like bullish to me. I don't know. Going for the MACD cross. I don't think it'll make any large movements until after the 200 though. So it might take a minute. Turn green. Yeah, stay green. Turnover is 18%. Average volume is 8 million. It's done 10 times that already. All right, so here's my plan. If I hit on this option, I'm going to profit take my original investment, and then I'm going to roll up into further options. That way, I'm playing with house money, and I could buy back what I just sold because I didn't even want to sell it. That what I just sold was like it was like a real estate play. I mean, you do. See, I can't tell you what to do. I'm playing it the other way. That's all I could say. I give you that disclaimer as I'm playing it the other way. What you do with your money is totally up to you. The IV for the calls though were really, really low considering the circumstances. I was expecting for the IV to be like through the roof. It was only like 110. What I don't know where the here, I'm gonna click off super quick. All right, so is that 110 when I bought it? What are the puts at? I mean, still pretty low IV. Look at the percentages on the puts that people made. Oh my god. Hopefully it goes back the other way. Then I'll be thanking you guys for making me, like consider taking a position. And let's not call out. I'm actually gonna delete that. Nothing against you, dog. I just don't want to have want to have strike prices on my thing, on chat and stuff. Like I just don't want to have strike prices on there. I know I accidentally said it because I was looking at them, and I apologize for doing that. That was an accident. But yeah, I don't want to have. I want to try to keep that to an absolute bare minimum. Like if I slip up and say it, okay, it was an accident. I don't want to make it like a thing that we do. You know what I mean? And I hope you're not mad at me, but it's the way things got to be. At least for me to last on here. If not, they'll, YouTube will try to snip me probably. All right, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I mean, I had a profit on it already, and it barely even moved. CEI is at $1. 1773 on AMC, 146.97 on GME, 153 on MULN. Oh my gosh. 83 million volume, 83 and a half. What time is it? It's 11:30, so a market's about to close. I think Europe's about to close. So does the bottom fall out, or do we get a jump? Or maybe that's 12:30. I forget. Jesus, why am I having brain fart? What time does the London Stock Exchange close? In EST, I should say. To 11:30. Okay. Yeah, so they just closed. So London just closed, which means that we might see a big move here in Netflix. Might see a big move in a lot of things. I mean, I noticed that when the UK closes, sometimes we have huge trend changes. Not saying that this will be one of the times, but it's almost like the US banks are trying to screw the European banks. It's kind of like every man for themselves, you know? This is just really tight price movement. Up, 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 above 225. Come on. Good luck to you. I'm playing in the opposite direction. So, if I start freaking out on live stream, I'm sorry. And I don't mean, I don't mean to rub it in. If it goes in my favor. And I hope that you would do the same, you'll do me the courtesy of not rubbing it in if it goes in your favor. Oops. Come on. Uh-oh, we are getting a little bit of a curl down on that MACD. I don't think it's strong enough to curl down though. I think it's just consolidating on that line, and it's gonna pop up because I think it was an overreaction. Open interest. Okay. Why aren't these? I don't know why the the open interest isn't popping up on here. Hold on 1 second. What is going on here? I don't want my call to. What the hell? Okay. Wait, this is my call. This isn't the. There we go. Sorry, I was like struggling there for a second. Yeah, I got a call, dude. Like I'm playing this in the opposite direction as you because I think it was an overreaction. But you shouldn't trade. This is what I'm talking about. Like, please do not trade. Like, try to follow my trades. Please don't. I am not a perfect trader by any means whatsoever. Not like I'm very, 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 very far from being a perfect trader. In fact, I wish I was a perfect trader. So if I was a perfect trader, I'd be a millionaire and I wouldn't be on YouTube right now. I think that this was a. Oh, look, we're starting to twist here on the MACD. I think that this was a orchestrated sell-off because I mean you saw the percentage changes in the like for earnings, right? So like I think it was an orchestrated sell-off, okay? Because obviously they're going to lose subscribers because of the whole Russia thing and pulling out of business in Russia. And now I think that they're going to go ahead and they're going to like bring it back to an actual value as opposed to having an overreaction. Like its all-time high is 700, I believe it said. And it closed at like 340, what, 348 yesterday? Previous close, 348. More than $100. That's wild. God, this needs to do something already. Like, even if I lose, just do something already. Just knock on wood that I don't, but pick a direction. This consolidating just kind of stinks. It is above the MACD, though, which I do like on my end. So if you have a put, then you obviously want the opposite of what I want. Come on. Once it gets a big enough shove from somebody with enough money, all somebody has to do, and this is obviously not financial advice, even though I got a guy in here named Billion, somebody with that type of money could go and drop like a couple $1 million in like an in the money call and force so much gamma pressure that they would have to delta hedge like millions of shares. Excuse me. They would have to hedge like millions of shares, and then it would the price would go up. Or I mean, it could work in the opposite direction, and they could throw it in puts, and it could go in your direction. I just think that as a company, while everybody's still chilling at home, besides if you live in Russia, of course, I still think that you're going to pay for your Netflix account. Just because you are spending more time at home, in my humble opinion. And I could be very wrong about that. My call's up even though the price has gone down. That's just from the IV going up on it. Come on. Look at this, just on top of everything. All the EMAs right on top of each other. Except for 200. 200's up there. That hasn't obviously caught up yet. It is catching up. I didn't even want to watch this. Look what you guys made me do. I'm just bagging, but like... The last thing I had on my mind was watching Netflix today. I thought BBIG would do something nice after T+2 after the earnings call. To be quite honest. I want to see if SST is doing anything. Slightly down. Come on, give me a candle. Give me a nice candle. Alright, here we go. I think we're getting an uptrend in price now. Going to the positive side. Move, 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 move. That VWAP is right there too. Come on. Oh, shot down a little bit. It's fighting. It's fighting that 224 level. Dude, I'm playing it the opposite way right this second. I'm waiting for this to bust up. Just because this happened right here, that happened like right around the same time that all of like CEI started a downtrend, and then these found their floors. So it just so happens to line up at the same time, which is, I mean, that's not like, it doesn't make sense. I think that this was just like how the Facebook sell-off happened. I think that this was a planned event where they were like, okay, well, this is how we'll make money. And now I think that they're going to reverse track and like kind of meet in the middle a little bit. I'm not going to hold a call overnight though. I don't think. If I make a crap ton of money on it, I might. But that's risky business. It's fighting for 224. It's just been battle. It's going back and forth between 223 and 224, and it is on top of all of the EMAs except for the 200. 200's right there, obviously. But it's literally so tight I can't even like zoom in. MACD is twisting upwards though. RSI is neutral at like 49. And I think that there were more calls being bought than there were puts when I looked. Should probably look again. Look at that, 3 million shares at 250. Okay. Ooh. See, they have, I don't know, they have more room, I guess, and they have more in volume. For some reason, open interest isn't popping up on Webull. Maybe it'll pop up on my other screen. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. Hold on a second. Okay, there's a lot of money on the 220 puts. There's a lot of money on the 230 calls and the 240 calls. There's a hell of a lot more money on the 240 calls than there are like deep in the money puts. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we have trouble at 250. If we get that high, I think either we explode at 250 or we get shot down at 250. And then as far as the put side goes, at 210, there's a lot of that's volume, open interest. Out of the money open interest, there's really not that many. And on the call side, which is kind of scary, there's really not that many either. Although it says 0 open interest on this, and I have one, so that makes no sense at all. Why is the option chain being screwed up? It shouldn't be like that. Yeah, it's saying 0 open interest to where I have one, so now I can't even trust that option chain. That sucks. Oh, man. So that's where it bottomed out before, somewhere in that neighborhood, within a couple cents. So I have that for my record. Okay. That's going to turn red so that I know when I want to exit approximately, if it goes in my direction. Which right now it's not, but we'll see. It is also oversold though, so we got to keep that in mind. It's 33 on the RSI, 32 on the RSI. Might get some support right there as well. It's where I had a previous low to 220, 32. Hold on a second. I know I'm being very particular, guys. This is just a high dollar play. Not saying the other ones aren't, but like this is like one option. With a lot of people in it, a lot of high dollar people. I'm still keeping an eye on the meme plays because I do have a lot of calls there. All right, come on, let's get a reverse now. Get that support off 220. Now go. All right, now we're technically oversold. We're at 29 on the RSI. 29.2. All right, shoot up now. Come on. $220. Come on, I need to go up. It's got a 27 on the RSI. I don't think this is gonna last. That's just my opinion, though. And the MACD is starting to turn around. GME's still at 148.50, and AMC's at the key level of 17.80. Oh my god. Here we go. Come on. Let's get a nice curl. No offense there, King. I kind of feel bad that I'm playing like against you, but I had the position first. I'm playing with you though. I mean, like whatever you decide to do, you decide to do. It's such a volatile play. Oh my god. If somebody were to play this over tonight and it were to revert, those percentages that you saw would be just as high to the upside. Maybe even higher. Depending on how, like, they a multitude of different factors. So just keep that in mind. Like, they could try to do it, like, both ways. $148.02 on GameStop. 1778 on AMC. 33 on the RSI on Netflix. Oh, this is not my favorite version of Netflix and chill. Definitely not. My head is in a totally different place. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on here. Sorry. I got like dad jokes for days, even though I'm not a dad. All right, Bitcoin's now 41,230. It was at 41.1 earlier, just a little bit ago. So it's good to see some strength there. 1779 on AMC, 247 on BBIG, 155 on MULN. 98 cents on CEI after ripping to come out of the gate. Come on, twist up, baby. You have all those EMAs right in front of you. Like a vacuum cleaner, I want to see. Sorry, King. My bad, but... $148 on GME. AMC's at 1780. These are key levels that they're at, just so everybody knows. And we're coming up on noon, by the way. Also, wait, let me check and see what home sales were at before, because that was today. They were talking about home sales, I believe. U.S. homes, 27 on the RSI. All right, so our crude oil inventories are supposedly better than expected. That's probably why CEI shot down at 10 o'clock. That's exactly why it would just shot down at 10 o'clock, actually. Existing home sales were literally 1,000 less than expected. They are down from the prior month's report, though. That's something to... It slipped 2.7% compared to last month. I'm sorry, I'm reading something about the IMF thing. Okay, so 4 hours ago, somebody from the IMF said, IMF warns of further market sell-offs as central banks adjust policy. That's the title on Forex Factory under the IMF meeting, like little button that you click. And that was said 4 hours ago by, it looks like a gentleman. I'm not going to play it because I can't have audio because I might get DMCA'd. Also, there's a G20 meeting today. I forgot to mention. I think that's today. Or is it tomorrow? Wait. Yeah, it's today. It's an all-day event. G20 meeting. Probably about to talk about the Ukraine. So that's 20 countries. But then there's a G7, which I would argue is a little bit more important than the G20. Now, these are bankers from... Now the G7 is obviously, like, that's dropping it from 20 representatives to 7. Canada, Italy, France, Germany, Japan, the UK, and the US. Okay. That's an all-day meeting. And it's a policy-making decision. Like that's what they do. They make policy-making decisions at those meetings, which are huge. I mean, they could impact a lot of different things. Come on, reverse up. Son of a bitch. $203.20, yet AMC's down on IWM. GME's at 147.91. BBIG's at 247. CEI is at 97 cents. Fix is at 20. So SPY's at 446. If it rips, watch 449. And I do not mean to like take the play. I'm just saying, like, if it does change its course. Bitcoin is seeming to rise very, very slowly. And the Qs are down. But Bitcoin just turns way the hell around, we might see some fireworks there. MULN's at 151. That's so cheap in my opinion for MULN. Just under 148 on GameStop. I gotta grab a drink real quick, guys. I didn't print a paycheck. God dang. This is just painful that it's literally just like consolidating like it is. MACD finally wants to spin up. Let's see what we could do here. No, get above 219. Come on. I want to see 220 is what I want to see. There we go. Come on. Push, 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 push. I'm birthing a baby again. There's so much volume going into this. We're at 90 million now. With just under 90 mil. Like my call is up, even though I have lost. Like it's gone down, and the price has gone down in volume or in value, but my call has gone up in value just because of the amount, like the IV probably pumping. You guys like told me about it, like reminded me about it, like at the perfect time. It sounds like, as far as IV is concerned. Today, Thursday or Friday? Oh, yeah, today's Wednesday. Okay, good. I meant today Wednesday or Thursday, not Thursday or Friday. Pardon me. Let's see. Over 90 mil in volume. MACD twisting. RSI curling up. 41 on the RSI. Finally. 220. Now we're pumping a little bit. Let's get over 221. Come on, baby. Push. 220 and a half. All right, now we're on some EMAs here. You got me distracted playing this. AMC's at 1788. GME's at 148. Netflix is at 219. Come on, you son of a gun. I might like strangle this or something at a higher price, just so I could play. Like I could potentially play it both ways. Instead of being like close to the money. Whoa. These are pretty cheap. Maybe I might do that, actually. I didn't realize how cheap those calls were. A small reversion. This is, yeah. Man, what do I want to sell? What do I want to sell? Well, hell, you know what? I sold the other ones. I might as well sell the preferreds too. How much are these? It's a lot more expensive. Okay, got one. And how much money do I have left? Okay, 17. Okay, I'm doing some reckless stuff over here. I probably shouldn't be doing that. So I bought a few calls. I don't really want to disclose exactly at what price, just because it's too soon. But I still feel strongly that this is going to revert. And yeah, I still feel strongly that this is going to revert, and they're dirt cheap. I mean, it closed at 348. So, like, if you play like a reversion, like you don't even have to go up to like what it closed at yesterday. Like you could go like way under that, and they're like literally like $1, $2, $3. So I figured I might as well YOLO some and screw it. I have one that's really close to the money though. That's the one I'm worried about. I'd like to pull that. I like for it to start rolling, and then for me to be able to like roll that up the chain how I normally play calls. And then if I hit on my lottos, then I hit on my lottos. I'm not really concerned about those. Like I buy lottos thinking like I don't care if I lose them, basically. Coming back on AMC and GameStop, 1796 on AMC and 148.66. It's a very, very boring chart. Let's see this real quick. Looks like we're getting a little bit of strength in GameStop. AMC is looking jumpy, actually. AMC's coming up on the 200. I might have to do this real quick. Look at the price there. We have a 13 zone, or excuse me, the price action is going at the 200 right now. It's going for its fourth attempt at the 200. And the 24 is over the VWAP. Hit the 48 and then go. I'm like also keeping my the corner of my eye on that. Oh, come on, get above that VWAP. 48. 48. Tesla's eating it right now. If I was going to sell it, I would have sold it earlier. Okay, so let's see. That's like a cup and hand, like a failed cup and handle almost, off of an inverse head and shoulders, or I don't know what you'd want to call that really. It's like a V-shaped recovery. I don't know. I'm kind of bullish on this. The MACD's gonna twist up. RSI's at 485. Come on, let's go. All right, so we got 13 and the 24 on top of the VWAP, and it's getting support at the 48. We're talking about AMC here. 1785. Getting some green, getting some candle. Let's go. Back above that VWAP. MULN's getting smoked. 151 in MULN. Still getting some green. Pushing, and we just hit the VWAP. We need some demand in AMC. We need some demand ASAP. Come on. Netflix just wants to chill at 220. Kind of aggravating. Getting a candle on AMC, 1790. Another candle. And buyers step in. We're at the VWAP. And 13 and 24. Over the 48. In between. And then the 200's at about 18 bucks. Which is a key level for AMC. And I lied before about 1780. It's 1772. I do apologize. That's where my key level is, at least. I kind of want to draw a line, but it might pop it before I... you know what? I keep saying that. I should just do it, and if it happens, it happens. It actually beat on EPS. Whoa. Wait a minute. Netflix beat on earnings. They lost because of the... What's it called? They lost because of fewer subscribers because of Russia, but all businesses are going to lose a little bit of business if they're pulling out of a country. But they beat on earnings. What now? They beat pretty big too. Estimated was 289. They beat by what, 60 some cents? That's wild. Yeah, I'm definitely bullish on that. I'm not telling you guys what to do. Just saying. I'm going to draw some speculation lines because that's what I do. We're getting some candles on AMC here. That's totally not how you draw at all. Again, I'm just speculating. Going up towards 200. Come on. GME is at 148.97. AMC's at 1790. BBIG is at 245. MULN's at 150. Wow. And Netflix is at 220 and a half. If any of you are playing Netflix. Let's go AMC. Come on, I have a lot of calls on you. Don't disappoint. What's Bitcoin doing? SPY is pretty much flat. Qs are down. Bitcoin is at 41.1. ETH is at about 3,060 right now. This is just consolidating right here. AMC. It's consolidating. It is below the 200 though, which I do not like. Could easily bust above it, but right now it's under it. Netflix just hit 221 briefly, stayed there, and then it came back down to 220. So we're going to try 221 again. It hits it and then it bounces right back down. 149.21 on GameStop. 240, well, just under 247 on BBIG. MULN is 150.5. CEI is like a dollar and a tenth of a penny. Come on. $149.37 on GameStop. That's down 2.03%. And AMC obviously is 17.88. I wish there was a way for me to. Hold on a second. Can I? Okay, edit this like much easier. Wait. Create alert. No. I want to order the. I always forget how to freaking do this. Is it in here? No, come on. Aha. How do I move this? Sorry, guys. This is for the better, the greater good. This is so we could watch everything all at once. I know I have a lot of things on my watch list. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. There we go. Now we're lit. What the hell? You guys saw that, right? Like, I'm not crazy. Come on. I don't know why that digital, but DWAC would be right there. What the? This is actually aggravating. Okay, that's not working. I tried. See, will it work to the upside? Worked halfway. That's BS. Sorry, guys. We're almost done. I thought I'd be able to put it in a place where everybody could see all at once, but I was wrong. UVX, that I always have that up here. What? That just totally screwed my whole system. So this update just sucks on webull. I need to see if they updated it again yet to fix these bugs. Alright, that's not bad. Okay. What's that MACD doing? Price is literally not doing anything. It's just consolidating on top of everything. Okay. Looks like CEI is getting a little bit of ground. MULN's down 11% right now. GME's at 148.97. AMC's at 17.81. It's kind of forming like a cup and handle if I'm like seeing this correctly. Like I have this line here from where its previous low was, where the price is kind of sitting right now, like around 220ish. And then it hit a low of 218. And now it's just kind of sitting there on top of the MACD slightly. It's like on the MACD. RSI is 50. I don't know, that might be like a mini cup and handle. I freaking hope. 149.15 on GameStop. IWM's at 202.86. Now remember, this is the level that I believe that it opened the day at. Yeah, it opened the day right around this range. So above this green line, it very well may gap fill towards where it closed at yesterday. Not saying the entire way, but it could make a move towards that. Statistically, there is a chance. GME's at 148.72. AMC's at 17.81. Not doing much today. They're just kind of chilling. They're chilling, and there are some big dogs right now throwing a lot of money at Netflix. But like the YOLO, like the gap fill calls, like if you wanted to try to play it like by like a stat number, they're relatively cheap. Like somewhere like under $300, like they're not that bad in my opinion. The IVs on them might be jacked now. I mean, I haven't checked in a little while, but before they were like pretty affordable. Like I don't know, 265. They're $30. Ain't bad. 300s are like $6. And hell, it closed at 348. Twitter is now negative. See, I have a feeling that like Tesla's gonna have some kind of surprise announcement or something about Elon, because Elon is now the largest shareholder of Twitter. I feel like they're gonna have some kind of announcement of some kind of deal or something. Kind of makes me want to do something even stupider, or more stupid, I should say. And see, now I sound like I'm stupid just for saying like that. Let's see. So YOLO to say that you think that it's going to go back to $1,000, right? This is literally a YOLO. It's a 2-day play. Would cost $2,750 right now. Which I think is pretty wild. IWM's at 203. Let's see if the AMC will do anything. AMC's at 1782. Oh, my bad. I had the chat screen down and I had to message people. Oh, no, he's messaging here anyway. $149.53 on GameStop. I really like GameStop because of the cost to borrow. Like the cost to borrow is substantially higher than it usually is. No, no, not you're not going outside just because you hurt someone. She's a really large attention W word. Here. 149.54 on GameStop, 1782 on AMC. All right, let me let my dog out super quick. Uh, 149.60, 149.39 on GameStop, 1783 on AMC, 51 on MULN. God dang. $223 on Netflix. I want to see what the. Hold on a second. I think I see a chat over there. Give me 1 second. Dude, good snipe, in my opinion. I was thinking about buying more, but like I'm heavily into this Netflix potential trade. Because I mean, just look at the gap fill opportunity. It's literally right there, and the 200's right there. I mean, the only reason why it's down is because of Russia. Like, it doesn't even have to get up to what's it called? It doesn't even have to get up to where it was for me to make a substantial amount of money for dirt cheap because the calls are so freaking cheap. I just have to get a little bit of a reversion, and that green line right there indicates like the or near the open at least. Like I mean, I could tell you now because like now it's like afterwards. I have 300 calls, right? Literally $6, or yeah, I paid $6 for. I have a 330. I mean, just in case it fully goes up to like where it was, I bought it for $3. No, sorry, $2.50 because I pay 51 cents for option, so it was a $2 option. My calls are starting to go on the money now. I have a 235 call. That's the closest one I have. You got me beat on average, I think. My average is I have 5,351 at 166 now. And that's not that like I have a lot of calls. Like a lot of calls that are supposed to expire, which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I'm waiting for that stab to come up and start gap filling because like after the acquisition, like it's like nobody paid attention to that news. But there's so many gaps in it, and it's so cheap that like the percentage gains could be crazy. $149.58 on GameStop, $17.81 on AMC, $2.46 on BBIG, $150.50 on MULN, 99 cents on CEI. Come on, give me another green one. Finish on a green one. There's 30 seconds left on this candle. IWM is at 203.23. And again, AMC is the largest holding within that ETF. So realistically, it should be getting some strength there. It's a lot easier to go up necessarily when IWM is green. This candle's going to finish in 2 seconds. Oh, not a technical buy-in indicator. It's looking good on the MACD though. It is overbought, 220 or 75 on the RSI, but still showing strength. Oh my god, the 30 minutes show. See, I think everything's gonna go at once. So like I have so many MULN positions that like I bought more today when it was at like 155, I think. Yeah, I think it's at like 155 or 154 is like when I DCA'd in, and then like I wish like 5 minutes later I was like, ah, crap, I could have got even like a even better deal, but it is what it is. What's a penny or two, I guess. I mean, I can't tell you how to trade. You do you. I see MULN as a like a long-term investment. Like, what if MULN? All right, so you know how MULN has like a 600-mile battery, right? What if they license that out and they provide it to other like large car or manufacturers that are looking for that type of like that type of range, and they also just signed a deal with EVgo as a partnership, which I've been talking about for quite a while. Like if they license out their battery and start putting it in other cars, like I'm gonna bring up this because they just got the vehicle planning, like the strategic planner from Tesla. What if Tesla wanted to improve their battery like length, right? And they started licensing batteries and buying it straight off MULN. Imagine what would happen to that. I mean, yeah, it would be very, very nice. But like, if their battery is that far ahead of the game, I mean, not only are their cars and the Fortune 500 company a good catalyst, but like, I think a licensing deal with like a bigger brand would be even like an even bigger catalyst. That's why I'll flip calls on it, but my straight stock, like I'm just chilling on. I'll DCA when I can. Like today was a DCA day for me. Like I wish I was able to DCA now. I wish I didn't spend all that money that I did right now on, but here we are. 149.82 on GME. I want to see a reverse. SPY is green. IWM is green. TLT's up, actually, like a percent net, 1.2. Qs are down 1.2. So the Qs are taking it on the chin. Bitcoin is now up to 41.3. So it's up higher than it has been. Come on. But do you see what I mean about like the possibilities of MULN? I mean, it's not just like it's not just their like the cars or the vans. It's like the whole like the battery itself, and they're doing the R&D like in house. Like that's important. Like the fact that they're doing R&D in house, like to me, that's like one of the most important parts. So that I mean that news was excellent to hear, in my opinion. I really need this to swing up. I gotta let my dog in again. One sec. Let's see. 149.76 on GameStop, 1782 on AMC, just over 150 on MULN. IWM's at 203.27. VIX is down 4% to 20.35. SPY is now at 446. Qs might be fighting back along with Bitcoin. I hope so. I believe that Netflix is in NASDAQ. GME is at 150. Back down. Hit 150 though. The low today was 212. When was the last time that it was this low? I can't even tell what that is. 252. Okay. So man. Oh, that's insane. $150.48 on GameStop, $17.91 on AMC. Are we getting some Bitcoin? 41,350 on Bitcoin. $150.49 on GameStop, $17.89 on AMC, $247 on BBIG. MULN is at 150. $203.30 on IWM. Let's see what SPY's at. SPY's at 446.40. TLT's still climbing. Qs are trying to make their way back, it looks like. And Bitcoin, like I said, is slightly climbing. Alright, so this made it pretty far over the MACD. I'm waiting for this to curl up. We're at 17.95 on AMC, jeez. 151 on GME. So that's starting to move too. Things could get really hectic going here into the afternoon, guys. Very, very hectic. This is going to have to go through the 200, which is slightly above it, along with the VWAP. Again, slightly above it, but it could potentially do that when it wraps around. RSI on 58. GameStop's at 150.88. Nile is. I screwed up my entire watch list. Maybe I could find Nile. SST. It just needs some demand. I bought more SST warrants today. Just because I needed to average down, to be honest with you. You tell me about it and it drops a little bit. It's typical. I know how that is. I just want to see some movement before I click on it. I just have too much money on this play right now. Tell me if it starts to run. Like, tell me if it goes vertical. Hit that button. 151.24 on GameStop. 17.97 on AMC. I don't know what my dog wants again. CEI is at 98 cents. We're gonna get T plus 2 activity on CEI, I think. So in like 2 days, we'll see. I think we'll see some kind of activity. GameStop might try to make a red green move. It's at 151.13. $17.99 on AMC. Is gonna make the move for 18. 151.34 on GameStop. Come on, let's go. Carbo, if you want. All right, Lucky. All right, what's up, bub? 18 on AMC. I'll come here if you want. I don't want to hear. I'm not gonna listen to you cry. What are you doing, buddy? 151.27 on GameStop. 1803 on AMC. Oh, let me let her out. I don't know what she's. What's wrong? What's wrong, babe? Are you okay? Is that all right? What's that? Let's see, 151.31 on GameStop, under a percent down. Okay, 18%, or excuse me, $18 on AMC. Let's see, just under 224 here on Netflix. I don't know if you guys are playing this or not. IWM is 203.44. SPY is 446.26. TLT is unchanged. Qs are pretty much unchanged. Bitcoin slowly crawling up. Trying to judge where these EMAs and stuff are. It's just like range bound in between the 1324 and it looks like the 200 and the VWAP. So just sitting there. Just waiting for that MACD to swing. Once it swings, though, it could get violent pretty quickly. Very, very violent, very quickly. 224.5. There's so many people on this that, like, as soon as I say a price tag, it just moves. MULN's oh my gosh, MULN's down so oh. It's not at my level where I like. It's close, but it's not there. To 24.5. 150, 157 on GameStop, 17.99 on AMC. Okay, 3 in a row. Are we gonna close it out? 226 is where, or yeah, 226 is where it topped out at. Let's see. And some good candles here. New candle. All right, so that's a technical buy-in symbol. That's 3 little soldiers. We are testing the VWAP and the 200 simultaneously here at a region of resistance. So this might be a hard fight. We pop this though. So we're overbought right this second at 227. But honestly, with the right pressure, because of how extreme the sell-off was, we might just keep going. And there's a possibility for a gap fill a little bit above this line here. At the open price. I should put it at the open price. 248. 248. That's close enough. Okay. $151.10 on GameStop. AMC's at 1802. BBIG's at 246. MULN is getting its teeth kicked in. I already DCA'd into it once. 76.44 on the RSI. $226.50. I think this is just the RSI cooling off, to be quite honest. 151.24 on GameStop, 18 on AMC. MULN's at, oh my gosh. Hold on a second. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Okay. So I just DCA'd again to MULN. I had to, 145. The number I was thinking in my head was 150. And then I didn't. And yeah. Alright, back to Netflix. Netflix and chill. What is my average at now? I wonder. I'll print on penny. 227.5. What are we doing here? Look at the RSI. It doesn't even care. 151 on GameStop, 1806 on AMC, 144.5 on MULN. Did I spend all my money on? I did. Yeah, okay. Come on, let's go. Pop. Just pop for me. $78 on the RSI. It's wild. 1811 on AMC. IWM is at 203.5 ish. SPY is at 446.5 and climbing. Well, 446.5, chilling. TLT is climbing. That's not. I'm not great with that. The Qs are climbing though. Oh, what was Bitcoin at? Bitcoin is at 41,360. Look at this RSI. Wild. 76.5. And it's still trying to crank. Come on. MULN's at 143. That's wild. 228.40. Okay. 79 on the RSI. It's funny that this is happening simultaneously as this is happening. At least I think it's funny. 203.61 on IWM. CEI is up 101 now. Down 71 cents on GME now. BBIG is down 7%. I mean, it's only 19 cents realistically, but like, it does sound rough when you say the percentage. Come on. Let's go. 79 on the RSI. Alright, RSI is cooling off a little bit. When I mean off, I mean to 74. These options are so crazy that like this price has barely moved. It's moved like $3, and my one option is up $100 and some dollars. I don't get it, but it's where we're at in life. I do get it because it's option Greeks, but still, the IVs are rising like crazy. But this is starting to get bought back as soon as this is starting to rise, which is just really, really funny to me. Almost like they're trying to make people pick a play. then no, that's not financial advice. So do something stupid. I'm just saying, like, other banks might be picking on other banks that can't be in both plays, and they might try to make them put more resources into one than they could, like, hold down the other one, essentially. Are we gonna get some twist up here already? Let's see. We're at 62 on the RSI. Let's see. Come on, let's get some spin up. 227.30. That RSI's cooled. Can't believe how low MULN is. SPY is still over 446. Bitcoin is still at 41.3 and change, 330. AMC is at 1801. So this looks like it's getting, it's on like the 200 right now. I had to log in real quick again. See, we're in the 225s again. Let's see what we got. We were down to a 46 on the RSI. I wish this would expand more. I feel like I'm like zooming in way too much. Or like I can't zoom in enough. That's such an interesting gap. Okay. All right, twisting up a little bit. We're literally in between all of the EMAs. I have it on my bigger screen now too. It has a 200 a little bit above. Yeah, it's a 200 EMA. Yeah. So the 200 is a little bit above. So we're in between the 48 and the 200 basically right now. MACD is, excuse me, the RSI is at 48.40. MACD looks like it wants a curve. Looks like it wants a curve on my larger screen as well. See, this is the one thing I'm grateful for about my larger screen is I could like zoom in a lot further and spread out the price tag. All right, it looks like we're curving up. We're getting support off the 48. What's happening? Come on. Come on. 150.63 on GameStop, 1804 on AMC. Oh, wow, 141 on MULN. That's insane. Okay. Break. Small break. All right, 135 is a key level for me. I just have to remember that, 135. And that's a stock pivot line, or pivot point. Can I do that on mine? I want to do custom. Studies. Oh, it's just way off the pivot points. One, well, I guess that's different. It is in between the VWAP, the 13, and the 48. So it's just kind of chilling there. Let's see, we need some strength. 47 on the RSI. $45 on the RSI. Oh. $150.44 on AMC. 17.98. 150.44 on GameStop. 17.98 on AMC. 245 on BBIG. 140 on MULN. Oh my gosh. If it gets to my like threshold of like 135, I'm gonna start watching that, and then I'm probably gonna average down again. Probably. And I'm gonna wait to see if it falls below 135 because I've seen the reason why it's marked with red is because I've seen it move very drastically around that point. I guess when it was last there, but Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna get there though, because I mean, it's people realize that like it's on the threshold list. It has a lot of catalysts. It's just getting like abused right now. 139. Seems like when this price dips, these price dips. Call me crazy, but the keys are only down by 1% now. They're down heavier earlier. My P&L hates me right now because of this. I don't know if it's going to go below in the 130s. That's what I'm kind of holding off for. All right, give me some green here. 226. I'd say GME at 226. That's what I'd like. It's at 151 right now. Well, 150.51. Excuse me. Don't want to misrepresent it. 203.40 on IWM. $105 million in volume on Netflix here. Big swing up. Come on. 150.58 on GME. MULN's still fighting at 140. AMC's chilling at 18. 203.34 on IWM. SPY is slightly above 446. It's climbing a little bit, 446.20-ish. TLT is climbing as well. And the Qs are staying flat. Okay. I should have done this earlier. So on the 5-minute chart, it is creeping up. Wow, this looks really promising, actually. On the 5-minute chart, it is creeping up to the VWAP. I'm sorry, it's creeping up to the MACD and the 48 as well. And then the 200 on the 5-minute is actually above the gap up zone. Or potential gap up zone, I should say. How's a 3-minute look? 3-minute looks like it needs to curl up. And it's in between it's just under the VWAP on the 3-minute, just above the 48, and just under the 13. This is, now that I'm looking at it on multiple timestamps here, it's making more and more sense. Look at the VWAP. Okay, 10-minute, it's oversold. 30-minute, way oversold. Curling up though. 1 hour, curling up. 2 hour, curling up. You can't really judge by the 4 hour. So 1 hour you could, 2 hour you could. 30-minute you could, 10-minute you could. 5 minutes about to cross. 3-minute already did. I like that play actually a lot. $24. Let's see what closes at. I'm getting beat up right now, though. I'll be honest. Yeah. Oh. All right. So we're getting close to my zone. I might sell some stuff that I really don't want to sell. Like just to keep averaging in at these prices. These are fire sale prices, in my opinion. Hold on a second. I'm doing it. I don't care. I'm gonna regret this, but I'm doing it. Oh, come on, Phil. Ah, Phil. Okay. What do I have? 212.51. $12.51. 190. 150. Oh, come on, come on. No. Oh, okay, it slapped it. All right, cool. I got lucky there, to be honest with you. How much do I have left? I have 551. I'm gonna snipe something. There. I hate that I had to sell what I just sold, but my average is definitely gonna like me. Let's see, what was the want to see what my average is now. I did just average. Ugh. I have a lot now. My average is now 164. So I brought it down by 2 cents. But I have a good chunk now. Like, it just got, you weren't joking, dude. You were not joking at all. This might be like because I mean, like, I had this indicated for a reason. This might be like a upward trend now reversal though. Because if it goes below this line, I mean, it could get ugly. I'll have to sell something else I don't want to sell, to be honest. I will just keep averaging down and down and down and down, kind of like how CLSN is. Like, I will just keep going. Oh, this is getting hit. Hold on a second. Not good, not good, not good, not good. Whoa. Whoa, Nelly. Oh, that was, you know what? This is moving very, very, like, similarly, time-wise, to the memes. Just saying. Like, they could be using plays like this to pay for their stuff. I'm trying to keep an eye on MULN now to make sure that it doesn't dip even like any further. But that was insane. What did I get those at? I got those at, not the best fill, not the best, but I got around 138. And I was able to scoop a contract up for next week for $5. I don't know why, but before this wasn't letting me zoom in like this. What the hell? Two tops. Any other heavy signs? Like, these calls are probably so cheap right now. You know what? Screw it. I'm YOLOing. Just want to buy it. Come on. No. Alright, I guess I'll undersell it. That's fine. It is what it is. 34. Come on. All right, cool. I thought another Netflix call. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. How's my CEI go? Oh, okay. All right. Let's see how this goes. MULN at 139.9 again. AMC slightly under 18, fighting for 18. 138.5 on MULN. Might be trying to get a shot down again. A little bit of a double bottom here on Netflix. Pop that. Go ahead. 203.16.7 on IWM. Almost 447 on SPY. We're getting close. Qs are they're crawling. Bitcoin again crawling up. Not much has changed there. Come on, let's go. Push, 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 push. $138, $139 I'm MULN. It's insane. 18% down. That makes no sense. I can't wait. Like, honestly, our averages are just getting better. I'm not even concerned about it. And I was able to snipe options at a lower price tag. I see it. All right, come on, Netflix. What do we got? Turning the corner on the MACD. RSI is still 46. We got plenty of room. We are busting out of a bull flag. Coming up on the EMAs. We do have the 200 and the VWAP to get in with, I believe. Might be good on every timeline, though. I know it was close on the 5-minute. Yeah, dude. I have those SST calls that I got murdered on. I actually hopped into, wow, okay, so it's up now, but they were down. I got another call to kind of like offset my losses if it panned out, and then I loaded more into the warrants, which is like my primary position, just because I still like I wanted to average down and at least be like, because like my average is still higher just because of like where like my first entry was. But since I entered at such a low level and I put a decent amount on it, it brought my average down quite substantially, actually. So now my average is like around 3. Could be worse. I think that it moves pretty quickly though, just because of the amount of FTDs. So hopefully this is this acts like the next BRCC. I just want it like Netflix to pop more than anything in the world. I feel like that would really screw with people's margins while they're also trying to balance these MOASS stocks. Plus, then I could have more to throw onto the MOASS stocks. I mean, mine are worth. I have one worth 15. That's for like next week, and then I have some for Friday. I have one that's for 16. And then I have one that's worth or for 27 and one that's for 35. But I do have one for next week at 24.5. I mean, if it really gets running, you never know. But that's why I fought. That's why I also got the warrants too. That's why I actually spent a lot more in the warrants, just in case my calls didn't pan out. Because eventually they're gonna have to cover those FTEs. At least I would assume so. And just the way warrants move, I feel like the percentage will get me well over my Bitcoin is moving up. Will get me well over my buy-in. Now that I averaged in after that slaughtering. It was like down like 40% that in after hours that one day. CEI, it's just a beat down again. But let's see if this is actually still extremely. Oh, they changed it. This was like 200 before. That was like 250% before. Just so we all know. And the free float was higher. It was at 20. Still a net borrow on AMC. With BBIG. Look at the cost to borrow on BBIG. Look at the max. So they borrowed 1.49%. 17.42 of the float is current short interest. Cost to borrow max 260. That's on BBIG now. Before it was on GME. Let's do MULN real quick. Because they have to be borrowing on MULN right now. Don't even tell me it's a return. Huh. Oh, they're saying it's a return. Now I remember. Now obviously you have to deal with T+2. You know, they're saying it's a return of 1.62%. Cost of borrow average is 36.48. 10.8% of the float is short interest. I doubt that. And I'm sure you guys don't care, but I want to check Netflix real quick. Yeah, I'll check BRCC in a second. Just want to look at this real quick. Okay. Oh, that terrible utilization. All right. BRCC. Nice volume, even though they've slaughtered. On threat. Wow. Whoa, buddy. Who cost a borrow on that? Cost of our average 645. Utilization is 94.7. The float is 16.59%, and that's a 4% or 0.4% borrow. Excuse me. SST. All right, so today is T+2, if I'm not mistaken. I could be completely wrong. The returning shares, but the float is still in the 80s as far as short interest goes, and it has a high utilization. So that's interesting to me. $149.62 on GameStop, $17.88 on AMC, $135 on MULN. Oh my gosh! All right, so we're at my like danger zone on MULN. If you were able to snipe that and we climb above this and don't touch it, then congratulations. But this is an insane drop. I did not think we were going to drop 20% today. Why does it have to do this to me? Screw it. $63. $37. $863. All right, okay. Okay. All right, so instead of buying straight shares on that one, that time I bought options. It got to the point where I started to have to use leverage now because that's just ridiculous. I was trying to just buy straight shares all day on it, but that is just like that's wrong. But I mean, I got 1.5s for so cheap. I got 1.5s for next week. I might end up exercising those. I literally bought them for $15. Then I have 3 1.5s for this week, and then I had enough money to buy like 1, 2. Yeah, well, it's. I mean, I just bottom ticked snipes on options, so I mean, it is what it is. And this entire way down, I mean, like we've been I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I know that me and Greg have been DCAing pretty much the whole time. I mean, I was able to DCA in here in straight shares, but down here I just option sniped. So hopefully it just rips. That would offset my shiza. I gotta pull this up though, unfortunately. I'm gonna have MULN on the side, but I just have a lot of money on YOLOs for Netflix for the reversion. 9% down on BBIG too. Now my drop-off zone that I had drawn up was 135, just so you guys know that. And that's like basically where I saw it have like pretty violent movements, I guess, last time it hit that level. And then like after that, my next drop-off zone is like literally 77 cents. And I highly doubt that it would get down there. I mean, I highly doubted that it would get down to this level, but 77 cents, I don't even think that's feasible. Oh, well, we double bottom. 149.13 on GameStop, 17.84 on AMC, 241 on BBIG, 139 on MULN. I just need that to rip now after I snipe those. That'd be pretty freaking sweet. $49.10. Our WM's at 203.52. Yet its largest holding, AMC, is down almost 4.4%. Yeah, 4.43%. Interesting. SPY is at 446.5. Oh, a little over 446.5. That's good. SPY is coming down, or excuse me, VIX is coming down a little bit. TLT is coming down a smidge. Keys are flat. Bitcoin is still slightly under 41.4. That's also pretty flat as well. Let's hit double bottom and let's rip. What's my 5 minute? So 5 minute on Netflix. I don't know if any of you guys are even playing this or if I'm just talking to myself here, but 5 minute finally came up to the MACD, and it looks like it's gonna start to curl here. I think that was like the only timeline we were really waiting for on that. Come on, baby, give me that double bottom. Or offset double bottom. I don't even know what the hell you call that. 148.80 on GME, 1781 on AMC, 243 on BBIG, 139.5 on MULN. It's fighting for its life down there, down 17.5%. I mean, like, I can't tell anybody what to do, but to me, that's on the clearance rack. I thought, like, I literally had to sell things I didn't even want to sell just to buy more. But please do not do what I do just based off of what I do. If you want to do what I do just because you like the play, and you've done your own research, and that's you decide that that's what you want to do, go for it. That's fine. But don't do something just because I do it, please. I urge you. I am not a financial advisor or an economist or anything of the sort. Pop, come on. 43 on the RSI. $203.56 on IWM. VIX slightly elevated now. Just under 446.5 on SPY. TLT is at 1.89% up. It was up at 2% up, so it's down a little bit, but it's still up on the day. Bitcoin, 41,350-ish. Hanging in there. Q's slightly sinking, not bad though. MULN's getting some air, huh? Okay. MULN's showing some strength. Let's draw a speculation line, because that's how I do things. So that's the rate it's moving at, which is absolutely incredible. I literally just bought 1.5s that I'm going to have to roll. Come on. Just pump. Pump, 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 pump. We are between the 48 and the 200. And it's got a head of steam. And it could easily gamma if people bought options. Hold on a second. I mean, today alone, people bought 1,000. I don't know, about 3,000. Yeah, let's just say 3,000 options, calls between 1.5 and 2. Open interest right now is at 1.5. We have 4,500. At 2, we have 9,706. 2.5, we have 8,087. And then we have 7,000 at 3. Puts at 2.5, we have 10,000. That probably accounts for the downward pressure. Just saying. They did this exact same thing to us last time. It was down 17%. 13 is on the 48 right now. It's funny as hell though. This dipped literally right below that supply line, and then just started to go. What time was that? That was 5 to. So that was 155, I believe that happened. It started to go, and today it stopped at, or the trend changed at what, 10:05. So it's like they offset it by 5 minutes on each side. Kind of makes you like think like, what are they going to do 5 minutes before the bell today? Where's SST at? 25 cents. Lame. How's your BRCC doing? 10%, nice. And it's kind of wedging out too. That should pop. Come on, get some support right there. You know you want to. It's climbing over the MACD. Where it hasn't been in quite a while. Such a weird looking cup and handle. But I'll take it. Come on. Go, 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 go. We need this handle here to stay on top of that MACD, I think. I don't want to be like halfway through the MACD. Like, I want to get over that. Here's a 3 minute. So we're kind of range bound between 13 and 24 on 3 minute. 5 minute. 5 minute, we're on the 13. I think we're going up. They're such idiots for like letting us like come down here and snipe options. Like, that's so stupid of them. I mean, I guess they're probably doing it too, but I don't know. I just find that really, really stupid. Because like, it gives us a chance to like create a better position, lower our averages, and get leverage at lower prices. Like, I don't know. Not a genius play in my book. I had so much of this CRXT and I sold it. Dumbass. 60% today. 148.30 on GME, 1774 on AME. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Things are getting bloody over here on me. Three-minute way down. What about the 5? Ooh, okay. She needs to push. $141.12. Well, 141 on MULN, 241 on BBIG, 1773 on AMC, 148.19 on GameStop. CEI is now above a buck. Let's see here. IWM is 203.24. SPY is just it's at 446.20 now. Now it's 446.10. TLT slowly losing some. Keys are slowly going down. Bitcoin is still in the 41.3 area. Come on, baby. Sorry I'm making everybody watch this Netflix chart. I just really think it could do some things if it gets over that 200. Especially with the type of attention it has today. CEI's at a buck. MULN is like literally fighting for its life, getting battered like this. What, like, and it doesn't deserve to be either. Like the short report was wrong. The BS about the CEO paying himself. Like, if I did a great job, I'd want to pay myself too. Sorry. There's warrants on it, yeah, but they like, that's not even a factor till $8. It's like 80 something, I think. People just read too many headlines, I think, rather than doing the deep DD. And then they get scared. Go ahead, come on. Up. Finish green at least. Come on. Alright, that is 3 green soldiers. Let's see, do we get any day traders in here? MACD spinning. BBIG is almost down 10%. MULN's at 144 now, so there's that. GME's at 148.20. DWAC's taking a hit too. I don't know if anybody is still in DWAC. Elon and Twitter scared me out of DWAC, to be honest. Okay, we are sub 41.3 now. We are at 41.2 on Bitcoin. It's very important because we know what usually happens to the SPY at that level. Well, when Bitcoin goes down in general, I should say. What are futures at? Let me look at futures. Oil is up 11 cents. 4 cents, sorry. Dow is up almost 1 point, actually. S&P is up only 0.2. NASDAQ is flat. Well, down 0.7. NASDAQ 100 is down 1.2 though. Cost to borrow max on BBIG is 260 with an average of 41.89% short. I'm gonna look at MULN now just because of what just happened. Net return of 1.41% still, and same cost of borrows, so nothing has really changed there. Let's look at GameStop. So at one point it had a 260% cost to borrow. Let's see if it's still there. No, so that has gone away now. But at one point today it was there. I feel like that's important to remember. AMC does have a net borrow on the day. $148 on GameStop, $17.69 on AMC, $240 on BBIG, $144 on MULN. IWM is now below 203. Netflix is trying to turn the corner. All the fuck aboard. Excuse my language. Come on. SPY's below 446. Qs are sinking. Come on, ride, go. It's getting some volume. 142 on MULN. Slightly above $1 on CEI. GME's at 148. I really don't want to like eat data on GameStop options. This close. Put me in a rough spot. Oh, my bad, guys. $17.66 on AMC. GameStop is still sitting at 148. Are these volume deprived again too? AMC only has 17 million in volume, 1723. Well below the. It's getting a candle though. Hold on a second. So it's getting a candle, but it is volume deprived compared to usual. See, like these big lines are acting as like supply zones. We haven't even hit 1 million shares on GameStop traded today. Very surprising. Check GameStop options right now. Like YOLOs. But like close to the money, so then I'm not like, so then I'm actually helping the situation. They're actually not that expensive. Interesting. I got my dog out in a second. So I think I'm gonna rock with my 165s that I have. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna buy anymore. I did enough moving around today, I think, for the most part. Be right back, guys. 1 second. This just dipped heavy, so I'm gonna pull this up for you. Look at BBIG right now. My God. This BBIG dip is insane. Insane. Sorry, guys. I just need to. I have too much money not to. Like, way too much money on it not to. What up, dog? Trying to play this gap fill on this Netflix earnings drop. But also taking advantage of these getting decapitated. So I just like DCA'd into them, and I was pretty much able to bottom tick perfect like MULN calls. So that's good. But I mean, it's a crappy day to be a meme trader. So that's why I'm over here on Netflix. See you guys looking crazy? I mean, it's been trading at $1 all day. So what's it coiling on top of each other? Like I'm sorry, I just have so much money on Netflix right now that like I don't want to, like, I can't really not look at the chart. But is it coiling up? Because if it's coiling up, I might take a look. because then I might leverage a little bit. Come on. Pop the 48. Come on. If this makes it over the MACD, I mean, think about it. This thing closed at 348 yesterday. It beat on earnings and got shoved down like $125. Like, there's so much money to be made on a reversion as opposed to like bringing it down. And how many people realistically are going to stop paying their Netflix when they're stuck at home? Because people are still stuck at home. I mean, I could see growth being an issue. Well, how much are $1 options? Hold on a second. I might buy in the money options on them, depending on the price, for like a little bit out. That way it gives me some time. Huh. See, I don't know if this would work. I don't know if this would be beneficial or not. I guess I don't know the Greek behind that. I'm looking at the October 22s, which are 184 days away. I could pay 55 for an option at $1. So then I'd essentially get, as long as it's above a buck, I'd essentially get an extra 47 shares each. I'm you know what, I'm worried about the what's it called? I'm worried about the did you read the what's it called today? Did you read the EDGAR filing today? The SEC filing that they put out? We're gonna rip after we hit this. Come on. Because it's either gonna go or it's gonna like meet Viking in the middle, in my opinion. I'm not, but by the sounds of it, it sounds like they're like locking the float up. Like they're in the. Hold on a second. I actually have the picture of it. I read it to you. Well, we talk a lot in this. Hold on a second. Here it is. Okay. Will immediately and irrevocably reserve 500 million shares of common stock, but they don't have 500 million shares. Now that was a CEI, what's it called? That was a CEI thing. Now, if you count the acquisition with Viking, right? And I know it's going to be a 1-to-1. They're still like 25 million short of 500 million. So I don't know where that other 25 mil is supposed to come from. It just doesn't make sense to me. My dog won't shut the fuck up. 15% down on the day. That's insane. Let me go get her. She's got him barking. Hold on a second. Chill out. One instigates the other, and then it's just downhill from there. $148.66 on GME. 1764 on AMC. 242 on BBIG. 143 on MULN. Just under $1 on CEI. We're in the high 202s for IWM. 202.78. VIX is kind of rising a little. SPY is at 445.25. TLT is coming down. See, like, they're not moving in lockstep like they usually do. The Qs are they were up or higher before, so they're slipping. Bitcoin is at 41.2. And then Netflix, if you care, is at 221.5. Looks like it's catching a candle. I can't believe that MULN is down 15% again today. They are just attacking the crap out of it. It's like they were like testing our resolve. That's the way I see it. It's like I've done my research. I know what I want. It's like I know what I'm investing in. Do you know what you're shorting? Idiots. Dude, that's what I'm saying. Like like today I averaged down at like what was it, like 130 something, 138. I was able to. I'll look. I want to be able to give you definitives. Oh no, it was below the supply line here. Look, it's starting to turn up. Look, so it was. I think it was just in here somewhere, and I was able to snipe 1.5s and 2s for dirt cheap strikes, and then when it was like here-ish, wait, I don't know. My average is like 160 something now, 164. Like when it was in here, I unloaded into it even more. It just like I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. They're idiots, in my opinion. It's like they're compounding the problem, thinking that it's going to get better, when it doesn't really seem like it. This looks like it's about to rip. It's like an ascending triangle. Here, wait, let's see. I don't know if I'm drawing this long enough. It's like an ascending wedge, though. I mean, that's more of like a bullish pennant, I guess you'd say, than like I guess like a more vertical version. Because a more vertical version would show a bearish signal. This is more of like a bull channel. But see, you know, the thing is a bull channel is more flat usually. So that I don't know what I'd call that. But coming off of this, I mean, it's just like cup, cup, cup. I'm sure you obviously remember that formation. That always happens. I feel like it always happens on AMC, at least. Just like one cup after another. Exactly. Like it obviously switched trend at my like supply zone, like that red cutoff zone that I have. It's like, okay, we're at the bottom now. Basically. That's what I gather from looking at that chart. I need this thing to go up because I want to put the money elsewhere. I want to get some lotto calls, I guess, rather than be so close to the money. So like I want to be able to like roll up once, buy some lottos, and then put the money into like something like, you know, one of the MOASS stocks. But I do want to play this reversion really bad. Because I like it closing at 340. What did it close at? So it closed at 348, and then its high today was $100 cheaper. I mean, I don't even think like did Facebook fall that much? Like price wise, I don't even know if they fell that much price wise. Maybe they did, but regardless, like I feel like within like 2 days, I feel like it'll at least like recapture like a small portion of that. And for the prices that they're asking for call options, it's like I, I don't know. It's better than any freaking lottery ticket that I could ever like buy here in Pennsylvania. I'll go ahead and spend what like $8 for something or $5 for something. I mean, I have some that are close to the money that are obviously a lot more expensive, so that's what I'm trying to get out of. So, but we need a little ripening for that to happen. Time for the Gone fan, or whatever the hell it's called. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Gone. Do not go below that line. Come on, you know better. 148.15 on GME, 1756 on 1756 on AMC, 243 on BBIG, 144 on MULN. Just over $1 on CEI. Prague is at 102. IWM is at 202.5 ish. SPY is now negative. SPY is now red on the day. Just keep that in mind. Qs are slipping down, and Bitcoin just lost 41. That's a very key level. It's looking to recapture, maybe? I don't know. It's fighting at 41. Okay, we recaptured 41. Let's see if we keep it. Oh, what's up, baby? Hold on. I want to see that kid something around with my dog. No. You just want to go outside again? Really? Really just wants to go outside the market, people. I don't get it. Couldn't hold 41. Let's see, we'll make another trick at it. I'm gonna pull up what's it called? I'm gonna pull up Bitcoin real quick. Oh, look at that. Okay, that was a sell-off. That was a coordinated sell-off. All right, no big deal. They could this is a trap, I'm thinking. Look at that. So instead of breaking upward off my trend earlier today, it literally just like they've been trapping it all day. Okay, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. They're scumbags. They are such scum. Don't be surprised to see if like their scalping profits now come into Netflix. Watch. And then I've noticed that like just after this has a decent price move, then these have a decent price move. This is gonna recapture 41. I'm calling it. I just don't know if they're gonna keep trapping it over and over and over again. I mean, over 40,300, I believe it is 40,350. I mean, like we're okay. We're not the best, but you know we're okay. Above 41 is usually like bullish, and then like we fight around 43 and 44, and then we kind of just run to 47. It's usually when there's a lot of that's usually when there's like they have a lot of money to screw us with. So I mean, realistically, they might be, I guess, getting bare, like scalping that much. $147.93 on GameStop, $17.63 on AMC, $244 on BBIG, $145 on MULN. 202.5 on IWM. MULN wants to fly. I want to fly with MULN. Yeah, MULN does want to fly. I'm gonna have to roll these 1.5s up already, I think. We need to break that VWAP though. So I need to keep an eye on Netflix. Digital for CEI. Wait, what do you mean digital? I don't know what you mean by digital, dog. I mean, I got you. Well, I can't say I got you if I don't know what you're talking about, but chances are I got you. Like, what are you talking about? Come on, MULN, go. I would be so amped if this just rips after we just DCA'd in and sniped options. Like, that. Uh-oh, shut down on Netflix a little bit. So I actually have that drawn. So my downside on MULN was at 135. I actually was sniping options in here. And then I don't really have much until down here at 107. And then after 107, it's literally like 77 cents. Well, it's on the 1 minute, it's bouncing off to the 200 up top. It's range bound in between the 200 and the VWAP. Like I think she's gonna go. I was more than pleased to be able to, what's it called, to I think something on my neck. It's like a freaking scab or an ingrown hair. I don't know what it is. I was more than happy to DCA into MULN today. I mean, it sucked. Yeah, it's like looking at my PNL right now. Like, it sucks because like I have options that are down. I have stocks that are down. I mean, like I have like Tesla, and Tesla's down $40 today. That sucks. You know what I mean? But I was able to snipe a lot of cool stuff. So it just kind of like, I don't know. Red days are opportunity days to me. I try to think of it positively. No, dude, you're good. I'm actually grateful that you are audio listening. Um, just what, let me ask you this. Because you audio listen, right? What can I do better that I don't do now in order to make it a better audio listening experience? Because like I'm grateful for you because like I need to like have my watch time. Like I need to build that up, and I need to build up subscribers too. But I need to build up my watch time. So like I don't know, just tell me what you want me to, like what you would like me to do more often if you're like for an audio listener. Because half the time I sit here and I just like I don't know, bitch about like what's going on with like market manipulation, or go on a rant about why things are the way they are. I don't know if there's anything that like you would want me to change. This looks tight. Okay, here we go. I think we go. Yep, here we go. Here goes MULN. Let's do this. Yeah. See, I think it 5 bars right here. Like it's almost like like you were saying about the 5 minute. So it just needed to stay range bound for a little bit there. Let's see what happens. I think we go right through the VWAP though. I don't even think we hesitate. I might just go straight into a gamma mode, which I'd be very, very grateful for. Come on. The 13's coming up on that 200 on the 1 minute. It's just so funny how these things are consolidating the way that they are. It's like it's so obvious. Like you can't tell me that something that has this much attention is just gonna like trade within like a half a cent range for 20 minutes. It's just not logical. Yeah, I mean, the more here, let's check the. If it's doing it on the 5, it should do it on the 3. On the 3, it looks good to go. The 13, you know what? The 13 looks like it's coming up to the 48 right now on the 3. $10-minute, it's stuck in between the 13 and either the VWAP or the 24. I can't really tell from that angle. No, I guess that'd be the 24. It just needs to keep consolidating, and it should work its way up. Look at that, like right in the supply zone, and then bang. That's freaking hilarious. I never thought in my life that this would go down 20% today. $148.03 on GameStop. 1757 on AMC. It's almost power hour, by the way, guys. 6 minutes off power hour. Message me and let me know if like AMC or GME run, because I have to watch Netflix. I think it's to the point where like I have like a good chunk, and like I don't want to lose all of it. I'm okay YOLOing some, but I definitely want to be able to move it around if something crazy happens. 13. It's off the 200, off the 13, off the 24. Okay. We might do something here. I don't think it's going to go down. I think it needed to go down to go up here. Let's see. See how that MACD is starting to twist, though? $220 flat on Netflix. $219, interesting. I'm really going to be beat if I have 235 options. I just got to reverse a little bit. Now we're in between the 24 and 13 on the 1 minute. It's literally sitting on the trend line though. It's my speculative lines. It's just hilarious how like sometimes the speculative lines like work like as well as they do. Oh, hit the 48. Let's see, are we gonna come back? Obey the trend line. Come on. That's good volume. Let's see. That's definitely short. It's like it's just so easy to tell what is a short and what is just a sell off now. Like there's no way in hell that anybody just sold that. I mean, unless they like picked it up literally in the supply zone and then they were like, okay, that's a 5% gain. Okay, cool. But I don't see that happening. I see that being a potential short. Brings it down to the 48 or the 50 if they're using a 50 EMA, which a lot of people do. I just use the 48 because it gets me into place quicker. We could have a golden cross though, real quick, if this just shoots over. If we get, like one nice candle like that, I mean, we could get a gold cross in no time. Here we go. Come on. To the 48. Let's see. 148.34 on GameStop, 17.59 on AMC, 242 on BBIG, 145 on MULN. But MULN looks pretty explosive right this second. IWM is at 202.33. SPY is down $1 or 0.2%. TLT is up by 2%, so that's higher than it was. Qs are still slipping. They're down about 340 and a half. And we are still fighting for 41,000 on Bitcoin. Back to the 48. I honestly wasn't expecting that. I thought we were just going to jump right up. RSI is at 45 on the 1 minute. At AMC real quick. AMC, okay, hold on a second. So it's avoiding this red line, which is very good. Looks like it caught its bottom. Like, see how weak that is? Like, all right, so it comes down, has the candle, so it fights up. Then we have a hammer candle, and then we have a nice, like a solid candle with a long wick. That's just strong. It's very, very strong. Very strong trend reversal. Like that's how I trade futures, at least, using like stuff like that. GME about to cross the MACD. Coming up on the 200 on the 1 minute. And volume is under 1 million on GME right now. That's very surprising to me. I have to let my dog in again in a second. It's the 8th time today. One sec. Okay. Netflix is also moving, so I do have to keep an eye on that. 1 second, though. $221.5 on Netflix. Watch this consolidate around this line. You probably know what line I'm talking about just by looking at it. Yeah. All these candles ended right there. All those candles ended right there. And then if you were to draw a bull flag from here to here, so probably like the next minute candle. Let's say like right there. Watch it. I just drew that. I don't even know why I drew that, but I did. Why not? I said 13's gonna touch the 24, and then I think we're gonna move. Netflix is a buck. Fighting. New candle. To the upside. To down. What are we doing? Oh man, I can't believe that. Son of a gun. This is wild. This is like the definition of consolidation. Has to be. They consolidated around my like where my cursor is now, like between these two candles, like where this is. That's insane. This has been like the story of BBIG and MULN. 148.87 on GameStop. Another red candle? Another consolidation candle? No way. You're gonna go green. Yeah, go green. $202.5 on IWM. 99 cents on CEI. It's aggravating, is what it is, because it just it's gamma. It's a gamma tug of war. That's what it is. Just like you could tell just because of like the huge wicks on them, the barcoding. Well, so if I was a hedge fund, I would disagree with you, but as somebody that has very similar positions as you, I agree. However, the hedge fund, say that I worked for a hedge fund. I'd say that there are a lot of dumb people out there that just like invest in things because people tell them to, and then they see their money disappear and they're like, what the hell, I need to get out of this, and then they just fork over their money anyway. Like they just give up, right? But what they failed to do was they failed to account for people like us that are now going to know finance for the rest of our lives and be able to like screw with them for the rest of our lives. Like, they should not have done that, in my opinion. There's just no way in hell. I think that was probably the dumbest thing that they could have done, was let all these people learn how like finance works. VIX is up to 21 here. We were at 444.5 on SPY. TLT's coming down. The Qs are trying to come back to life, I think. 341.20. Bitcoin it has captured 41 again. Thank you. Here, I want to take a picture of my chart from like. I don't know if he's watching or not. I can't like. Wait, huh? There we go. It wasn't. That looks strong. Like, these look strong. Like, they look like they're gonna have like some bounce to them. I gotta pull up Netflix stuff real quick. Like, I just gotta watch it because I could scroll down here and at least see the percentages. I will say that it does, like, Bitcoin does kind of look strong now, though. Double bottom off support. And Netflix looks really strong right here. Oh my god. So that's what was making me really mad about all the people coming in my chat that like are usually never in my chat, and literally just saying yesterday that like AMC to $20 and it'll just run, or the people that were saying MULN to 0, like, no, that's not factual. Like, share factual information. Like, I don't screw with those people. It just pisses me off. 148.77. I do not want to hold these, like, I have GameStop options. I really do not want to hold them overnight. But in all reality, this could, I've said it a million times, like, it could, and it'll move from left to right. That's it. It might move sideways. It might not even go up and down. It'll go from left to right. It might go up and it might go down. I mean, like, that's all I could factually say about anything. I could speculate. That's why I like to call this the speculation channel. I feel like we have fun on the speculation channel, but like, there's like those people hopping on here saying stuff like that. Like, that's not cool. I mean, it was just a bot attack, basically, I think. We gotta clear this. Inverse head and shoulders, maybe? Or like a mini cup and handle. Over the MACD. 148.41 on GameStop. 17.55 on AMC. 242 on BBIG. That's down 8% on the day. Down 14% on the day, MULN. Ouch. $17.56 on AMC, 148.86 on GME. When this gets to 18 and when this gets to 150, then we get like we have a chance at something. I feel like, but just from a psychological point of view, I mean, even 20 on AMC, to be honest, and $3 on BBIG. I mean, they're just like key psychological levels. See, the one thing about BBIG though that I do want to, bring to attention is like because of the Tide spinoff, that would expose naked shorts. So I don't know how they've maintained to keep it down that like they have. Before on what's it called? Before on MULN, I pulled up the options and they had like all of a sudden out of nowhere, the open interest deep in the money puts, they had like 10,000 and some. So that equates to like 1 million shares of negative gamma to push down, which was actually more than what we had going upwards because everybody puts their options like way far up the chain, and it doesn't provide the same amount of gamma. So that like basically that's the downward pressure that got us to 17% the other day and like 20% today. I just didn't think that they were going to keep pushing it that far. I was very surprised that it hit my supply zone. That's why when it hit my supply zone, I was like, okay, I'm not even DCAing. I'm buying options close to the money. Because like, I mean, like I'm probably already, no, I'm not there yet. I mean, like I'm almost in the money on some of the options I bought. Like, I want to roll those up to 2s and get more of them. But at the same time, I want to help with the whole gamma situation. So like I'm not going to do that because I provide more gamma at the money than I do above the money. And it like the closer you are to the expiration date, like so like my options that expire on Friday, they'll carry more gamma pressure than something like far out. Like it's like for instance, I have AMC 19s for May. Okay, something I usually don't do, but I had a long straddle on them, and I thought that they were going to be pretty good today. To be honest with you, I thought we would just have a continuation. Obviously, I was wrong. So I went with May 19th. My birthday's in May, and the 19th is my birthday. So like I was like, I'm feeling lucky with those. So I went with those, and I do plan to roll up on them like once they get close, but they ain't get close enough yet. How's SST doing? I feel like I haven't looked at SST. And Tesla's getting smoked. Watch right after the bell, though. It'll rip or something. SST's up 4%. My contracts, at least my one contract might pay off the other contracts. And then my warrants should end up being worth something at some point. Uh, 200 EMA on the 1 minute. Come on, Netflix. This is like the opposite of Netflix and chill. 141 on MULN right now. That's fairly cheap for the movement that I was having. In my opinion, not a financial advisor. Want to be very clear. Because it just looks explosive. I mean, that's my input. Here we go. All right. Now we have the VWAP. Oh, come on. 76 on the RSI. Don't tell me you want to cool off. Just keep going. Keep on fighting. Keep on ripping. Keep on ripping. Keep on ripping. About to hit clip 203 on IWM. SPY is now green. TLT is backing off. Qs are coming back a little bit. Bitcoin is starting to pump a little bit. Like I said, double bottom off support on Bitcoin. We're headed to 42 or 41.2, excuse me. Nile's down 10%. Jesus. Sorry. Fuck. Chill out, bub. Yo, Lucky, chill out. Fell. Always something with these two. Always something. 148.82 on GameStop, 1748 on AMC, 242 on BBIG. That's 9% down right now. 142 on MULN. That's 15.6 down. CEI is just literally sitting under $1. It's probably just sitting there coiling and coiling and coiling. I mean, I think something might happen in after hours at one of these like junctures here. Just because a lot of retail don't even realize that they could trade in after hours, and you can't buy options in after hours. So, it would only make business sense that if you're really, really screwed, you kick off the MOASS if there is one. I can't say for certain that there is or won't be, but that you kick it off in after hours because then it's cheaper. I mean, yeah, you deal with it tomorrow, but it's better than starting it in regular hours, in my opinion, at least. All right, let's see. I don't know if any of you guys are in this play or not, but Netflix right here is in between the 200 and the VWAP. And it just went over the MACD in a very bullish way. 148.75 on GameStop. 1745 on AMC. SPY's flat. TLT, same thing as it was. Let's see here. Qs are just hanging out around 341.5. Bitcoin 41,150. Down 15% on MULN. I don't get it. Don't get it. Like the research says the complete opposite. So like what? I don't know. There was some stocks start off as $1 and then end up being like $200 stocks. Maybe this could be one of them. And if it is, then we are lit because we just were able to DCA for pennies on the dollar of what it could be worth. Uh, 148.27 on GME. Still 1745 on AME. MULN is at 142. It was just at 141. It's just kind of hanging there. 141.5. I swear, if this keeps going down, I will keep going. I am. Now it's become like a grudge match. Like it's been a grudge match on AMC and GME, but now like they're bringing another equity into it, and it's just like, why are you doing this? Dogs, separate. Back up. Get out from under me. Go lay down, please. CEI 101. No changes. Guys, chill out. 203 on IWM. Well, for a second it was. High twos. 202s. SPY, it's green, but it's pretty much flat. TLT is still at 121 and a half ish, so it's kind of flat. Well, not flat. It's kind of where it's been. Qs haven't really moved. Bitcoin trying to get up to that 41.2 level, but not there yet. I really don't want to hold this one that's really close to the money. Right. Like I'm down with some lottos, but I really want this to rip so I can get out of my position that I'm currently in. $13 is on the 48 for, or on the 200, excuse me, for Netflix. Very, very bullish upward trend. Now they're trying to push it down a little bit. MACD needs to twist back up on Netflix. CEI up 2%. Prague is starting to move a little bit. IWM's at 203 again. 148.27 still. AMC is at 1746. These MOASS stocks are barely moving. The only one that seems to be moving is Prague. You gotta stop. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Bill. CEI's over $1 again, finally. Looks like we're getting some consolidation here on Netflix. And we might want to twist up. Can't really tell. 203.20 on IWM. 149.14 on GME. Everything else pretty much unchanged. Alright. Can we get some support over the 200? No. We're going to touch 48. I'm just waiting for this to spin right around. 141 on MULN. 1742 on AMC. 149.14 on GME. We are slightly under 41.2 on Bitcoin. Do we get support here? Come on, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Give me some 48 support. They're battling Netflix so hard right now. They're battling all these things so hard, and they have to be using derivatives. Like, I don't even know if they're like holding straight stock. Like some obviously some are for like they're probably selling calls and stuff like that, but like at this point, like they might be in more derivatives to leverage their stuff than anything. $203.10, $203.12 on IWM, 148.67 on GME. So for the Bitcoin has captured 41,200, and now I just gave it up. SPY is slowly gaining ground. Keyword slowly. $141 on MULN again. Insane. Insane. SPY is pretty much flat at this point. TLT hasn't moved. Still elevated. We're at 41,170 on Bitcoin. Working our way back again to 41.2. Slow and steady, slow and steady. ETH still hasn't reached 31 though. 3,100. All right, now I have noticed movements in both MOASS stocks and Netflix at the same time, and Netflix is getting a candle. So I wonder if one of these will get a candle. Nothing. Okay. No one's down to do lotto calls on Netflix. Not trying to organize anything. I'm just asking because I wouldn't suggest a strike price or anything. I'm just asking. The value of them. They literally say down 99%, and there's still a value. That's so crazy. They moved in the other direction. $148.56 on GME, $17.34 on AMC, $241 on BBIG, $142 on MULN. And then if you care, $222 on Netflix. Please be double bottom. I need to get out of this position. I need to roll up and take the extra money and do something else with it. CEI is at 101. Almost 143 on MULN. Keyword almost. They're really keeping it down. We might get a run into close because of Tesla earnings. Like they might have drove it down just to run it up. And then that would probably carry most of the market. So that's a possibility too. Oh, look at these ATERs down 21%. That's insane. $148.74 on GameStop, $17.31 on AMC, $242 on BBIG, $143 on MULN. Still down 15%, but a prettier 15%. Let's see. Green candle on Netflix, 222.18. Oh, AMC, holy God, 1733. Bitcoin's fighting for 41.2. Just got it, gave it up, got it back. It's gonna fight her at that level, I bet. I want 3100 on ETH, ideally. Notice how there's no bots in here. Maybe that is like a sign that like T+2 with the bots. So that would be like, no, that would be today. So then T+2 with the bots, so they basically they would have made us want to sell off today probably. And then tomorrow would be like T+3 where there were less bots. No, the bots were actually focusing yesterday on AMC. I don't really strange. I'm gonna try to tie the bot movement and see if that if we could figure out a way to like use that as a way to scale on what's gonna move the most. I don't see these being like cut down though. I see people throwing vast amounts of money into the options on these because they're going to be so cheap. And then I could definitely see some gamma squeezes. I don't know if I'd say short squeezes, but I could say gamma squeezes. And I feel like that's like a fair statement. Okay, we're getting a consolidation here on Netflix as well. And it's coming up on the MACD. Looks like it wants a swoop. 20 minutes till the market closes if you are dealing with PDT, so heads up. God, give me something here. Don't say range bound between the 200, please. Bitcoin is above 41.2, slightly. Uh, 148.94 on GameStop, 17.32 on AMC. Just like, I can't believe MULN is down that much again. That's insane to me. I can't get over that. Just like at the price that it's at, though, like every single time that they do that, I almost feel obligated to throw more on it. Big candle here on Netflix. Give me a grow up candle right to the 200. Come on. Right to the 200. I gotta get ready to sell these. Keen's Valley back on my SST calls. come on, I do not want to carry this into close. $149.45 on GameStop. $49.42. We're gonna go for our next test of 200 here on Netflix. It looks like 17.37 on AMC. 149.25 still on GameStop. I can't talk right this second. Down 15% on MULN. 143.5. This looks like a cup and handle type of setup. SPY is pretty much flat. TLT is going down. Q's slightly coming back to life. As mentioned before, Bitcoin is above 41.2. Almost 41.250. Go, come on, push that 200. Gosh. Behave yourself, Bo. Please. Look at CEI going now. Um, 250, 80 bucks. Okay. It's not behaving the way I want it to. $272? No. 71? 271, okay. Fuck. Okay, let's see what I got now. $4. What can I buy for $4? Buy that. You know what? I might buy a lottery put. No, I can't even afford a lottery put. That's funny. Alright. Screw it. As you like took all that money that were like close to the money calls because they're overnighters, and I went further out of the money to get more exposure in case it just goes off the wall. Because if it goes off the wall, that'd be pretty lit. I highly doubt it, but you never know. 150.08 on GameStop. $203.22 on IWM. SPY is above 446 again. TLT going lower in the close. Qs are coming back. Bitcoin is on its way to 41.3, it looks like. A little push in the close. What's Tesla doing? I bet you Tesla's pushing. No, not really. Okay. CEI is above a buck. MULN's at 144. BBIG at 242. AMC 1741. GME is at 149.41. Things might get ripping if they don't decide to just like do traps all day on Bitcoin. So that's what today was. It was just traps on Bitcoin all day long. Might stay on again for like another 5 minutes or so, just in case. I want to see what happens. I feel like something's going to happen in Netflix and after hours too. I don't know if anything's going to happen over here, like I'd hope, but. And I'm going to let my options just sit overnight and pretty much eat data on them. But I have such a weird feeling. After seeing 250 cost to borrow on GME and then seeing a 260% cost to borrow on BBIG, that's alarming. That's like the only reason why I'm holding these things overnight. It's just because I saw that kind of stuff. And I would hate myself. I would hate myself if I found out that they ended up squeezing and I called on them and then I took off. I should have done that. I should have just drawn a trend line. I'm actually just going to keep it how it is. It's good enough. Close enough. $144 on MULN, $241 on BBIG. I don't know if BBIG made it to 10% down, or it'd be on SSR or not. Not sure. AMC is 7% down. GME is 2.5% down. It's been about 2.5% down basically all day on GME. Nothing crazy. Come on, Netflix, just do something stupid. Do something off the wall stupid in after hours, please. Coming up to the VWAP on it. Right through the VWAP. No hesitation whatsoever. Guys, Netflix is vertical. I don't know if you guys are interested in trying to play that gap up, like I mentioned, but it did just go vertical through the VWAP. It didn't even hesitate. Wow. Okay. Now remember, they did that weird stuff with the time before, where they it was like 10 after, or sorry, 5 after 10. They changed trend, and then 5 after, maybe it was 1, or 5 before 1, maybe they screwed with the the trend. So watch out they don't try something here. They might try to hurt your feelings or something. I mean, they do that with psychological warfare all day long. At least they try to. Until you become a numb ice block that doesn't give like a rat's, you know. One 148.97 on GME. 48.96. AMC 1732. 145 on MULN. 144.9. What is good? CEI's, or excuse me, SPY's flat, not CEI. TLT is actually rising. Bitcoin is chilling at 41 to 25 ish. All right, 4 minutes till close. If anybody's dealing with PDT, heads up. It's getting so much like volume compared to usual. We're about to get a gold cross on the 1 minute on Netflix right before close. That's on the 1 minute at least. 1 minute till close if you guys are dealing with PT. Final warning. Whoa. 141 on MULN. 239 on BBIG. Oh, getting crushed. Gold cross going into close. Above the VWAP on Netflix. Come on. Just keep it. Keep it. Philip, be quiet, please. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Oh, I just wanted to be a gold cross and keep it. Yep, get a push. Get a push. Come on. I'm coaching a baby here. 15 seconds. I think I still have it, regardless. Yep. I think we're good. Okay. Gold cross and after hours. That was a very eventful session, guys. 1 second. I'm gonna let the dog out again. I feel like I just dug holes all day. Look at it. Wow, look at that. So made it below my oh no, we might be in trouble line. And then it double bottomed. Kind of like how MULN did before it started to rip. Like look at MULN. Now it did come back to earth before close, but it did dip into my line. And then it started to go. Now I don't know what's gonna happen here. But AMC looks relatively strong here into close. Like a churn reversal at least. Bang, down here. Shoot up, double bottom. I'm gonna stay on for a few more minutes again. I do have to do some stuff, but MULN up 1% after hours already. Let's see, 1.42. It's only like a penny, but hey, I'll take it after seeing it down 15% today, 20%. Netflix don't do that to me. Here, let me pull up MULN. Oh, I already have MULN up. Yeah, I mean it hit the 200, and then it started barcode again. They don't want this to squeeze in after hours, dude. They're like they at least don't want people to buy options. I don't think, and like while a squeeze is happening, because that's just going to magnify everything by 100. It's going to allow people to just lay on their full leverage. That's why, like, I want to stay on sometimes, like, during after hours, because if it does go, like, I sincerely think it will be during after hours. And that's why, like, I'm afraid to lift contracts and, like, not, like, and that's why I've been eating theta. Because, like, it just makes sense to, what's it called? It makes sense to, What is this going to do? Is this going to cross a 200? Please. To me, it just makes sense to do it in after hours where people can't do like run options. I mean, if you were a hedge fund and you were absolutely screwed and you knew you were absolutely screwed, you would try to be as less screwed as possible. Whoa, baby. Holy sh... Wow. Okay. Interesting. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, what? I should have took out like YOLOs on this. Well, these are like really expensive, but oh my, this is not gonna stop. I don't think this is gonna rip. This might rip hard. Oh my god, right to the pivot point with no problem. So it gained back what it lost on the day, pretty much. I just hope it doesn't drop. Or no, pre-market tomorrow. Yeah. No, watch this. They're gonna drive it right back down. That's insane. Like, I don't know how they drop it so fast and like buy it up so much with the volume not react at like it's like you could see it move up by like the tens of thousands, but it doesn't like just I don't know explode. Like movement like that you'd expect to see like a million on or something like that, but and here it was like 20,000. This should help the SPY overall. That should help the SPY overall. So in theory, yes. Kind of another reason why I wanted to stay on in after hours, just in case that, like, because that's gonna be volatile as hell. Where do I actually listen? Hold on a second. I want to listen to the earnings call. Okay, so they beat. Look at that! Look at that beat in Q2. Holy sh! That's wild. Let's see. I hate CNBC, but let's see. They blew earnings out of the water. $5.30. So that's on at 5:30. How do I listen to it? I'll listen to it separately, but I don't think there's any way that I'm gonna stay on that long. Say Technologies, remember them? This is what this is why I'm interested in it. So you know how I said about the like the licensing potentially, right? There's seeking things or abilities on Tesla's ability to produce battery cells. What did MULN just do? They just said that we are opening up a place to do in-house battery, like to do our own battery cells in-house. So, I mean, I'm just thinking like, oh gosh, what is this? A 10 times return by 2030. Wow. Price target to 46,000 by or 4,600. That's wild. That's insane. But yeah. If they what's it called? If they license their batteries out, we could be looking at something wild. Hold on a second. Maybe I will stay on for this. I'm just gonna have to mute my YouTube, which shouldn't be an issue. It's only an hour away till it starts. They have a fancy little countdown thing. I'm gonna run it on my other computer. I think the sound might be better then. Let's see. Oh, no, that's not what I'm going to click. All right, cool. Oh wait, I want to get you guys back up so I can see chat, especially now that we're just chilling. Did you start to look into crypto yet? Like the IMF is meeting. If they come out and say that there's like a digital currency, like a one world digital currency, it'll basically be like New World Order type kind of stuff. That's why I ask. I don't even know who I'm talking to. It says that there's a handful of people here, but like, are you guys looking into that stuff? Because like, I personally find that very important. Like, I can't tell you what to buy, obviously, but like, I think that learning about it would be beneficial before it happens, because crypto adoption's here. I'm amazed at like how fast this is moving. Oh, Netflix is going up. Thank God. Oh, please just rip. Hopefully they start popping on Netflix next. That's the goal. That's the real goal. I didn't realize that they posted the numbers before the market ended, or else maybe I would have engaged in said activities. Although watch this will get like dropped on its face for no reason or something. I really wouldn't be surprised. SST, okay. All right. We're getting somewhere. I hope he says something about Twitter on this call. Because if he says something about Twitter, that might also put bank margins in jeopardy, because people are betting against Twitter so bad right now. I think that's definitely worth noting. These are ridiculous size candles, because I have this thing like pinched. You're not joking. I keep saying that that I want to invest in Scott's Miracle Grow, but I keep forgetting to buy it. AI, IDEX. So like the first time in forever, I actually saw somebody post about IDEX, in like a potential squeeze scenario. It was like some screenshot. I don't even know like if it was a reputable source, but it was just the first time I ever saw it, which is funny because I just brought it up to you guys. Look at BRCC, still going. Who was that had that before? Was that Randy? To the bottom part of your message, that's what she said. To the top, you're right, but it is Tesla. So like it basically just like all of today's gains, or excuse me, all of today's losses, it just got back, essentially. That's the way I see it. Like it just like, no, we beat. We're gonna go ahead and take that real quick. You know? Backed, good. I have them. I hope Microsoft tanks, because I literally sold Microsoft to buy a MULN today. I can't believe I did it, but I just feel like the growth, I'm all about the percentage, realistically, and I think that there's a bigger percentage to be gained quicker in MULN than I do in Microsoft. I'm also a very big fan of this. 2 days ago or 3 days ago, it got this, I think it was like the first, like the most. It was one of the links that are in the group. I actually posted it on my Facebook page too, like my YouTube channel Facebook page. The one where you could actually look at like short volume. This was like number one, and it was brought to market by I believe it was BlackRock. So let's look at this real quick. Hopefully that double bottom off support is actually like legit, because this up here, this played with my feelings. I woke up And I was like, wow, okay, we're moving nice today. And then, like, that just happened. Pretty lame. MULN one. Oh, yeah, that's like a penny, forgot. AMC slightly up. I would love to get it over this red line, though. This red line sucks. This is setting up to barcode. This is setting up to barcode underneath in supply around this. It is coming up to the MACD, so we'll see if that has anything to do with it. Like the 48 is right here, so it might just go. But if it stays down here, I have a feeling it's going to barcode around that, which would be kind of painful. Barcoding in BBIG already. Oh yeah. They are wound so tight with leverage. Someone's gonna snap. That's the way I see it. Someone's got to snap. $1.50. That's a nice candle. Right up to the pivot point. All right, I want to learn more about what you guys were talking about in regards to them having a bad earnings call and why the price reacted the way as bad as it did. I mean, I could understand why it would have acted bad based off of what you guys said, but I don't see it like staying this low. Wall Street Journal, not reading that. Netflix. Wait, well, okay, wait. What is this? This is from Barron's. I think that's. I don't know who this is owned by. I don't know who Barron's is owned by. I feel like it's owned by somebody, but wrote Wells Fargo somebody. So that's that's like one of the banks that I trust the least. But I'm still gonna read this. Media and tech is all in streaming. Netflix is feeling the pressure. Company lost subscribers last quarter and expects to lose more. Stock lost more than one. Well, that's because they raised the price tag. I mean, there are other options, and people do what they did. It's better not go freaking negative in after hours, though. Where the hell is that? Son of a bitch. The earnings nightmare at Netflix is some investors fearing what's ahead for the FANG name, but Hightower sees warning signs for another group of stocks. I think this is actually a message for any of the stay-at-home winners to be careful. New 52-week lows. I don't know why this freaking isn't loading. Okay, I don't know why the hell that's not loading. It pisses me off. I'm gonna let my dog in, and maybe we'll just go to Ortex and read them. Alright. What costs the bar on this? That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Flicks. From Twitter, he charged against the streaming platform. Musk is trying to raise funds for the $43 billion cash offer with the help of Morgan Stanley, and if he does, has hinted that he will launch a public tender going directly to Twitter shareholders to buy their shares. Elon Musk contributes to his grain of sand in the complex moment that Netflix is going through. From Twitter, he charged against the streaming platform. The woke mentality virus means there's nothing interesting to watch on Netflix. Oh, interesting. So yeah, they lost subscribers, but they did raise prices. I think it was an overreaction because of the way Elon talked about it. Musk has also been quite busy criticizing Twitter itself and and other posts from the Little Bird social network, which he wants to buy. Twitter's board of directors implemented a so-called poison pill to make it more difficult. Musk is trying to raise funds for $43 billion cash offer with the help of Morgan Stanley, and if he does, has hinted that he will launch a public tender going directly to Twitter shareholders, as I said, instead of the chief executive. The New York Post cited sources Tuesday as saying Musk is willing to invest between $10 billion and $15 billion of his own money to take Twitter private. Twitter shares have been volatile since Musk disclosed his investment in this offer. That's interesting. Okay. Netflix already has a plan. What is this? It's clear that Netflix would not sit idly by after it reported the loss of 200,000 users in the first quarter of 2022. It was his co-CEO of Netflix, Reed Hastings, who announced such an important move during the usual call with investors recently in March. Spencer Newman, Netflix CFO, said they were not interested in ad-supported subscription. Oh, God. They're going to add. Please tell me that they aren't going to put ads in Netflix. It was clear that Netflix would not sit idly by after, as part of its strategy to counteract the worrying situation. Streaming video platform confirmed that it will launch a cheaper subscription. Well, how cheap, though? That's actually a smart move, business-wise, I think. But I'm not gonna. I mean, they just better not upcharge then for the like for the regular version, like no, like with no ads. It was a year studying the offer before implementing it for everyone. The director does not rule out 2 year. Oh, so 2 years before we have to deal with that. All right. The reason for the change of heart recently in March, they were not interested in ad-supported subscription. That's not in our plans right now. We have a great subscription business model on a global scale. We'll change his mind. Undoubtedly, the cheap alternative. Okay, so that's kind of cool that they already have a plan. What is 38 days earlier than today? .1, so 361. They already bought them back, I bet. Failed to deliver. That's not really that many failed to deliver. Is anyone in here? If you are, just say what up. I'm bored. Also, SST looks very strong. So I feel less like an a-hole about that video that I posted. I was just a day early on it. Barcoding and MULN. But to the upside for sure. Like there's not even a bar to the downside in like the last like 10 candles. So I mean, except for that one, but all the way up until here, just like chilling. Huh. Interesting. If anything happened. Interesting. Well, that makes a lot of sense. February 24th. So 5 days would put it at March 1st. Yeah, so that would have bought back in here. That would have caused that. So, MULN as of 4/20, average age on loan equals 4, 4, 3, 12 was high. Um, 285 is the low. So now we know danger zones on MULN. I mean, we already knew that $3 was going to be a danger zone, but chances are at like 250, they're going to start sweating. And with this and that, when did this start? All right, so April 5th. Let's do some homework, guys, while we wait. Violate regulation shell, huh? Except for market makers, so like Citadel. They do not need to because they need to provide liquidity. What if there is no liquidity? Settlement on a long or short sale and any equity. Take action on closeout failures or to deliver by borrowing or purchasing securities of like kind and quantity by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on T+4. Okay, so T+4. Okay, so we already know that they're doing that. This is a law that the SEC has apparently forgotten about, in my opinion. Also this. Number 2, inability to obtain borrowed shares in time for settlement. Can't borrow them if they don't exist. Security delay kind of quantity for short sale transactions. Failures to deliver must be closed out by no later than the beginning of the regular trading hours. Settlement day following the settlement date, referred to as T+4. So yeah, I'm gonna worry about T+6. See, this pisses me off right here. T+35. Should be. I mean, that should be T+4 if they can't deliver. Despite proper action, the closeout fails. New system fails. At the same time, it should stand on threshold as one or more broker dealers may have temporary but legitimate problems in obtaining the stock they borrowed in time for delivery. We know that. For 13 consecutive settlement days. Although, as a result of compliance with Rule 204, generally if participants fail to deliver, positions will not remain for 13 consecutive settlement days. If for whatever reason a participant of a registered clearing agency has failed to deliver position at a registered clearing agency in a threshold for 13 settlement days, the requirement to close out such position under rule remains in effect. Okay, so they have pretty much like if they do T+4, that's technically 3 times the amount that they're allowed to have, and they're still resorting to T+35. That doesn't seem really fair. I think that's a rule that should be worked on. So I want to do this for you guys. I do not know what the different categories are. Ceases to be a threshold tier if it does not exceed 5 consecutive. See, this is something I have to even Google. Market categories for show. Okay. So Q is select market. Interesting. Who is this? UTAA. That's slowly shifting upwards, by the way, so we're all aware. That doesn't make any sense, because why would they be on the threshold list unless they already like locked down a target and just haven't announced it yet? No, UTAA. Jeez, what am I thinking? $21 million. No data. Okay, but so they've been an acquisition company for since 2018, but now their warrants are on FTD. Twice. March 30th. Okay, pretty recently. So Saba bought them down there. Look at the lending volume from today. Somebody knows something. Somebody has to know something. There's no events, right? No news. Show you guys a website. I don't know if you guys. I don't even know if anybody's in here. UTAA. So it still says that they're searching. VYGG is very interesting as well. Nintendo of America. Oh, Jesus. President, cheap offer me. This dude knows they're doing something. They're doing something video game related. Or that might have some kind of how would I say? Might be like metaverse related, potentially. Let's look up this one though. I just want to show you guys this. A lot of people with a lot of money in there. Blackstone. Like, this one has a lot of people in it. I'm just gonna throw that one on my watch list because I don't know if it's on my current one. Now these will be, I believe that these are exercisable. We could look in a second. I'll show you guys how to look. I think that these are exercisable at 1150. I'm not sure, but that's why we do this. BYGG stock warrant exercise info. Got 1150. So basically, it really won't matter until it hits. Now, say you catch it. Say you catch it as it's as it's going, okay, and it hits. I don't know. Say it hits like 1151. If you hit these then, and you're in it, then you're gonna gain a much faster percentage. Again, that's theoretically. And this is formula, kind of like cup and handle type deal. My dogs are geeking. So that's like a double bottom actually, right there. Or I mean, now it's kind of like a cup and handle looking thing, but it might come up here and then form like a larger cup. Bro, do they even have bars on Robinhood yet? Or are you still dealing with like the straight lines? What are we doing? A half hour till it starts. I wonder if it's even gonna pause there. 70 on the RSI. $71. Pop. This is just a trend upwards. 200 is right there. It's literally in between the 48 and the 200. So if it could pop that line, might go for a ride. Let's see, what's Netflix doing? Maybe forming its own cup and handle? Gold cross though, going into the close. Not on the 5 minutes, just on the 1, but it's above the MACD. Did MULN do an offering? So there, to my knowledge, there is a there's warrants at like 883, I believe it is. You know what? Watch this. We could find out together. How about that? I want to give you a definitive answer. MULN off. No. When will the announcement of a stock offering come? Blah. Okay, that's all right. So we've known about this. We have known about this. Okay. Let's see when the date is, though. Okay, so it's filed for up to, yeah, a decent amount of selling shares. On what date? Doesn't say what date. It says it's Street Insider, but then doesn't really give me much to work with. Wow. I spelled auto wrong. Jesus. Okay. Not the insider. It was I think it was an old one. I think what you're talking about is an old one. Wait, here we go. Wait, this might be it. Let's see. What's the date on this puppy? July 27, 2021. MULN Technologies right here. MULN Automotive, MULN Acquisition Inc. The merger. So it looks to me as if it is a from my knowledge, and feel free to read this. Feel free to pause on the video or whatever. There's a decent amount of warrants that are exercisable at $8.80 some cents, if I'm not mistaken. And that's what everybody's freaking out about, but we've known about this for months. And the short sellers are just like freaking out. Here, look. They're trying to freak everyone out. And the way that they keep pushing us down, which nobody seems to notice, is they keep going ahead into the options chain, and then they are buying like 10,000 puts deep in the money, which forces negative gamma pressure. But the difference is that they know how to use option Greeks, and a lot of our what's it called? A lot of our retail investors do not. Securities. Wait, what is this? I didn't even see this. Whoa, what is this? Oh, this has already been debunked. Why are they doing this again? See, this right here is screwed up. Like, they posted this on Ortex, which is just, I don't like that. Let's see. So they announced basically that they were that all that BS was false. And what you're talking about is legit, but it's at $8.80 some cents. So I wouldn't, dude. I legally cannot tell you what to do, right? But I will show you what I did. Hold on a second. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I'll show you what I did. Okay, so I had this red line marked out earlier just from previous dealings with it, because my average originally was like 150-ish, and then I just kept buying more and more and more and more. So when it started to barcode right here, I bought some. Right, I was like, okay, well, I mean, like my average now is like 166. I'll buy some. So I bought some there, and then it fell even more, right? And then I bought some stock in here, and then it fell down to my red line, and then I started buying options. Like now I have 1.5s for tomorrow or Friday. Probably gonna roll them into 2s for next week or something, but I mean, regardless though, like look at this. It's just a gamma. It's a gamma nightmare. This and BBIG, you'll see this. I mean, I can't tell you, the future, but like this is a gamma mess. This is tug of war with gamma. And then you have this info. On the threshold list. Now, threshold list means that it's 5 days in a row that you have FTDs. Failure to delivers. I mean, you do what you want, but I'm hoping that I have options long enough. I typically, I don't like to eat theta. I typically don't like to eat theta at all. But I mean, like so I don't have that many subscribers on here. As I'm sure you could see. Hopefully you become one. But the other day, I had like 40 people in chat. It was like 2 days ago. I had 40 people in chat coming in here and saying, "Oh, MULN to $1, MULN to $1, MULN to $1," just over and over and over again. And they just were just trying to scare people. In my eyes, if I have like 50 subs and I'm getting bots like that, like I'm getting bot attacks, like somebody's like spending some serious smear money in my eyes. Take that as you will. Like I can't. There's nothing I could really say beyond that. Look at Bitcoin ripping after hours. Figures. I did, dude. I did. That's hilarious. I mean, if they produced a battery with hydrogen, that'd be a little bit more like intense because of like what happened with the Hindenburg. Unless that's like unless they're like trying to like give us a sneak peek with the R&D facility in California. That's something to consider. Because I mean the Hindenburg is known for blowing up due to hydrogen. So if they made a blimp like that, maybe it's kind of like a thing. Oh, absolutely. I was actually just showing him this. Look what they have on this now. Right. Wait, what is this? News coming from the giant volcanoes even gloomier than the new forecast from that. So they're bringing up that short sellers report that was like proven to already be false. They're bringing it up again. They brought it up yesterday, which I think is screwed up. I think that's really screwed up. Do you see what I told? I told Greg this before when he was in here. What do you think about the potential of, because they have the battery technology? I mean, I do both. I have options on. I mean, I have both AMC right now. I just think, I'll be honest. I think that like long term, I think this is like a once in a lifetime type squeeze. I think that MULN is a squeeze and a long hold, in my opinion. But yeah. Anyways, is there any news here? Accepting Dogecoin. Any kind of changes that I'm not aware of? Insiders. I mean, still got 19 on the float, 19.46. GME was up to, the cost to borrow at one point today was at 250%. Like the cost to borrow max was up to 250%. And then here, this was at 260% for a little bit. Look. Whew. And they had a net borrow, and there's still 17 on the float. Now, I will do this, actually. Oh, dude. I just bought more. I mean, like, I feel like because of how good I option sniped, my P&L like won't really take a hit at all. I didn't realize how many times BBIG was on the threshold list. You have to, all right, what's T plus 35? T plus 35 is, I mean, dude, like, I'll type how many I have in the chat. I don't want to be public about that because, like, I have a decent amount. Plus 60 options. Well, it's supposed, I mean, like, now there's a DOJ probe. I just messaged you how many I have. I mean, now there's a DOJ probe. Hoping that does something. What's 35 days earlier than today? What is 35 days earlier than today? March 16th. They're already underwater, I think. Well, no, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Jesus. So failure to deliver. So March 16th. And then So this would be 5 days from now. It'd be almost 1 million. What is that? All right, so what's 35 days after that would be April 30th? So April 30th, they have to buy what? 2.5 million, right? And then like 3 days later, they do the same thing again. I just feel like because of how tight this is, I feel like they're like somebody's in a front run. Like that's just gamma. That's just gamma. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It just needs a push. Or somebody needs to cut their short. That's it. Oh, and that was a 3 minute too. That was like you could see how it was barcoding. That was a 3 minute. That wasn't even the 1 minute. Like, look at the 1 minute. The 1 minute's ugly. It's like it's almost painful to watch throughout the day. But I mean, like, look, it's coming down on the 200 now. So like, it's a ticking time bomb. This is trying to make it over the 200 as well. I don't want to like blow anyone's eardrums out when this comes on. Seven minutes still comes on. I'm trying to get off. I have stuff I got to do. I do want this to like do something though as well. Phew. It's steep. Watch, I might do something else here. Screw this. Like I don't know about not being enforced ever. I feel like over like since all this BS is like started, I do feel as if laws have started to be like implemented that will help us in the long run. I mean, it just kind of tying it all together. I do know about the one though that I was pissed off that they actually like thumbed their nose at. They like changed their mind about like ruling it. And I thought that it was like I thought it was supposed to be like a done deal. But apparently it wasn't. I hope this explodes to the upside, dude. If it does, I'm gonna be so amped. I bought like a nice chunk of calls for a little bit of a reversion. It doesn't even need to be a crazy reversion. Just a little. Yeah, no, but the Tesla earnings call starts in 5 minutes, so I'm gonna stream it. I think they are setting up for the reset. But so you know how Yeah, I've been talking about the World Bank, like the IMF, having their meetings. I think they're talking about a digital currency that can be accepted by everybody, and I think it's going to be XRP. I truly do. I'm not saying for sure. I don't know, but XRP seems like the clear choice. Like once they clear the SEC, um, literally everybody accepts it. Even the digital yuan or whatever the heck it is, like they have a deal with Ripple where they accept or they could like use digital yuan in order to access XRP. So the fact that they do and everybody else does, and that you could actually put debt on the ledger. I mean, think about all the gold that supposedly is out there that backs our U.S. dollar. Like they say, the gold standard that hasn't been audited since 1974, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know how much money? Yes, he did. I believe you were correct. I think it was on their website. I think it was on Berkshire Hathaway's website. Uncontrolled money. Well, then I'm really gonna blow your mind here, and I'm gonna try to do it in 3 minutes before the Tesla earnings call starts. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Rothschilds before, but they own every bank in the world except for like two, and those two are watch on YouTube. What's that? Hold on a second. So they're one of the richest families in the world, and they have actually funded both sides of every war since like the Napoleonic Wars. They were also supposed to be on the Titanic, and instead they weren't. And there's actually like I guess like a thought that its sister ship was actually switched with the Titanic and sunk for insurance purposes. And like some of the most rich, or some of like the richest people in the world died on that ship. So, I mean, the Rothschilds are kind of like that's like deep state kind of like stuff. But it kind of makes you wonder about Russia and the war as well, if they're funding both sides of the war. And then also think about everything that what's his face has done since he came to office. It like degraded our dollar, creating a cryptocurrency to basically like back our like be like on like a ledger is basically like a reset button on it. It's basically like filing bankruptcy. There's just not enough gold to back the U.S. dollar. And even though they say it's the Federal Reserve, it's not a public company. So yeah, it is privately owned by the Rothschilds. Screwed up, but it's true. They really did. They you could look it up. It's I think the sister ship's name is called the Britannic, but like they actually have pictures of it sailing away. The only differences, and you actually have to like look for them. There was like an extra window on the Titanic, and there isn't one as it was sailing away. And then there was also like some kind of damage to like the front of like the hull. And then there was also like another something else that another port, or there was two extra portholes on the bottom too. Really weird. But look at MULN. What are we doing here? It needs it after getting shoved down so hard today. 147 right there. It's gonna run some resistance from that stuff, this stuff over here. I want to hear on this conference call. I just want to hear we are going to use an outside source in order to upgrade our battery power or something like that. I will lose it. Just because MULN is literally like starting a factory for in-house R&D. I mean, but they not only do they kill their competitors, by the way, but they funded both sides of every war. So I mean, they funded the Nazis. Just bad people. The time.
Welcome to Tesla's first quarter 2022 Q&A webcast. My name is Martin Vieca, VP of Investor Relations, and I'm joined today by Elon Musk, Zachary Kirkhorn, and a number of other executives. Our Q1 results were announced at about 3 p.m. Central Time in the update that we published at the same link as this webcast. During this call, we will discuss our business outlook and make forward-looking statements. These comments are based on our...
I don't know if it's too loud. Tell me if it's too loud.
Actual events and results could differ materially due to a number of risks and uncertainties, including those mentioned in our most recent filings with the SEC. During the question and answer portion of today's call, please limit yourself to one question and one follow-up. And please use the raise hand button to join the question queue. Before we jump into Q&A, Zach will have some opening remarks. Zach?
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Just to start off here, Q1 was a challenging but extremely successful quarter for the company. Despite numerous supply interruptions, including shutdowns at our Shanghai factory and nearby suppliers due to COVID, we've continued making progress and achieved our best ever vehicle deliveries. Last quarter, we demonstrated a series of new financial records, including revenue, gross margins, operating margin, and bottom line profitability. GAAP automotive gross margin reached 32.9%, and for the first time exceeded 30% when excluding regulatory credits. Higher pricing continues to positively impact our financials as we make progress delivering cars in our growing backlog. Note that for most vehicles, our delivery wait times are quite long. Those cars delivered in Q1 generally carried pricing set in prior quarters and at levels lower than cars being ordered today. Our per unit vehicle costs increased as well. Inflation, raw material prices, expedites, and logistics costs continues to impact our cost structure. Factory shutdowns also occurred with little to no notice, hence we were unable to take action to end those interruptions in a cost-efficient manner. Additionally, we saw a slight mix shift towards more profitable vehicles, including the Model Y. We also recognized a one-time benefit of $288 million from credit revenue relating to a regulatory change in the U.S. CAFE penalty, without of which credit revenue would have declined compared to the same period last year. The energy business has continued to be impacted by macro conditions more severely than the vehicle business. Our storage products are in need of chip supply, and new import processes have impacted supply of certain components.
I just want them to talk about batteries. That's it.
Which is reflected in our solar volume for the quarter. OPEX as a percentage of revenue continues to reduce, driven by higher revenue, lower stock-based comp expense, and other items. As a result of our ongoing improvements in operating leverage, we achieved a record operating margin of over 19%. Note that commissioning costs for our factories are in R&D, as Berlin started production in late March and Austin in early April. These costs will be in automotive costs going forward, given these factories are now producing customer sellable cars. Our free cash flows have remained quite strong, yet were impacted by working capital related to lower than planned production. Additionally, we have reduced our debt, excluding product financing, to nearly zero. Looking ahead in the immediate term, a few things to keep in mind for Q2. First, we've lost about a month of build volume out of our factory in Shanghai due to COVID-related shutdowns. Production is resuming at limited levels, and we're working to get back to full production as quickly as possible. This will impact total build and delivery volume in Q2. Second, as I've mentioned before, Austin and Berlin are just starting their ramps, and thus those inefficiencies will start to flow through our gross margins in Q2. Third, we do have higher ASPs in our backlog, which will help to offset some of these headwinds. We continue to drive towards further strengthening of our financials in the second half of the year and believe our 50% or above growth rate remains achievable for the year. I want to conclude by thanking the Tesla team, our suppliers, and our new customers for a great first quarter.
Talk about batteries.
Thank you very much. And Elon has some opening remarks as well.
Sure. Some of my remarks will be redundant with Zach's, but it's maybe worth repeating. Q1 was once again a record quarter on many levels, reaching the highest deliveries, profit, and an operating margin of 19%. This was despite a lot of chip shortages, many logistics challenges, and an overall difficult quarter. So I'd really like to congratulate the Tesla team on achieving record profitability and output despite many difficult headwinds, and especially the Tesla China team in our Shanghai factory. They really had significant challenges due to the COVID shutdowns, and nonetheless have been able to output a tremendous number of high quality vehicles, and we're already back up and running with the Shanghai factory. So as Zach said, we remain confident of a 50% growth in vehicle production in 2022 versus 21. I think we actually have a reasonable shot at a 60% increase over last year. So
this is going to go wild here. 60% increase?
Obviously, we began production, as people know, with Giga Berlin and Giga Texas in the past few months. So two fantastic factories with great teams, and they are ramping rapidly. Now, with new factories, the initial ramp always looks small, but it grows exponentially. So, but I feel have very high confidence in the teams of both factories, and we expect to ramp those initially slowly, but like I said, growing exponentially with them achieving high volume by the end of this year. So, we're also working on a new vehicle that I alluded to at the Giga Texas opening, which is a dedicated robotaxi that's highly optimized for autonomy, meaning it would not have steering wheel or pedals. And there are a number of other innovations around it that I think are quite exciting. But it's fundamentally optimized for it's trying to achieve the lowest fully considered
steering wheel
cost per mile, cost per kilometer.
That kind of sounds sketchy.
Counting everything. And so it's, I think, going to be a very powerful product where we aspire to reach volume production of that in 2024. So
2 years till you don't need pedals.
That really will be a massive driver of Tesla's growth. And we remain on track to reach volume production of the Cybertruck next year. Let's see.
We might get some nice candles here.
Once again, I'd like to thank the Tesla employees for their hard work, but also I'd like to thank our suppliers who've really gone the extra mile. We have an amazing supplier group, and I just would say a heartfelt thanks to the suppliers that have really worked day and night to ensure that Tesla is able to keep the factories running. And we're really at the early stage of our journey. We only crossed 1 million units in the past 12 months recently, and we aspire to head to 20 million units a year. So we're basically 5% along the way towards our goal, and we're growing, very rapidly year over year, and remain confident of exceeding 50% annual growth for the foreseeable future, for basically several of the next years. I mean,
this is going to control the SPY as well.
Yeah.
Just because of how heavy it is.
And then there's, of course, Optimus, which I was surprised that people did not
notice Bitcoin isn't moving.
The magnitude of the Optimus robot program. The importance of Optimus will become apparent in the coming years. Those who are insightful or listen carefully will understand that Optimus ultimately will be worth more than the car business, worth more than FSD. That's my firm belief. So, and then of course insurance is growing well. We expect to address the part shortages that limited our progress with batteries and solar. So we expect batteries and solar to also grow well this year. And basically the future is very exciting. I've never been more optimistic or excited about the future, Tesla's future than I am right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the first investor question. The first investor question has historically provided FSD timelines with no possible accuracy. We love its optimism for 2022 release, but is there any data Tesla can share with investors to help them make their own conclusions on progress being made, interventions per mile driven, or any other data?
Sure. Well, with respect to full self-driving, of any technology development I've ever been involved in, I've never really seen more kind of false dawns or where it seems like we're going to break through, but we don't, as I've seen in full self-driving. And ultimately what it comes down to is that to solve full self-driving, you actually have to solve real-world artificial intelligence, which nobody has solved.
Yes.
The whole
company AI
is made
has
for biological neural nets and eyes. And so actually when you think about it, in order to solve full self-driving, we have to solve neural nets and cameras to a degree of a capability that is on par with and really exceeds humans. I think we will achieve that this year. The best way to reach your own assessment is to join the Tesla Full Self-Driving Beta Program, where we have over 100,000 people right now enrolled in that program, and we expect to broaden that significantly this year. So that's my recommendation: is join the Full Self-Driving Beta Program and experience it for yourself, and take note of the rate of improvement with every release. And we put out a new release roughly every 2 weeks. And you'll see a little bit of 2 steps forward, 1 step back, but overall, the rate of improvement is incredibly quick. So that's my recommendation for reaching your own assessment is literally try it.
Thank you. The second question is, how much of an impact will the production shutdown in Shanghai have in Q2? What is the timeline for localizing the Model 3 in Europe, or will newer models be prioritized in Berlin?
Well, we did lose a lot of important days of production, and there are sort of upstream supplier challenges where a lot of suppliers also lost many days of production. But Tesla Shanghai, Giga Shanghai, is coming back with a vengeance. So I think, notwithstanding new issues that arise, I think we will see record output per week from Giga Shanghai this quarter, albeit we are missing a couple of weeks. So, that means that most likely vehicle production in Q2 will be similar to Q1, maybe slightly lower. But it's also possible we may pull a rabbit out of the hat and be slightly higher. But it's a big pull roughly on par. But then Q3 and Q4 will be substantially higher. So it seems likely that we'll be able to produce over 1.5 million cars this year. That's my best guess. And then Model 3, it's important for new factories to be focused on and have the least amount of complexity and variation, which is why GigaBull and Giga Texas are focused on the Model Y. It's from the point at which you have a factory complete and you're making a small number of units to the point where it's producing high quality vehicles in volume is so 9 to 12 months from start of production. So now hopefully we're getting better at that ramp, so maybe it's a little less, but to get to sort of the 5,000 a week level is typically taking us around 12 months from start of production. So.
Thank you. The next question is: how much raw material exposure do you have, measured roughly in percentage of cost of goods sold, for example, in a given quarter versus 1 to 2 years out, both direct and indirect? Separately, how do you think about price increases versus prioritizing higher mix vehicles going forward?
Actually, on the price increase front, I should mention that it may seem like maybe we're being unreasonable about increasing the prices of our vehicles, given that we have record profitability this quarter. But the wait list for our vehicles is quite long, and some of the vehicles that people will order, the wait list extends into next year. So our prices of vehicles ordered now are really anticipating supplier and logistics cost growth that we're aware of, believe will happen over the next 6 to 12 months. So that's why we have the price increases today, because a car ordered today will arrive in some cases a year from now. So we have a very long wait list, and we're obviously not demand limited. We are production limited by very much so production limited.
Raw material exposure?
Yeah, just to add to what Elon is saying, there's different ways to calculate raw material exposure. I think a simple way, we estimate we're around 10 to 15% of our cost structure exposed to raw materials. And just to clarify a couple of things on that. So we've been experiencing increases in costs in general, but also raw materials for a number of quarters now. That pace picked up in Q1, so last quarter, and what we're seeing for Q2 is slightly higher than that as well. And as indices move, it doesn't impact us immediately or directly. In some cases, we have contracts with suppliers, but then as those contracts expire, we have to renegotiate them, so that there can be a lag. In some cases, our contracts do directly reflect movement in commodity prices or raw material prices, but the timing in which that Tesla pays for that has a lag associated with it as well, based on the contract. And so, to Elon's point, what we're trying to do here, because it's quite an unprecedented situation of raw material movement and all of these various lags and uncertainty around renegotiating contracts, is we're trying to anticipate where things will go and make sure that the pricing that we have put in place at the time that those raw material cost increases hit us, that they align, and that the company can remain financially healthy in various scenarios as we look out over the next 4 quarters.
almost they're estimating to be $1 trillion company.
Thank you very much. The next
Enterprise
question is,
value.
why does Tesla continue to buy dealership laws on a state-by-state basis versus taking it federal? Separately, why isn't Tesla using 800-volt architecture in its vehicles? What are the advantages or disadvantages?
Sure. Well, from Tesla's standpoint, obviously, we would love to have federal legislation that allows direct sales in all states, but we have not seen willingness on the part of the Congress to enact such laws that would override state laws. So, unfortunately, we have to fight it on a state-by-state basis. Drew, do you want to answer that 800-volt question?
Yeah, sure. On the 800-volt thing, yeah, so it's really a case-by-case thing for the smaller platform vehicles at 3 and Y. There's some wins and losses with 800 volts. Not everything is better, and so we look at that platform. And, we're not like ignoring the reality that you can go to a higher voltage, but there's nothing really encouraging us to do so on that platform. It's really about mass and power, and how you look at bigger vehicles. There are some advantages on those bigger vehicles.
So I would just quantify that. Basically, like, our estimate is that like going from 400 to 800 volts might save $100.
Yep.
It's not really moving the needle.
And you're changing many things.
Yes, but exactly.
Charging infrastructure all the way through the entire vehicle system.
Yes.
To get maybe $100.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, in the US, you've got 110 volt household power or voltage, and then in our most possible, like sort of 220. But really, it doesn't make that much of a difference. And appliances work pretty much as well. Say Europe as they do in the US.
Yeah.
So there's some the advantages are small, and the cost is high. Like so you say, like long term, like years from now, does it make sense to probably move to an 800 volt architecture? I said probably, but it really needs a very big vehicle volume to pay for all the costs of changing from 400 to 800 volts. And then if you want to continue with the.
I was just going to say that 100 volts is also kind of like a spreadsheet exercise, right? $100. Sorry, $100 is roughly like a spreadsheet exercise. Like, that you have to get through the full program at the end to see that maybe it's been whittled away to 50 or less.
Yeah.
On bigger vehicles where you're talking about higher power on the charging side or higher power from the battery to the power electronics, or you need more torque, so the current requirements go up. There's a little bit more semiconductor and actual conductor savings of going to the higher voltage, and so we do consider that for semi and Cybertruck, but for the 3Y platform where we've got everything running and the benefit is questionably small.
Yeah, it's basically zero for robotaxi.
Yeah, for robotaxi, it doesn't make sense.
So. No. Sorry. No, big one.
Sounds good.
Okay, let's go to the next question. Next question is, how are the current 4680s performing versus expectations set during the battery day in terms of expected range increase and dollars per kilowatt hour?
Yeah. We're working in all the areas we shared on battery day, and we have sort of consistent progress across all of those areas towards achieving the 5-year cost trajectory goals for the costs within our control. But we do not control all commodity costs, so that's an exception I need to call out. Similar to Model 3, it will take us several years to get rate and yields to the point where everything that we've discussed is achieved.
Several years.
Our priority was on simplicity and scale during our initial 4680 and structural battery ramps, and as we attain our manufacturing goals, we will layer in new material technologies we are developing and higher range structural pack revisions.
Several years, you said.
I think maybe in a nutshell,
Sure.
I think probably it's fair to say that 4680 and structural pack will be competitive with the best alternatives later this year, and we think will exceed the best alternatives next year.
Yeah, I mean, we have some good existing proofs, right? Like built the facility here in Texas. Like we know how much we spent on capital equipment in the facility, and it's more than 5x less than prior technology installation. So we're saving huge on capex on utilities and personnel. We know what those loads are and how many people are needed to run what is basically a highly optimized factory, and we have massive reductions in both of those. So like the cost model is well understood. It's really about rate and yield, which will come in time, as Elon said, over the course of this year and next.
Yeah.
Thank you. The next question is, how does Tesla plan to secure raw materials required to scale to extreme size?
Yeah, so this is something we think about quite a lot. It depends what extreme size means, but so it's like looking at, like, say, the $5, $10, $20 million $5, 10, 20 million vehicle levels. You really have to analyze the sort of macroeconomic, just like what is the tonnage of lithium that you need, of nickel, of iron phosphate, of graphite, separators, electrolytes, electrolyte. You really think of like just macro tonnage. And when you think about this for the world as a whole, because just like we want to figure out what are limiting factors for accelerating the advent of a sustainable energy future, and whatever those limiting factors are, Tesla will take action on those limiting factors. So right now we think mining and refining lithium is appears to be a limiting factor, and it certainly is responsible for quite a bit of cost growth in the cells. It's the single biggest cost growth item right now, absolutely on a percentage basis. Although, just for those who don't totally know this, the actual content of lithium in a lithium-ion cell is maybe around 2 or 3% of the cell. So
5 kg a car.
Yeah, it's not 5 kilograms exactly. It's not. It's called a lithium-ion cell, but by far the most expensive and heaviest item in the cell is the cathode. So that's the
legally I can't tell you. I can tell you I DCA'd today, and I just bought more. So I think it's going to go up, but legally I don't make an investment decision based off my opinion. I'm not a financial advisor or an economist or anything.
Really go through all those details, but we're thinking about these things.
No, I'm definitely not. Absolutely not. And I'm not, and none of this is advice.
One thing I want to call out is like we're also.
I'm just paying attention to this because I want to listen to him talk about batteries.
50 tons a week right now in Reno and ramping to 150 with all of that reclaimed material going directly back into our cathode supply chain. So we're looking at the beginning and end of life needs here.
Yeah. And that's true. Like, since Reno is a built gigafactory, we started doing that with batteries. But as we built newer factories or vehicles, for example, Giga Texas here, where we are today, we sent all of its non-yielded or scrap aluminum from the stamping shop directly into the casting shop. We regrind any plastic that goes out. And so we're really concerned about raw materials, not just like mining them, consuming them, but when we get them in the door, using all 100% of them.
Yeah, Lars, that's a great point. So we're installing sort of melt furnaces for aluminum, like so for the
93 on the RSI
built here at Giga Texas has both a front and a rear body casting. So we're casting almost 2/3 of the body, and then that's cast. It's high pressure cast aluminum, so we can take both aluminum, both scrap from.
I'm okay, man.
And
I'm okay.
the gating that comes out and put that back, just really toss that back into the aluminum melting pot, and then, as Lars was saying, also take any stampings and any other aluminum scrap.
I actually need to sleep. I barely slept last night.
And in fact, we've also figured out that we can use wheels from practically any car.
What is RSI?
Yeah. So we're going to be recycling the aluminum cast aluminum wheels from legacy gasoline cars as well, and throwing that in the melting.
That's what I'm saying, Greg.
For our aluminum cast body of Model Y, and
do a live stream.
And also we'll move to the sort of
that was just a 93 on the RSI.
In all vehicles over time. Well, actually, maybe not SX, but
and I got up to a 97, 57.
Thank you. At what rate do you expect Berlin and Austin to ramp relative to Shanghai? Are you able to leverage learnings from Shanghai, or are the processes
I do like MOASS.
different
Yes.
from the factories?
I also like Tesla.
Production faster than Shanghai because we have learned a lot, and we've now been through we have basically veteran teams that have seen the 3Y ramp, the Y ramp, especially in multiple locations, and we're obviously sharing what we've learned, and so it, we don't want to get complacent or entitled, but this should be a faster ramp because we have learned more and we've done a lot to simplify the production process of Model Y. That should lead us to a
I'm gonna get if I get to like the required things, I'll buy like a legit mic and stuff.
30% less
right now, right now this is Tesla's earnings call. That's why like I'm listening to it because I want to look and see if they talk anything about batteries, which they have.
For the structural pack,
no, I'm just listening to it in the background.
Front and rear castings, the body shop is its body shop size drops by over 60% relative to the standard way of making a car.
That taps into general assembly and everything else because we have the structural battery, the floor is the battery, we put the seats on the battery, and then we put that in the car. So it's actually like up between 10 and 15% less stations in GA because of the general assembly starting. Yeah, as well. So really, like
where do you live?
I think about this in the way that we think about cars. If you're waiting for the best Tesla, you're going to be waiting forever. If you're waiting for our best factory, you're also going to be waiting forever because every new factory is better than the last one because we take all that learning to the trouble too. So,
yeah.
Thank you. Next question is, at Cyber Rodeo, Elon mentioned that a futuristic driverless robotaxi vehicle is on the roadmap. When can we expect more details on the product offering to be unveiled? Is this something that people can own, or will this be only offered by Tesla as a service?
So I think we want to hold up on. We don't want to jump the gun on an exciting product announcement too much. So
you never called me that.
We'll aim to maybe do a product event for robotaxi next year, and get into more detail.
Which Mike? I know a lot of Mikes. Mike's a very common name.
Aiming for
almost Mick everything is named Mike.
All right. And maybe the last question from investors is, what is the current run rate of 4680 cell production at Fremont and at Giga Texas? What do you expect run rates of 4680 to be in Fremont and Giga Texas or Berlin at the end of the year?
Well, Berlin is using the 2170 non-structural pack, so they're not concerned about 4680. They will transition to 4680 hopefully later this year, but current Berlin production does not require that. We also have, just as a risk mitigation, 2170 non-structural pack capability here at Giga Texas as well. But if things go according to plan, we will be in volume production with 4680 and sometime perhaps towards the end of the third quarter and something in the fourth quarter.
Just use own batteries instead.
Yeah, and the other thing I would add is like with the China COVID shutdown and the semiconductor bottlenecks we had through Q4 and a little bit in Q1, we have sizable cell inventory at the moment and excess cells to support the 2022 volume targets you described. So that gives us the ability.
No, I'm gonna get on right after this earnings call. I gotta run to the store and stuff.
Maximize the learning stuff. I should take engineering downtime to upgrade key pieces of equipment.
I got on early today, to be honest. No, I got on early, like really early yesterday. But I don't know. I just if I'm on and I'm charting and I'm just sitting here, like I'll just go live. Why not?
By early 2023, but we're highly confident.
You too, brother. You too. Hit me with a like and a sub, though.
Let's go
come chill another time.
Now, the first question comes from Dan Levi from CSFB. Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi. Good evening. Thank you for taking the questions.
Hey, good night too.
Maybe you could just talk through or address what some of the drivers of cost improvement were in the quarter. Was it just further improvements within Shanghai or in Fremont? Anything around sort of ongoing Kaizen that you've talked about in the past? Maybe you could just talk through what you benefited from in the first quarter.
Sure. I mean, at a high level, cars produced in Shanghai do carry a lower cost structure than cars produced in Fremont. And so as our mix of cars shift towards Shanghai, the average cost is positively impacted by that. We're also seeing some progress in manufacturing efficiencies in Fremont, particularly on the S&X side, as volume improves there. Expedites has been a huge story for the company. Q4, we had massive amounts of expedites. Q1 was still quite large, but we did make progress bringing that down some.
To mention, kudos to the Fremont manufacturing team and our associates there, because we're achieving record output at Fremont.
Yeah, the Fremont team is doing a tremendous job.
Really
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to underweight. Like you should. The expedite situation with the crazy logistics that occurred with COVID. I mean,
and to Elon's point, the Fremont team and also the Shanghai team has been extremely dynamic with the unpredictable nature of our part arrivals, and our supply chain team, in particular, production planning portion of supply chain. We often get very little notice when there's part shortages coming, and it's kind of a scramble a couple of days before that part is supposed to arrive to figure out how to get it here. And so the amount of Herculean effort that goes in to produce a quarter like Q1, and even the quarters before that, is absolutely immense.
Right. So, I mean, it's like the saying in the military, it's like amateurs talk about tactics, professionals talk about logistics when it comes to war.
Yeah. So there were some inherent cost improvements, as I mentioned, but, there's also offsets that we've talked about previously in raw materials, commodities. Outbound logistics continues to remain a challenge, despite a ton of efforts to increase capacity there and bring those costs down.
Great.
Do you have a follow-up? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. Second question, one of the initial goals of Model 3 way back when was to have an EV that was affordable for a wide portion of the market. And we know prices are much higher now, just given the supply constraints. Prices are higher for all of the automakers. We know that there's inflation that you're battling through, and some of that needs to be passed through to the price of the vehicles. And you're going to be supply constrained for the foreseeable future, so it's sort of a moot point. But given the goal long-term of making EVs more widely available to the masses over time, how do you look at the progression of prices over time?
We absolutely want to make EVs as affordable as possible. It's been very difficult with the, I think inflation is at like a 40 or 50-year high, and I think the official numbers actually understate the true magnitude of inflation.
Ooh.
So, and that inflation appears to be likely to continue for at least the remainder of this year. Is what, when we're talking to suppliers are under severe cost pressure. So, and in some cases, we're seeing suppliers request 20 to 30% cost increases for parts from last year to the end of this, to the end of this year. So there's a lot of cost pressure there. That's why we raised our prices, because when things are the sunset with respect to inflation, if it's high, then we've got orders that go out a year or more in some cases, then we have to anticipate those cost increases. But I think, especially with the robotaxi and autonomy, I think we will end up providing consumers with by far the lowest cost per mile of transport that they've ever experienced.
Yeah, I'm listening to the Tesla earnings call. Can I call you back after?
And with the robotaxi, like maybe 5 to 10 times lower cost per mile. It's really quite
Thank you.
substantial.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at some of our projections, it would appear that a robotaxi ride will cost less than a bus ticket, a subsidized bus ticket, or subsidized subway ticket.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the next question from Rod Latch from Wolf Research.
That's crazy.
Hi, everybody. I'm trying to just parse out your comments about the inflation and constrained supply and battery feedstocks and the initiatives that you are working on internally to secure these materials. It sounds like you're optimistic about Tesla's ability to solve this for Tesla. Do you see this as a constraint on EV adoption more broadly?
Yeah, absolutely. What's sort of keeping our costs down, at least in the short term, is that we have long-term contracts with suppliers. But those long-term contracts will obviously run out, and then we'll start to see potentially significant cost increases. But at a macro, sort of looking at the world as a whole and saying, okay, what does it take for Earth to transition to sustainable energy faster? It's fundamentally the fundamental limiting factor is the output of the cell output. At what rate can lithium-ion cells increase the gigawatt hours per year? That is the fundamental limiting factor. So in order and that will move as fast as the slowest, least lucky element of the whole supply chain. Currently, we see that as being a challenge with lithium. And it's not that, to be clear, it's not that there's a shortage of lithium ore in the world. Lithium is present almost everywhere. It's a very common element. However, you still need to dig up the ore, dig up basically the spodumene or whatever the clay with the lithium, and then you need to go through a whole series of refinement steps, and that's a lot of industrial equipment that's needed to refine lithium ore to lithium that can be used as lithium hydroxide or lithium carbonate in the battery cell. So we think we're going to need to help the industry on this front. But the industry is going fast. I'd certainly, encourage entrepreneurs out there who are looking for opportunities to get into the lithium business. The lithium margins right now are practically software margins. I think it's something. Literally, I think there's a. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we're seeing cases where the spot lithium price is 10 times higher than the cost of extraction. So not like we're talking 90% margins here. Can more people please get into the lithium business? Do you like minting money? Well, the lithium business is for you.
So interesting. So I guess we'll stay tuned to see what happens from that. My second question is, it's impressive to see just a modest increase in cost per vehicle, cost of goods sold per vehicle, given what we've seen in terms of commodities, actually. And from here, you have a lot of savings opportunities with 4680 cells and the cell manufacturing changes, the anode chemistry, structural packs, gigacastings. Are you suggesting that even those may not be sufficient to offset the inflation that you're seeing, and that you're going to need additional pricing as well, in addition to those specific initiatives that you've called out?
Well, we hope we don't need to increase the pricing further. The current pricing is anticipating what we think is the probable growth in costs, and if that growth in cost does not materialize, we actually may slightly reduce prices. So we don't currently anticipate making significant price increases. But obviously we don't control the macroeconomic environment. If governments keep printing vast amounts of money, and if there are not significant increases in lithium extraction and refinement and the other raw materials, such that everyone's competing for a limited amount of raw materials, then obviously that will drive prices to high levels. So if you have a crystal ball that can tell us what the future is going to be like, we'll adjust accordingly. But the current prices are the current prices are for a vehicle delivered in the future, like 6 to 12 months from now. So this is our best guess.
But I think if you zoom out, right, like as you said, our mission is to accelerate the transition to sustainable energy. So we are working with our existing suppliers and others to figure out how to grow all of these raw materials as quickly as possible to not slow down the transition.
Yeah.
And, whether that means we have to get directly involved in some cases or not comes down to the counterparty and their willingness to expand at the rate we think they should be able to expand. And that's similar to what we've done with everything else. Like we built a gigafactory in Reno because it needed to be done.
Yeah.
And so we will do what needs to be done to not slow down the transition. And affordability is a goal, because if it's unaffordable, it's going to retard the growth of what is inherently a good thing. So we can't have that as an outcome.
Thank you. The next question comes from Pierre Ferragu from New Street Research.
Hi, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
Great. I'd like to ask you some questions about free cash flow. Do you so first, maybe in the long run, if you look at your performance and your growth model and your growth ambitions, I did the math very quick, and I see you guys sitting on $400, maybe $500 billion of cash at the end of the decade. And I was wondering if it's something you have given some thoughts about.
But that might be like, if inflation keeps going crazy, $500 billion might be like, $20 billion today. I don't know. So, we'll see what $500 billion buys you in a decade, but it might be a lot less. So I don't know if we'll. That seems like a lot of cash. I don't know. We'll try to do something useful with it. I mean, I don't know. It's not a very high-class problem, that's for sure.
The way I think we have to take this one step at a time. And so, we have investments that are happening right now to get Austin and Berlin up and running. And then, as Elon mentioned, installing capacity for robotaxi production. And, there's some decisions that, as Elon alluded to, just, to share in the future about what the economic model looks like. What the economic model looks like for robotaxi. And so, the way Elon and I have discussed this is...
Let's just, maybe just, everyone just mute if you're...
Yeah, so our focus is, to get to the point where robotaxis are on the road, Optimus is in use, get the economic model for that dialed in, and then evaluate, the size of cash flows at that point and make decisions then as to what's next.
Okay, Pierre, do you have a follow-up question?
Yes.
I think it
Okay. Let's move on. Yes.
all right. Let's go to the next one. The next question comes from Trip Chowdhury from Global Equity Research.
Thank you. Two questions I have. First is regarding the Cybertruck. And I was wondering, in terms of number of parts, how would Cybertruck compare with a traditional pickup truck in terms of number of parts? The second question I have is on Gigafactory Nevada Sparks. Will we have any production of vehicles in that factory, or all the future production will happen in Giga Austin? Thank you.
I'm not sure if we've actually done a comparison of Cybertruck parts versus regular truck parts. They're large.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go down to depends on what you kind of part. We still have cells and so balls and cells. If we
that shouldn't count.
If we don't count that, the simplicity of our structure is significant versus a traditional, pickup truck or any other vehicle. As we talked about, their giga castings, we save hundreds of parts there.
I mean, the entire kind of half of the car is one casting.
And even still with the Cybertruck and the doors, for example, we have an exoskeleton design where the door is ready to take, and it takes all the side load from impact. So we really have we don't have the door reinforcements, we don't have the crashing shooting beams. So to your point, I haven't counted them because I don't often look back at old technologies to decide how well I'm doing. I check that once in a while, but in general, our architecture is always moving to reduce complexity, reduce parts, or reduce parts count. I would say, ignoring the battery cells, we're probably 20 to 30% less.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to the next thing. Nevada.
Nevada. Do we expect to expand? Yeah, we do expect to expand Giga Nevada. There's a lot of room for expansion there, and we do expect to increase output from Nevada. But by far the biggest increase in output will be from Giga Texas.
Thank you very much. The next question comes from Alex Potter from Piper Sandler. Alex, can you hear us?
Yes. Hi, Martin. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. So first question I had was the extent to which other plants outside of China are insulated from any further upstream supply bottlenecks that we may have in China. Obviously, if this COVID lockdown thing gets out of hand, clearly that's going to continue impacting Shanghai. But is there a point at which it could actually also impact other facilities?
Yeah, if it were to continue, but there are some parts that are sourced in China that apply worldwide, and that would impact production elsewhere. But all indications are that Giga Shanghai is back in production at fairly high levels already, and so are our suppliers. So we don't think this is going to be a big deal.
Okay, thanks. Second question. Obviously, the higher profitability you guys have been able to experience over the last couple of quarters, a lot of that is reflecting sort of quote unquote real improvements. Another part of it is because we're no longer paying you, Elon, as much as we were. So I'm wondering, the extent to which you and the board are in the process of contemplating another.
He's talking about batteries and stuff, which is why I'm watching MULN.
Thanks.
There are no discussions currently underway for incremental compensation for me.
He said that inflation reports are
Thank you.
very, very wrong. He thinks inflation is a lot higher than being reported. which is really huge because the IMF, the World Bank, is actually currently meeting this week.
Yeah.
Just to follow up, sorry to keep going on the raw material issue on the battery side, but obviously seems pretty important. Yeah, how quickly can raw material supply be built? Because my understanding it takes many years to build that out. So are we just sort of facing, when do you think we see a lithium shortage or nickel shortage? And is there even enough time to build that sort of mining capacity in place? And then related, how quickly can you switch to like LFP, for the nickel issue?
Yeah, I mean, I'll take the LFP question. Like, it says so in our letter, but like half of our products were LFP last quarter, which shows how quickly we were able to respond to. Well, honestly, it wasn't because of a raw material shortage, but just because it seemed like the right thing to do. We could change our cathode chemistry, and there's more to be done on the cathode side, and we are actively pursuing it to give us substitution flexibility in response to market conditions between the other cathodes that are out there that can be competitive in our vehicles, of which there are many options. So, we I guess what I would say is specifically on the cathode side, like flexibility is the way we're going to achieve this, and not all of the materials that go into cathodes are actually, first of all, hard to secure, like through mining or refining. And second of all, in many cases are like very plentiful already, like huge scale. And, if all of the batteries in the world use those cathodes, it's less than a 1% increase in total annual output. So that's the cathode side. I think Elon already spent a lot of time talking about lithium. It really depends on the resource. Some resources, like just getting rocks out of the ground, expanding the amount of rocks that you're getting out of the ground is, maybe a little bit of paperwork and some additional sort of blasting and trucking operations. The refining is maybe where there's, it's a little bit more chunky to bring it online, but also the refining it's not like an oil refinery. It's a much smaller operation to refine lithium out of spodumene or liquid, like a brine or a salt pond evaporation. So, you're talking about a time scale of 1 to 2 years, and it's not like we haven't been talking to all of the lithium suppliers out there for many years. They have a lot of projects already in the pipeline to come online this year and next. Some of what's going on in the lithium market this year doesn't actually have truth to bear to the like fundamentals of supply and demand, which is also a little frustrating. But yeah, if we look past this year or next year and into 2030, when we need 15 to 20 terawatt hours of this stuff to, get on the growth trajectory, stay on the growth trajectory we're on, we need everybody to do more in the lithium space than they currently are. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So let's go to the last question from Mark Delaney from Goldman Sachs.
Yes, good afternoon, and thank you very much for taking the question. I was hoping you could comment on your latest thoughts about potentially opening up the charging network in the U.S. to non-Tesla owners. It's certainly really important to have a good experience for Tesla owners in terms of wait times at charging stalls, but if Tesla's able to have enough capacity, it could be a really good way to bring other vehicle owners into the Tesla network, perhaps help Tesla to sustain its network benefits and maybe make more people likely to buy Tesla vehicles in the future.
Yeah, as Elon has said, and as we've publicly committed, yeah, we do plan to provide third-party vehicle access in all over the world, not just in Europe, where our original pilot was. And we are working on solutions in North America, which is a little bit more problematic with our connector being different than others. But we are moving in that direction. I don't know if you want to
Yeah, I think there's like more to be said on that, but we want to do the right thing with respect to the whole system.
And we're going faster on adding chargers.
Absolutely.
With the growth of the cars that we're producing, and then anticipating what Drew is discussing, overall charger capacity is really important. So the pace of our investments in supercharging has accelerated.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's helpful. And for my second question, could you share any more details on Tesla insurance in particular as you're rolling it out in more states? Are there any metrics you can share on what take rates have been like, and how do profitability margins on the insurance offering compare to the corporate average? Thank you.
So we just launched Tesla Insurance for real-time insurance in Virginia, Colorado, and Oregon earlier this week. Maybe one stat that I'll share. So Texas is our longest-standing real-time insurance market. But based on the information that we have, Tesla is the second largest insurer of Teslas in the state of Texas. And possibly by the end of this quarter, maybe early next quarter, will be the largest insurer of Teslas. And so, the customer reception to this has been quite positive. And I was reading social media on Monday after we launched in the 3 new states. A lot of folks were reporting their stories of saving quite substantial amounts of money relative to their previous insurance. And so we're quite encouraged by that. And we're working as quickly as we can to get to 80% of customers having access to a Tesla insurance product by the end of this year in the United States, at which point we'll pivot our attention to expansion outside of the US. The other thing I'll say on insurance is with these 3 new states, the model is different because we are now the underwriter and we're also now holding the risk. And so with those states, we are a fully vertically integrated provider of insurance from systems and financials. With respect to the financials of the program, it's still very early. And so, as the program gets more scale, I'm happy to share more information on that.
And one side note is that we are seeing that having real-time feedback for driving habits is actually resulting in Tesla owners driving the cars in a safer way. So, because they can see they get real-time feedback on, okay, this is affecting my insurance rate or it isn't, and so when people see a real-time score and realize, oh, if I make the following changes in my driving habits, then I pay less in insurance. Then they have a very a real-time feedback loop for safer driving, and an incentive to do so. So it is actually what we're seeing is it is causing people to drive their cars in a safer manner, which is also not good.
It's safer on average, what we see in the data, to Elon's point, and premiums are lower. We see that in the take rate data. We have extremely high retention for customers who experience the product. And I think I've talked about this in the past, but this has become a real passion program for us.
Yeah.
For these benefits, it's bigger than just the economics. We're trying to do a good thing here for our customers, save people money, and make the roads a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think it improves just overall macroeconomic efficiency. It's also a feedback loop for Tesla because we see if there is a crash, large or small, we sort of see exactly what that costs, and now we're think about how can we change the design of the car or the software in order to minimize the probability of that accident. Because most accidents are minor, but how do we have those accidents occur less frequently, and how do we make the repair associated with that accident super fast? Like aspirationally, it'd be like same-day repair for a collision. Which is just night and day difference compared to sometimes having to wait for a month while insurance claims are settled and figured out, and because Tesla is also doing collision repair.
But yeah, the feedback loop is instant.
Yeah.
Right. So, we do claims management in-house. And so we receive the notification that there's an accident. We work to prepare the estimate. And we can, with the support of our customers, use our collision centers to do the repair.
Yeah.
And so it's, full end-to-end visibility and all of that. To Elon's point, we can then identify areas of cost inefficiency, feed those back to engineering teams or elsewhere software teams, actually improve the product, which lowers the cost of insurance, improves reliability of the product. So it's a full circle.
Yeah, and it's like basically the customer experience is just vastly better because if there's an accident, there's no argument. We repair it immediately, and this is as compared to arguing with an insurance company and then a claims adjuster and then a collision repair center, and this can be a nightmare basically. So we want to try to turn a nightmare into a great with Tesla insurance.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, that's all the time we have for this quarter. So thank you very much for all your great questions, and we'll speak to you again in 3 months.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Is anyone in here? Because if so, then I want to share my thoughts. If not, then I'm probably just get off. That was wild. Absolutely wild. Come here, Bill. I don't know why you're crying. Yo, Con, you in here or not? Well, I think I'm a dip then. Oh, you're in here? Oh, what's up, Doc? So did you find what he said about inflation being like astronomically high? Did you find that as intriguing as I did or no? Because like us thinking that inflation is higher than the reports is totally different than Elon Musk saying it to the world. At least in my opinion. Oh, okay, so he said, and I believe I can quote him on this. He said, "I believe that inflation reports are much lower than actual inflation at this current time, and that two suppliers on the supply chain, they're paying like around 20 to 30% more for items." So why I think that's really, really important is because here, I'm going to show you in a second, actually. Right now, we have the G7 and the G20 meetings. Okay. And then there's something else that you can bet. IMF meetings all week. Now the IMF, if you don't know what the IMF is, it is the World Bank. So the richest man in the world just said that he believes that these inflation reports are BS. Powell speaks tomorrow, by the way, so that should be interesting. He said that inflation reports are much lower than what actual inflation is, and meanwhile, the World Bank is currently meeting for a week. I just find that pretty screwed up. I think that we're going I seriously would be surprised if after this meeting they don't have a digital currency. Also, if you noticed, as soon as he started speaking about batteries, MULN started shooting. And I'm talking not high 90s on the RSI. I found that very interesting myself. I'm baffled, to be quite honest. I'm just he said 20 to 30% more. That's huge. Also, the production numbers are pretty insane. He said that that they expect to grow. I believe it was like 60%, which is just that's an astronomical rate. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy. I mean, look at this thing rip. It's just going. Now I'm starting to be happy that I DCA'd today. I was kind of like, for a second, but kind of happy I DCA'd. I want to see if that turns around after the Tesla call. BBIG, AMC, GME. Also, he said that it would take at least a year to compete with comparable batteries. Sorry about my dogs. I don't know what the heck they're barking at, but I would consider MULN a comparable. I mean, they have a 600 mile range battery. You know what I mean? I have calls and I have. Well, you wouldn't have wanted to get them at the close. Like, you would have. Honestly, I sniped them so nice. I got them like right here, dude. I DCA'd in here and in here, and then it got down to the point where it was like 20% down, and I was like, sorry about my dogs. It got to the point where it was like 20% down, and I was like, I saw it by my red line, and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and play it the other way with leverage. So I bought 1.5s and I bought 2s. Probably. I'm probably gonna go out and up. Like, I'll probably go up one strike because like right now I'm already in the money. So I will go ahead and I will go. I'll go out and up. As soon as I guess I spy my chance. But I mean, like, it's all about timing with the options, as you know. So I mean, like, I might not be able to sell it for like 10 minutes in. You know what I mean? Like, I got to see high volatility. Honestly, depending if this keeps going, I might exercise it. I mean, like, I might seriously consider exercising. I bought them for. Yeah, no problem, dude. I appreciate you. Yeah, if I get a like and a sub from you, dude, I'd really appreciate it. Trying to build it up, and man, the algos suck. But yeah, dude, I will catch you tomorrow. I'm actually gonna hop off here myself in a second. Yeah. We'll see if that pops up. All right, guys. I am gonna hop off. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make a post to each ticker. Wait, what do you mean? Which tickers? Oh, oh, you mean like that I'm into? See, my issue with that, dude, is like when I make videos, I just like I feel awkward. I'd rather just hop on. Like, I come from a sales background, so like I could hop on and sell myself, if that makes sense. But like, I don't know, like staging this and this and this and this to like go down a list and show you why I like it. That's just not me. I'd rather just like talk and maybe have people share my stuff if they find me like knowledgeable. I don't know, a little bit more organic kind of growth. But Well, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna pray that Netflix does a 180 here and moves up. Because I did some YOLOs on a reversion. But again, they were YOLOs, so like I was okay with losing the money if it didn't go my way. But going down by over $100 in a day, I mean, like a little bit of a reversion. That's all I need, and I'll be like, I'll make a killing on those. So root for me on that. But yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow, dude. And then whoever else is in here, you have yourself a great day. I will talk to you all tomorrow. Peace.